a weight or a scale of significance in the form of a timer, which is specific to every user type. So, for instance, does an unverified user who views, likes, subscribes have the same impact as a verified or monetized account? We don't think so. I highly doubt it. I just don't think so. So using analytics, my team believes that there are timers. We don't know the precise formula, but we are certain there are. And it's likely associated with participation. So an example is an unverified account hits the like button. A timer may be associated with that event, say a 30-day timer. If the user then returns on the 29th day, does it reset? Does the timer reset? And this is something that we're looking into. But what if a well-established monetized account gives a thumbs up? Does that last 30 days or 365 days? Or what if they don't return to the channel again at all? This is what my team has been working on to try to figure out. We don't know that. We don't know what it is. So we've done, this over the past week, we've, done some experiments. But so there is another potential issue, and it's rewatching content. And we believe everyone gets a one-time view in a certain allotted amount of time. Again, a timer. And we're fairly certain that YouTube has a verification process. So you may see your hours in your analytics, only then to drop off, just like subs. They're here today and they're gone tomorrow. Could be because of the account type. It could be rewatched content, or it could be a timer. YouTube is well aware of bot farms. So some would agree the drop-off is due to the rolling 365-day timer. However, our channel isn't 365 days old. So we have done experiments, like I mentioned, and we have seen drop-offs. So that leaves channels like us in a situation where we need new viewers, not just any viewer, but like-minded participating viewers. Channels that are trying to get monetized and channels that are trying to stay monetized. And as you may know, my team and I have been having watch parties in exchange for participation. And now we have a backlog. It has been highly successful. We have a huge backlog of channels. Was really, really successful. I was really happy about the results. I just want to look at the chat real quick and see if everybody's good. Okay, hit the like button, thank you. So we did the experiment, we had these watch parties, and although, intentions may be good, many times newer channels are unaware of the commitment to monetization and the commitment to community. It's the old adage of create a channel and go viral. So the reason why we need new users is because we're not looking for people just using YouTube for TV. When these channels show like-minded participation, they're also looking for the same thing we are. So we're introducing those channels to all of you. And we have a system that we're gonna use to do this with. And I think Bulldogs has a good sense of what to incorporate for this. And the whole team actually really worked hard over these last, I think it's been about a week, maybe a little bit over a week. So, and we've found many different things. Is it the user? Is it the type of user? Is it their account is not verified, is it they don't return to the channel in a certain amount of time. So we think that it's definitely something to do, like I said, with a weight or a scale of significance in the form of a timer. And it's really specific to every user. And does an unverified user who views and likes, subscribe have the same impact as a verified monetized account? We seem to think that it's not the case. We highly doubt it. So what do you guys think about that? Do you guys think that, an unverified user who subscribes and likes has the same impact as a channel that's been out there for 10 years maybe? I don't think that is the case. And then, so we incorporated some analytics, and we did some experiments, which were really cool. And like I said, we don't know the formula. We're not certain of what it is, but we think it's likely associated with participation. And we found that to be true. Nope, we know it doesn't. Okay, yeah. We did a lot. It was so successful what we did over the last couple of, like I said, maybe a little bit over a week, that we have channels just coming to us. We're like in a backlog of, exchanging and watching playlists and exchanging watch hours. And it was super. I did really well. My channel did really well with hours. So how do you know who is verified? That's a really good question. So a verified account, I believe, is okay. So I was in a chat the other day, and there was someone who said that they can't get subs. There was an issue where they had a channel, and I went to the channel, and they had like 214 subscribers. And Bulldogs, if you know anything about this, we don't, but we know who subs most of the. Oh, we know who subs most of the live. But what I was going to say is that when I was in this live, this person wasn't able to get subscribers, which I didn't understand. I never heard of anything like that, because I went to his channel and he had 214 subscribers. So YouTube has a verification process, and maybe some of these channels are not verified. Like maybe something was wrong with his channel. There could have been like, a score against him or something that YouTube doesn't allow him to get subscribers, and he was not a verified account. But Bulldogs, we don't, but we know who subs most of the lives, and that's what kind of we went by. I have a check mark, and that means my channel is verified. You have a check mark, and that means the channel is. I've never seen the check mark, but I see it on your channel now. We have used unverified to run experiments, right? And we ran old content that doesn't have an action. So that's one of the experiments we did was we ran some content on our channel, and we got the hours. But it dropped off like 48 hours later. It was the hours were gone. So we know that's you can't. It just dropped off. There's no, we didn't get credit for it. They gave it to us originally, and then it drops off. So we know it has something to do with this timer and, YouTube's formula. Whether we don't know the timing, but by the experiment that we have done, let's see. The check mark is for any channels that had over 100K. Okay, so does that mean that no one is verified unless it has a check mark? I didn't think that was the case. I think let's see. Well, that is why we haven't seen it much, right? Because we deal with the smaller channels. And that's why it's been so successful, is because we're gearing this towards people who are like us, small. We're gearing this to people who are trying to get monetized, and people who have channels that are monetized but haven't had, action on their channel. That is right. Yeah. So that's how we've seen, and now these channels, these small channels are coming to us, and my hours are staying. Like I said, we don't know what that timing is. It could be, someone comes to your channel in 30 days, okay? And then 30 days they come back, or 29 days they come back, and they just, go to a video and watch a couple minutes of it and hit the like. That may reset the timer and keep that, and keep it, and keep your hours and your views and your subs, and it may have something to do with that. We think after the experiments that we have done, and we've done so many experiments and we've ran so many analytics. Okay, hold on, I can't see. We've treaded water with lives that have lots of subs from non-content creators, and they drop off, right? And we've seen that. I mean, we have done so many different things, and what it came down to is a timing thing. It was something, there's some sort of formula. Lots of subs. We're treading water with lives that have lots of subs from non-content creators, and they drop off with lots of subs. Yeah, that's why it's the smaller channels that are, they're like us. They're pushing to get monetized. They're pushing to stay monetized. They don't have the flow coming back to their channels. So, now these smaller channels we're backlogged with, watching these watching training watch hours, and it worked out so well for me. Like, it just worked out really well. But the thing is how do I keep that, right? How do I keep those? And we think there's a timer involved in this, in YouTube's formula. What that is, we're not sure. But I would say I thought it could be a 30-day. That's what I thought. Now, some argue it's this 365-day rolling, period of time. But so I don't see any of what you are I don't see any of what you were talking about. You don't see any of that on your channel because you are over 100,000. We're seeing this with I keep growing and get lots of views. Okay. How often do you go live? I think lives have a lot to do with it, because that interaction that happens when you go live sets it. Like it actually has something to do with that timer. So we also think that may, have something to do with that. But I think channels that are really big with like over, 50,000 or whatever it is, one time a week, you go live one time a week. Bartlett Family Farm. Cooking of Deliciousness. Ooh, I love that name. I love that name. When we traded hours with like-type creators, our hours went up significantly, and the drop-offs slowed. And that's kind of the point I'm trying to make, is that we did exceptionally well. Like and the interaction, and this is the other thing that I also learned, is when people are commenting and interacting, there's got to be something that like sticks to that. Hi, Jody, welcome. There has to be something in the comment that sticks to that video, because YouTube sees the video, It sees what you're presenting. So if you're going to comment on the video and it's a niche. Channels have to be trying to get monetized, or you are just over the threshold. Right. It's for new channels. It's basically like us. It's people like us that are trying to get monetized, and smaller channels that are trying to stay monetized. So, there's channels with a couple thousand people that are getting monetized, but they need to keep that. So, we did, another experiment where we found, like, if we identified something in that video and put it in the comment, it actually would stick to that, like timestamp, so on. If there was a watermelon in that video, I would say, beautiful watermelon, and I love watermelon, and something that the comment actually would stick to the video, and YouTube would pick that up as a great interaction, and maybe that helps it stay longer. Like I said, we don't know what that is, but we know it has something to do with timing. We think that the formula has something to do with timing. Let's see. Jody, I just want to let you know, I watched your Monday show, and it was really good. It was really, really good. I enjoyed it a lot. It was excellent. You did a great job. I love the stories like that. Larger channels have a rotation. Little channels that have 20 or 30 subs a week see the drop off. Yes. Okay. So that's another thing we found, that the larger channels, they have a rotation, and the little channels that have 20 or 30 subs a week see the drop off. And that's what it is. It's all about, like, the smaller channels. And I think that timing has to do with something with that. Maybe large channels are less likely to use bot farms. And that's another thing. I was watching a video of someone explaining this, and he had a couple 100,000 people on his channel, and he said, I'm not like you guys. I don't have to deal with, trying to get, monetized and trying to keep, because he had 300,000 people. So he was like, I don't have to deal with any of that stuff. YouTube may scrutinize. Can you elaborate on that? Bulldogs, YouTube may scrutinize. Scrutinize the larger channels, or I never have or ever would use a bot farm. Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying that you do, but there are bot farms out there, and some of the channels, I think, use them. There's no way that they can keep some of the larger channels that I see. I'm not saying that by any way that you guys didn't do that, but there's got to be some. I mean, some of the channels that I see that have hundreds of thousands of subscribers, I wonder how they even have any. But that's just, agree. Too risky for a large channel. Right, exactly. That's why it's geared toward the smaller. We went from gaining 20 hours a week. We did. And that's the experiment we did. So within I think it was 7 days total, I went from getting like 20 hours a week. I ended up getting 325 hours, and nothing has dropped off. And we also believe that it's due to the participation. That's a key thing. Like the timestamps of, the part of the video you watched is key. Identifying something in particular in the video. And YouTube can see who does, and they remove the subs from the channel. Right. Butler, it's probably the channels that don't have real faces, not like real channels like us. Okay, that's a good point, actually. That's a really good point. That's an excellent point. We were on a course of being monetized in 3 years, and that's true. It was true. I was barely getting any hours, and I got 300. I mean, I believe it was, I don't know the exact amount. I think it was over 350 hours in 7 days, and nothing has dropped off. We should be monetized by the end of the year. The way we're going and with the backlog of channels we have that want to participate in this certain way, it's working for us. It's working, and it's all about the smaller channels. So if you can engage, you know, you need new subscribers. Everybody wants new subscribers all the time. That's how you grow. But there is some sort of timer that is affected. And so returning to the channel, and they're your subs anyway, you're going to want to go back and view their, you know, their stuff, or go to their lives. I think the lives have a lot. We also think lives have a lot to do with, we were on a course of, well, I got over 1,000 hours in one day when I was at a meetup. Wow. And went live for 10 hours. Well, that's a long time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The lives are where it's at. Definitely. We all know that. We definitely know that. I do, you know, really well when I do the lives. But it's when we did this experiment these past like 7 days, you know, we had such a good like response from everyone that participated. It was really, really good. We geared towards like-minded channels instead of people who use YouTube as TV, right, with no content creation. That's right. We geared what we did with like-minded channels intended for people who use YouTube, who don't use YouTube as TV, with no content creation. Where the views were the views their creators. Were the views their creators. Butler, same, I do too. But my live was over 12 hours and I lost them. Okay, so relax with Mel. How long have you had your channel? I'm curious. I'm gonna actually give you I'm gonna give you guys, I have a serious lag, so give me a second to get over to the chat here. And let me get my mouse and I will give you guys, so let's get to you. And then save, and then Jody, where are you, Jody? Okay. All right, there we go. So if you go longer than 12 hours, the live will not count. Okay. Butler, were the 1,000 hours from creators? That's a good question. Nor will any of the hours. Took me 11 months to get fully monetized. Okay, it took you 11 months. Okay, so we're a 6-month channel, and like I said, I was doing maybe 10 hours a week, and I was pumping out content. I have like 400 videos. I don't know, maybe 800 shorts, and I mean, I just kept pumping up and pumping and pumping, you know, content, and then. I started a second channel because some of the content, I found that my subs, you know, weren't into AI, and they were into the dog, my Frenchies, and the desert. And so I separated the content, although I still kept some of it on Desert Living. But That is a rule on YouTube about lives. Okay, I didn't know that. See, this is great. This is great because I am learning. Guys, I'm new at this, and we did all kinds of certain experiments and analytics and to try to understand. The 1,000 hours was from all kinds of people that come in to see what was going on at the meetup, right? So they were new, right? Were they your subs, or were they new? Were they, people that were new to your channel? Because that is where I think it would count. My channel is years old, but I wasn't on it for years. I picked it up and renamed it and restarted it again. Okay, yeah, okay. And you must be monetized then if your channel is years old. But this experiment and this thing that we did over the last 7 days, I can't even believe the amount of hours that I got. Some were subs and some were new. Okay. So if your subs are coming back within a certain time frame, we don't know whether it's a week, 30 days, some are arguing it's the 365-day cycle that, everything resets at that time. Some were subs and some were new. But we know there's definitely, it has to do with that. And it also has to do with the interaction that you have with the comments. And when that started happening, what were you using to gain hours? So Jody, what we did is we started asking others because it just so happened I was in a chat and someone came to me and said, hey, do you want to swap playlists or swap watch hours? And it was the first time I was asked. I didn't even know why they were asking. And then after I figured it out. Oh, this is to gain hours. So I and others use EVMux as a streaming tool, and you can't go longer than 6 hours on that streaming tool. I'm going to be using that, Butler family. I am sold on that. I talked to Bout Loop and Devil Dog and Ed, and we had a long conversation about that. And I'm going to be going from OBS to EVMux. I love it. I think it's amazing. I can't wait to use it. I wanted to use it tonight, but I didn't, because of what's going on. I was like, I'm not going to mess up anything. It wasn't monetized previously. I lost a lot of subs when I rebranded it. Basically, I was starting over 1 year ago. When I got my 1,000 hours, I did not do and that about the comments, nor did I type in the chat at all. And they stuck those hours. There was no drop off on that. We have people that didn't return to the channel, sometimes between 30 to 45 days, and they dropped off. Right. How do you spell that? Okay, I got my 1,000 hours, and I didn't do that in the comments, nor did I type in the chat at all. And you still got the credit for the hours. Nothing dropped off on your analytics. No drop off at all. So there was no time frame that you noticed any hours dropping off. You kept, everything was kept. Maybe because you're such a large family. How many years ago was the 1,000 hours? Because YouTube changed in February. They changed their policy in February, right? So new content creators don't have to get 1,000 subscribers. It's 500 now, right? So they did change that. So maybe that has something to do with it too. So we're trying all these different types of experiments, and we're trying to figure out, we know it has something to do with the timing. We definitely know. We think we're pretty sure that there's some sort of weight system or scaling system, but it also has to do with the user itself, and it also has to do with interaction. These are channels out there that proved it. Those videos are out there. I find it strange that YouTube are removing subs. I'm still subscribed to channels I subbed to 10 years ago, even though I'm not watching them. 3 years ago, okay, Butler family, 3 years ago when you had to have 4,000 hours and 1,000 subs. Okay, yeah, that was right. That's a lot to kind of get to in 365 days in a year. I mean, you would have to be on YouTube 24/7. Right. You are a creator. Right, exactly. And that's another thing. They are the creators. So, if you're not getting, so I guess, are these people still on your channel? Like, hi Webs Web. Hi, how are you? Welcome in. We're getting into the nitty gritty here of watch hours and all the testing we did this past few days and all the experiments that we did and how well we actually made out with hours. I mean, it would have taken me months to get 350, 60 hours. It would have taken me months to get that. And I got that in 7 days. So and now we have a backlog of people, smaller channels like us, that want to get to monetization, that want to stay monetized. And some of the channels are, they have 2,000 subscribers. So, oh no, buffering back. Okay. Yeah, darn it. I see it here on YouTube. I see it. Yes, I am a creator. I work at YouTube. Hey, Rob. Oh no, buffering back. Hey, Jerry. You guys. It's really bad buffering. Let's see. Oh God, my luck, right? Hopefully it'll stop. He decided today, for anybody who's new in the chat, to install internet in everyone's apartment today. So they're messing around with the internet, and of course it had to be on the day where I'm doing it live. My luck. So anyway, we found that, like, the interaction, the identifying in a video of, something specific, you're buffering. I know. There's nothing I can do about it. I've already turned my CBRs are already, I already changed them. So, let's see. Hold on 1 second. YouTube is not receiving enough video to minimize smoothing, streaming, such as viewers will experience buffering. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, they decided to upgrade the internet in her area. Sorry, guys. Yeah. I've been listening in the back, trying to finish up some stuff. Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to reset my CBRs, but it's not going to. I don't think it's going to help any because they're messing around with my internet. So let me just try something here. Let me see if I can do this. All right, let me try that. Yeah, it's really buffering really, really bad. Let's see if that helps a little bit. And let me know if it's gotten any better. I just tried to fix something. So, yeah, my luck. EV Mux, Jody, you have to get EV Mux. It's really good. I actually got the free version of it, and I messed around with it this week. It's a really incredible broadcasting platform, and you can broadcast to like several. Yes, we're back. yes, we're a backlog from word of mouth because their hours are sticking where they previously were treading water like us, and that's exactly what we found. And they actually said, these people actually said that. Meaning I work to do YouTube, not work for the company. Okay, Ralph. Okay. Right. When you're monetized, that's who you work for, right? It's actually Google. Okay. I get what you're saying. But that's what we found. These channels were saying exactly what Bulldogs, mentioned. So, and now they're coming to us like crazy. Like they're just like, luckily I have a team of people that are, good friends and family that are, willing to participate in this, and meaning I do work like you do. Yeah. So it really, and now we have people on a wait list. You are better now. Hey, Belu, what's up? Welcome. Good to see you, Gary. My voice is going too. So during the whole entire thing, it took me so long. I'm on the phone, so I have the live volume turned down. Okay. Butler channel is blessed. We love, this is another thing. Through this whole entire thing, doing better, I think. Okay, LOL. Sorry. Autocomplete. Through this whole thing, I have found so many channels that I sub to. So not only did these people that we didn't know, smaller channels that we connected with, they got a sub out of me. I got a sub out of them. We actually like their content. And now we're interacting, on a daily or weekly. And I know I'm not going to be able to, I know that there's a timer, and I know that I will have to be back to that channel. And I know that I'm going to, and I want to, they're my subs. I like their channels. I'm going to watch them. And I know there's interaction that's involved. Thank you. I'll okay out. Jody, how are you? I'm missing everyone's lives lately. So we also found that, these channels were coming to us saying, oh my goodness, I want more. Because there were certain, what happened is we would say, okay, we'll do, say 10 hours. And obviously I have a team that would give 5 times that back. So these channels, hi Lakeside, Laura. I'm having internet issue. It's probably not you, it's me. They're working on the internet in my building today, and they're hooking up Frontier, which is the worst internet in the world. It's probably not you. It's probably me on my side. And I thought they would be done they're probably just finishing up, but I don't know how that's going to affect, and there's a fire right there. But let's see, doing well, just doing the work thing. Lakeside Laura, let's get you a moderator. So then we noticed that the interaction actually made a difference. So if I identified something in the video, and that's why, hi Bells and Stars, she was one of our people, and Lakeside Laura too also. It was great because we got to go to these channels, and we got to, there are other methods we use for the sticky. Again, it's for little channels right around monetization, exactly. And that's what this is all about. It's not about, can it work for the bigger channels? I maybe. You know, if people are coming back every 20 days or every 30 days, or maybe, we don't know what that timer is. We don't know, but we know, what we do know is that if you are, you know, coming back, you know, if you give me 10 hours, I'll give you 5 times that back. And we had, I mean, we have a backlog right now of people. And then we had return people that said, hey, you know what? I would like to do this again. I will give you this. And we would give them whatever, you know, 5 times that. So and then I haven't looked, but we'll look later. Oh, Jerry, you're talking to, you guys are chatting. My dad's name was wrong. Yes, can't wait until Saturday night to see what he has to say. What's going on Saturday night? You guys having a live? Is that the live show you guys do? Too. I thought the G4. I want to go to that live if you guys are doing the live on Saturday night. It was fun. I had a good time. I also want to get into another Tech Talk chat. I'm looking for a boom and microphone. Where did you get yours? Oh, okay. So this is actually, we got this on Amazon. It's not expensive at all. I love pink, so I got a fluffy cover for it, and I love fluffy things, so I got a fluffy pink. And then it actually can change. There's a button underneath, and it actually like changes color if I can find it. But it does really cool things. Yeah, there you go. So it changes color, and it does all kinds of neat, cute stuff. And it was it's not expensive at all. This is not where I put my money. I put my money in my computer, my system, because I needed a system that would be able to handle what I was going to be putting through it. So I got a gaming computer, and it has everything I need. It was like custom built, kind of, for YouTube, for me to put out content. So a lot of the money that I put into this was in the computer. Nina, maybe recap for those that arrived. Okay. So yeah, let me go. Like I said, let me get up there. Okay, yeah, because I have these on notes. So because there was so much information. So basically, we're talking about like watch hours and subs and likes and things like that falling off your channel. That's the topic of this this live that I'm doing, and we believe that there's a formula that's assigned, or a weight scale, a timer maybe, and it's specific to like every person. It's specific to each user type. And so the question was, does an unverified user who views and likes and subscribes have the same impact as a verified or monetized account? And after we did this whole experiment over these last few days, we don't think that that's the case. Using the analytics, that my team has analytics, and we have these different programs that we use. We believe that there's definitely timers. That's part of YouTube's formula, but and we also think that those timers have the participation has something to do with that formula also. So like when you're commenting, identifying something specific in the video and things like that. So if an example is an unverified account that hits the like button, a timer may be associated. So if an unverified account comes to your channel and they hit the like button, a timer is set. It clicks on, something clicks when that interaction happens. And then the person returns back to the site within that 29 days or 30 days or whatever that timer is. Does it reset? Does it actually reset, or what happens? It will be interesting. Butler Family Farm and Devil Dog and Belt Loop does their live every Saturday night starting at 7. Okay, yes, I will be at that. I have been looking everywhere. I guess I will tell the ball and chain. We got it on Amazon. That's where I bought it, and I forget the name of it, but it was very cheap. It wasn't cheap at all. If you get something cheap like this, I think it was like $40. When you're broadcasting, you're going to have to mess with your dB levels on your broadcasting program. So, because I found that when I first started using this, it was really bad. Like, it was really, really bad. It wasn't clear. It wasn't. So I went in and started messing around with, the dBs and finding the right clarity that I need. And then let's see here. I got someone actually hitting me up here. Okay. Okay, so I am being asked by my team, redo the intro. Yes. Okay, I will start this over. Okay, so the topic is content creators are noticing that their subs and their watch hours and their likes are falling off. Now, we are discussing this. And we believe that YouTube may have a formula that assigns a weight or a scale of significance in a form of a timer, which is specific to every user type. And the question is, does an unverified user who views, likes, and subscribes have the same impact as a verified or monetized account? And after what we did, we don't think so. We highly doubt it. And so using our analytics, my team and my friends and family, who is my team, believe that there are timers, but we don't know the precise formula. We're not certain what that is. But we know that it's likely associated with participation from what we experienced in these last 7 days that we have been doing this. And so an example is an unverified account hits the like button. A timer may be associated with that event, say a 30-day timer. If the user returns on the channel and within that 30 days, say 29 days, does it reset? Does that reset it? And what if a well-established, like Butler Family is a well-established, what if a well-established monetized account gives a thumbs up? Does it last 30 days? Does it last 365 days? Or what if they don't return to the channel again? This is what my team has been working on to figure out. We don't know yet. We're still doing, like I said, we have a backlog of people. No doubt he has a channel that is going viral. No doubt he has a channel that is going viral. She started, 2 months ago? 2 months ago. This is another channel that I just love this channel. It's an amazing channel. Sorry, I'm going off topic. Let me finish the, so, and then there's another potential issue, and it's rewatching content. We believe everyone gets a one-time view in a certain allotted amount of time. Again, there's that timer. And we're fairly certain that YouTube has a verification process. I think we all know that. So you may see your hours in your analytics only to drop off, just like subs. They're here today and they're gone tomorrow. And it could be because of the type of account, the rewatched content, or the timer. And YouTube is well aware of bot farms, so they're on top of that. They're well aware. And then, some would say or argue that the drop off is due to the rolling 365-day timer, because that's what that is. When people say 365, that's a timer. However, our channel is not 365 days old. And we have done experiments and have seen drop-offs. So that leaves channels like us, the smaller channels, in a situation where we need new viewers. Not just any viewer, but like-minded, participating viewers. Channels that are trying to get monetized and channels that are trying to stay monetized. It's pretty much for the smaller channels. The larger channels don't have to deal with anything like this. Let me just see what's going on. Just sub, no doubty. I'll get into her. Let me just finish this one last few sentences. Because I'm getting into the watch. This affects actually Laura and Bells and the people that we actually connected with. And so, as you may know, my team has been having these watch parties in exchange for participation. And because of that, we have a huge backlog. It's been very successful, highly successful. And I have gotten over 350 hours in 7 days. Like, I could have never I was getting 20 hours, 30 hours a week. But because of this system, this like-minded small channel, people trying to get to where they're trying to get, what does AI say about this topic? Verified with, okay, so I don't use AI for any type of information. I will not trust AI for any type of information. I just, I may go to AI and ask, because I do coding, I do VBA coding during the day. I may say, hey, I'm having issues with this code, help me out here. And that's what I'll use AI for. But other than that, I don't trust AI. I have several videos about AI and what I think about AI. I think it's dangerous. I don't ask it any type of informational, is it great for content creating? Absolutely. AI is a fun thing to use if you're trying, cartoons and music and all that stuff, it's great. But for any type of information, I do not trust an AI. In fact, if I ask AI something and they're wrong and I go back and correct it, it's not a good thing. They're not happy about it. So AI says nothing, which means to us, bingo. We have spent hours, days, weeks testing different accounts. And one of the reasons we have trying watch parties, right? I'm trying to hook up a 24-hour live. Okay, so Lakeside Laura, I don't think, now based on what Ralph said, I don't think you can go longer than a certain time. Just got your friends to support you for a 21 4-hour live, but you have to break it down to a few live streams. Okay, don't go over 11 hours. Okay, yeah, Ralph says don't go over 11 hours at one time. Okay, you guys are awesome. Those is fascinating. Don't go over 11 hours and 55 minutes, right? So getting back into the meat of this, we found that, although intentions were good with many new channels, they're unaware of the commitment to monetization and community. And we're talking about tiny channels with like 100 people. So, although when we agreed to do swapping of hours, the intentions were good, but many times the newer channels were unaware of what it meant, what the commitment was to monetization and to community, right? You guys have a huge community. Bartler Farm, Devil Dog, Belt Loop, and all you guys, Jerry, and I mean, you guys, I love that. I just love your community. I love it. I just love being a part of that, and it's awesome. So, and the reason why we need new users is because we're not looking for people just using YouTube for TV. We're looking for people who are going to come back and watch our stuff. Absolutely, Nina. Jesse Journals, welcome. So when these channels show like-minded participation, they're also looking for the same thing because they're just like us. They're trying to get to a certain point. So when they're showing the like-minded participation, they're just like us. And so we're introducing those channels to you guys so that it could work for you guys. And we do have something that Jesse Journals, Jody. We do have something that we are going to use. And actually, Ralph, you guys have been in the game for a long time. And Jerry, sorry. Ralph is Webb's Web. Okay, that's right. I was so mad that I got even Gary messed up. I was just like, oh, Gary is Bellu. I apologize. You have me and Jerry mixed up. Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. So, I did amazingly well. And hi, Real Thoughts. Welcome to the chat. We're talking about watch hours and subs falling off and hours falling off and likes falling off and things falling off your channel. And we're talking about maybe that YouTube might have a timing system for when you actually return to the channel and, your participation in the channel that may help that from dropping off. It may help your channel from, having that drop off that everybody see. I can't tell you how many videos I've seen on YouTube about this topic of drop off. Now, it could be YouTube is cleaning house, right? So back in the day, YouTube, when they first started, they were, giving. I mean, they were just building and they were just giving. So it could be that YouTube is cleaning up right now, right? They're getting their, it's saturated. YouTube is saturated. And that's why we've geared toward the smaller channels that are like-minded like us, that are trying to get monetized, and it's working. It's actually working. And then we also found that if you participate in a certain way, that YouTube sees that and it picks it up, like identifying something specific in the video. Like I said, there's a channel that I sub to, and during this whole thing, I found a bunch of great channels, and there's a channel I sub to, and she has lemons and apples, and she does this little cute things with lemon. So when I comment on that specific lemon and apple, and that makes that stick to that video. YouTube sees the lemon and apple, and then it sees the comment of you identifying something in the video, and it makes it stick. And that's what we think is helping, that could be helping that. So there's a bunch of stuff that we're still running through. There's a bunch of, analytics that we're still running. Like I said, we have a backlog of people that we're still doing this with. So this is going to be an ongoing thing for us. I'm trying to get monetized, so this has worked out extremely well for me. And I've also met so many great people and subbed to a lot of channels, and I've gotten subs, and just it's been a really, really good JK, of course. Love Eddie like a brother. Yeah, you guys have a tight group. I admire that. It's great. Bunch of smart dudes, you guys. You've been, in YouTube for a long time. But we were going to roll out a system that would allow these smaller channels to kind of connect, but Butler Family Farm and you guys already have something like that. And So I was like, wow, of course I should have known. Should have known. But yeah, we're gonna, it's a link that's gonna be on my description. It's on my page, and it's gonna be really cool. It's gonna let you know, where to find these people, what time they're gonna be on, and it's kind of like, a calendar, but it's for smaller. It's geared for people who are trying to get to a certain point. I think, could it work for a larger channel? Obviously, because you guys are using it. Let's see. Unless you are actually with the other content creator, seeing that they are playing the whole video, the whole playlist, we actually can't say that we should get the actual hours. And that was the other thing that we did. We made sure that we played. Have you created a master playlist yet? No, I haven't. I've been too freaking busy doing this whole experiment thing. Relax. We can tell because we can duplicate the loss. Connecting to everyone. Let's see. I believe YouTube does filter out the non-engaged watch play. Yeah, that has something to do with it. I definitely think that, the interaction definitely is part of their formula. I think the timer, obviously, because they actually say 365 days is their timer. But I think through this, what we had done, we think it's different. I have run 2 of your playlists so far. Thank you, Devil Dog. Thank you so much. I did so well these last few, 7 days. They have their own ecosystem. Right, they have their own ecosystem. So that's why I'm saying it's really geared for the smaller channels who are trying to get to a certain point. When you get a master, let me know. Okay, I will. I was supposed to do it this week, but I was so busy. We were just so busy doing analytics and running and watching, and and then I work 50 hours a week. So we really wanted to target in on this experiment that we were doing, and we were really focused. A bunch of us were just, so focused on, doing this and trying to get the data, and they are just trying to weed out bot views, etc. And that's what I just said. YouTube is probably cleaning house right now, because all I see on YouTube are channels that are, saying my subs are dropping off, and my this is dropping off, and then I think, let's see, they are just trying to weed out. It is easier to just run a master instead of trying to remember. Right. And you guys told me that last weekend when I did the live with you guys last weekend, and I had meant to do that, because it is much easier. It's definitely much easier when you have that one, playlist to go to instead of jumping. But we were just so focused on the analytics and running these experiments. And, we did honestly watch these videos, and we did. You could tell by the comments. I mean, we're hammering, and I can't believe how well I did. Double Roses Twins, hello, how are you? Thank you for joining. You look like a podcaster. That's my goal. That is my goal. And Real Thoughts is the one that I want to have that podcast with, actually. So we kind of I think I would love to do that. I would absolutely love to do that. I love to engage in debating and talking. And Aura is different. This is for the new channels. Oh, ours is different. This is for the new channels to find like-minded people. 1, trying to get monetized, and 2, trying to keep monetization. It doesn't work with larger channels, right? Just set it and I will run it overnight while I am asleep. Sometimes it takes 3 days. Yeah, see, and that's the thing. This is where we kind of have, I don't know how to put it, a leg up in the game, I guess. because I have a team of people. When I actually do a swap of a playlist with someone, I get what they give me, which is whatever we decide, and they get 5 times what, because I have a team that works with me, and so they're getting, and that's how we built this backlog up of people, and the people that we've done this with are actually coming back and asking, can we, they're putting out new content, and can we do this? Can we do this? So, can we exchange again? And they're coming back. They're coming back. So, it has been a really good. You need to get your subs up closer to 500, right? Well, when I started this, I had like 250. When I started this 7 days ago, I have 341. I got 360 something hours and 7. I was running playlists till, I wake up at 3 a.m. to go to work. I went to bed I got 3 hours of sleep, within this last. We experiment with likes and comments and chatting via comment, right? So it was really rough. I'm not going to say this is not easy, guys. It's not an easy thing. It's not easy at all. It was, really difficult. But if you don't watch the video and identify something in that video that's going to stick, that's going to, YouTube sees that. It sees it. That's, I believe, part of their formula of interaction with content creators and their subs. It's crazy people buy subs or views. And that's another thing. They can buy, I think that's so unfair. And I don't know how YouTube doesn't know that. I don't know that. I don't know how. I just don't know how they don't know that. They're letting channels. They're having. It's okay for things to drop off channels that are active, but they're letting people buy bots, and I just don't get it. I don't know. We don't know. We're still running all these experiments and tests, and we're really into the analytics of it, and we have programs that we're using, and it's very interesting to find out how it really worked well. And I know Lakeside, we did a deal, Bells and Stars, we did. Actually, a lot of people, I think, we even went into people we weren't even planning on, like Devil Dog and, other people. And I did so good with the hours. I just can't even believe that we will be monetized by the end of the year. So, with the amount of people that are on our on our list for this, but it's a lot of work, and I'm really grateful to my team. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys. You guys mean the world to me. I'm really happy, and I'm just grateful for anybody that comes to the channel. This is just outside of that. I'm just really grateful to have people come and watch my content, because I really work hard on it. I'm new at it. I'm just, I'm slowly getting better and better each time. I put something out, but I am, still, I'm camera shy too, so that doesn't help. But I like doing this. I really do. Doing well, just doing the work thing. I don't believe that. YouTube does catch on to people who do that. I knew one person that got his channel removed. Okay, so they have to. There's got to be something that is in that formula. Desert, they don't have to know. They set timers. Okay. Desert, they don't have to know they set timers. Hey, I got a sub from Streamlabs. Nice. Trucker J. Trucker J. That's awesome. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much. You don't have to leave a comment for it to count. Okay. Yes, a lot of work. Yes, Double Roses. You guys are killing it. You guys are a fun channel, actually. As long as you watch more than 3 minutes, and that was the other thing. As long as you watch more than 3 minutes a video, then the sub will count. Hi, wheelchair girl. Hi, welcome. Welcome. It's nice to see you. Welcome to the chat. This is everybody. But that's a different conversation. You are doing well, Nina. Thank you. Thank you so much. If you watch the first 5 of my videos, I think I've improved a little bit. But I really I would love to have a podcast. I think that is where I would be more comfortable, I think. There is no why to be sure it doesn't get removed. Hey everyone, Timmy, welcome, Timmy. Welcome to the live. We're talking about drop off, and we're talking about hours and views and subs and all that stuff dropping off the channel after a certain amount of time. And my team and I did a bunch of experiments over the last, week or so. And, we discovered these certain things that happen that we think are part of the formula. I think it has something to do with the formula. We don't know for sure what the timing is on that, but, let's see. I had to sub to Devil Dog 7 times in 1 week. And I am a member of his channel. How? Why was that? And you know what? That's weird, because Real Thoughts, I know I subbed to you. I know I did. But when I went to go look at your video today, it said subscribe. And I was like, wait a second. I know I subbed. Okay, hold on. And so I resubscribed, by the way, and I think I told you. Okay, so Bulldogs, right, it counts, but for how long? Right, so we're talking about the drop-off. How long does it stay? How long does that get taken away? How long is that? I'm doing well. I'm just working on my race car. Ooh. No, Tony! Just talking about you. Oh my God. Hi. Welcome. We're talking about how amazing you are and your channel, how you got monetized within, I don't know, man, was it a couple weeks? Just, it's crazy, but you have a really good, you did it right. I love watching your stuff, and we kind of have the same, you have this property, and it's just interesting to see what's going to happen next, and then the desert, and it's interesting to watch. I need you, Nina, to go live with me. I'm too scared. What? You oh my God, no, Dowdy, I can't stop watching you. I'll go live with you. I will. I'll definitely go live with you. You can come on. I'm gonna be getting this new it's called Emux, and it's a new broadcasting platform that I'm gonna be getting, because with OBS this platform doesn't allow me to have a guest on. I don't know why. Maybe it's a plugin or something that I missed, or I'm not sure, but I would love to. We will definitely connect. I will definitely go live with you. We'll definitely chat it out. Maybe YouTube doesn't want me to talk about the things I've been talking about. LOL. I love your conversations, and that's why I'm like, I got a podcast with this guy. I think we would have something really, really cool. For me, it was all part. I got monetized, and once I did, I quit watching subs. It counts for 1 year. So that's the timer. That's what you think. And so what happens after the 1 year? 1 year from the day you watch it will drop off. See, I think we've seen something different, no doubty, and that's why obviously there's a timer, because they say 365 days, but yeah, I don't know. It counts for 1 year. 1 year from the day you watch it, it will drop off. So 1 year from the day you watch one of your subs videos, when it hits 365 days, it drops off. WHS is. It could. Like I said, that's what they say, right? That's what they say. They actually tell you it's, within 365 days you need to do this. So, but what about the interaction that you have? And you're saying that you have that you don't really comment or interact with that. I think when we ran, this testing, that we found that it boosted some of, the channels, and YouTube saw that interaction, and they actually saw the specific interaction. That is the watch hours. Bulldogs, Belt Loop, we're not a 365-day channel, and that's another thing. And we can make hours fall off our channels. Yes, it's done it many times, and that's when I said we did an experiment on our channel. We ran our content, and I was saying this earlier to everybody who's new. We ran 6 hours of our content. We got credit for it. We got the 6 hours. 2 days to 48 hours, whatever it was, 3 days later, it was gone. They took it away. And that also helped. That also was with the subs. Like, I was higher than I was with subs, and they dropped off. So there's something happening. It's a running thing. No, the watch hours. Everybody's like, that is the watch hours. Hi, Ace. Welcome. Watch a video. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's what it is, right? So that's what we think. We think that returning maybe on a monthly basis, and they're your subs anyway. You're going to want to go watch their stuff. You're going to want to, I like to anyway. Let's see. If it's coming from the name account, it might not count. See, that was the other thing. We based it off of the user, right? Is it a verified account? Is it, what type of account is it? Do they have strikes on their account? Do they have, let's see. If the 365 was true for everyone, channels wouldn't have an issue. And it's a huge issue. And that's why we're having this conversation, because all I see on YouTube is people complaining about everything dropping off. Everything. Hours, subs, views, I mean, everything. And their content isn't even getting looked at. And these are big channels. These are huge channels. And some of them are getting booted. They're just getting completely booted off the platform. It requires a more in-depth conversation. And if you're trying to transpose shorts to watch hours, they don't count. So the number from the analytics page doesn't go to the earn tab. See, I don't have the earn tab. That's where No Doubty comes in, because she has the earn. Well, you watched your own videos for 6 hours, got credit, then lost it days later. Yes. Yeah. So we've been doing all these little experiments to try to figure. We went from losing 30% of subs and views to about 5%, and that's true. That's the other thing. What we did worked out amazing for me and the channel. And now it won't stop. We have this like massive amount of people and channels that are like-minded, like us, small, tiny, 100 subscribers, 200, 300, 400. Some of them have a couple thousand, but because they want to keep their monetization. So let's see. I hear you, Belt Loop. On the phone, and I can ask. I'm on the phone, and I can't ask the right questions. We went from You have the earn tab, all channels. Yes, but I don't have the analytics for the earn tab because I don't earn. I don't get monetized. So when you guys was showing me, when I was on your live last Saturday, and you guys was showing me the analytics from your earn, I don't have that. I don't have that page. Because I don't get monetized. So I wanted to say, look, can I look at that a little bit longer? But I have the earn tab, but I don't earn anything. So I don't have those. YouTube tells me they won't count views if one person watches the video multiple times in a row from the same IP, and that's probably true. You can't, and that's another thing we discussed is rewatching. That it definitely doesn't count. Bulldogs or you should join me and Jerry on a crunching the numbers. I would love to. I would definitely take you up on that. You can't watch your own videos and think it's going to count for you unless you are watching under a different name and email address. I'm not talking about what you earn. Okay. You're just talking about the analytics page itself. Let's see. Everybody gets watch time if they watch their own video, but it doesn't count on earned watch hours. Okay, yeah. That's what I was getting at No Doubty. Oh. Bulldog sounds good. Yeah, I would love to collaborate with you guys. You guys know what's up, and I know that from just talking with you guys. And even if the random person watching the video on repeat, it won't count. Right, of course. Yeah, the YouTube knows that. They see that. It's just, this is, I'm just kind of saying what we actually found and what we discovered doing, what we did and how it worked for me, and how we get, and like I said earlier, we get one view per our own video. Rewatching content will drop off, and I said that earlier. I know you guys are in here later, but I did say that's one view per video. That's all you get, and then it'll drop off. We will be doing an episode on that following Eddie's Tech Talk. I want to get into that Eddie's Tech Talk. I don't know if that's a set time. Is that a set time that you guys do that every week? Is it like an every Tuesday thing? Because the last time I was in that was the Da Vinci one, which was really cool. I just watched the Emux one a couple of days ago. Because after talking to you, Belt Loop, I did get the free version, but it does nothing. You don't get anything. You get nothing. Yeah, it's at the basic bare minimum, and I want the full thing. So I did go and watch the Emux on Tech Talks. I think it's Web's Web that it was on. I don't watch my own stuff normally. My stuff. I love your stuff. I love your stuff. I'm glad the two watches. Relax. I'll try it. Okay, there's another. Write that down. Write that down, team. Write that down. There's another experiment that we can definitely I agree, Gary. Okay. LOL. You suck too. Yeah, I definitely I like those videos. Thanks, Gary. So I want to get into the next tech talk. Eddie does tech talk once a month. Okay, that's why. Okay. And it's Eddie and Ralph, right? That do that belt loop. Haha. It's always on the first Saturday of the month. Okay, first Saturday of the month. Yes. If I'm running playlists for others, I will only play it twice, but weeks apart. Okay. So that's the thing that we offer. And that's why I think we have such a backlog, is because when we actually say, okay, I'm going to trade, whatever it is we decide to trade, we're giving you 5 times the hours that you're giving me. But we had so many people, and because I have a team that I work with, which is my family and friends, we were able to give back 5 times the hours. And that's why we did so well. And that's why my hours went up insane. But it was no small task. I'm telling you, Jerry and I decided that we will be doing a show the same week Eddie does Tech Talk. Every first of the month on Saturday night. Okay, at 7. Okay. Weave the calendar. Yeah, weave the calendar. Okay, yeah. So, let me see if I can. There we go. So this is how we keep track of everything, and you guys had already thought this up, and I think it's great. But for the smaller channels that we want to help get monetized and stay monetized, and they have a place, and this is a link that's going to be in my description or on my page, and you can just click on the link. And I missed you, Butler. I don't know why I did that. So you could just click on the link, and it's going to tell you who's live and when they're live. And this is, I have Belt Loop in here, and I have, obviously my shows. And but it's great. It's a great. It's really a great tool to have, when you're trying to get, monetized, and when you're trying to get into these chats, and you're invited. I can think of nothing I enjoy more than listening to you talking numbers, Eddie and Devil Dog. I won't be attending that. So when you sent me this, I was like, oh my goodness, I should have known that you guys, you guys would have had this. But this is a great way to keep everyone connected, and it kind of shows you, these shows are overlapping. I know it's kind of a small, let's see if I can enlarge it a little bit here. I don't know, because you're probably not going to be able to see much of it, and I'm in the way. So, it's definitely something that, will help the smaller channels stay connected. And we do watch parties because it is a YouTube experiment. It is how we can tell certain analytics, and that's exactly what we're doing. And then, we came up with this. We thought it was, a really good idea, and you guys had already done it. And I love this. This is great. It tells me where the lives are, what times they're on, what is overlapping. We can see this here. There's shows overlapping here. Devil Dog doesn't like numbers. He has trouble adding together. But regardless, that is, something we want to incorporate. So It's a pretty cool thing, and we're going to start, adding. Where is that? So this link, Laura, is going to be on my page. It's going to be in every description. If you have a Premiere, let me go back to. It's actually on my page now. It might be. It's in the description of this video, but it is on my page. And say if someone has a Premiere that they want, and they want to be. The calendar has a specific niche, again, an experiment, right? Because it's for small channels who are trying to build to monetization. I've done many experiments with YouTube. In fact, that's how I met Jerry. Yeah. Well, that's how I met you guys. I mean, we just, got into talking analytics and YouTube, and I'm very interested in that stuff. And I'm grateful for the job that I have because it helps me, I do some coding, and I do a lot of formulating, and I'm pretty good with that stuff. So Real Thoughts, interesting. We have tabs on those. We have exchanged hours. We have specifics of analytics that we recorded through this whole entire thing. Oh, I found it. Yeah. So for instance, if someone has a premiere that's coming out and they want to get on the calendar. Now, this goes out to, does it show the time zones? Okay, so you can click Eastern time. You can click Pacific time. And so when I'm scheduling, I can do both. So I have color codes for Pacific. So this is when the show is on the, East Coast, or the Pacific time, and then the Eastern time. Sorry, I had it backwards. So that's, that's a way to kind of keep tabs on when you can get into the show, when you can get into the live, and this gets posted on the page, and everybody can, view it and see, when the shows are, when they're going to be. There's other features to this that I'm going to add. Hi, Cooking with the Munchie Mafia. I love it. So yes, I will be, adding this. And then, if you wanted to premiere something and you wanted it on the calendar, you just, email, and we stick it on, the calendar. And then you have the link that you can put in your description or even put on your page, and everybody knows and everybody can see it. And then you can filter by the people. Like, you can filter, there's filters here where, if you're looking for a specific, because eventually this will get filled up. And so there are different filters and different functions that this can do. And it's super, super cool. It's really cool. I really, really, really got to drive. Okay. It's a really cool thing. I love it. It's going to help me so that I can stay engaged. But it's really for the smaller channels that are trying to build and trying to get to monetization. It's for them to get involved, maybe join a community, maybe become a member of your community, maybe become a member of your channel. It's a way to make some, money because they have a visualization of, where it is. And I just think it's a really good tool. Hey, you don't have the real time that is CST. I think we don't have that filter. I think we have it, but it's not set. We didn't set it to it, but it is there. It's somewhere here. Let's see. Again, I haven't. Let's see. The calendar requires no software or apps or updates, right? There is one, though. I haven't played around with it enough to, my team knows this calendar like the back of the hand, but because I work so much, they've done a lot of this work. I'm so grateful for you guys. So I've been, slowly, because I work so much, I just been slowly getting into it. The calendar requires no software. So this is another thing that you can add to your phone too. You can add the app, the Team Up app to your phone. And Nina, you need to check this out. HTTP. Okay. You know what? Hold on. Let me just get a quick, give me 1 second here. Let me see if this pops up for me. Let's see. I want to get a snapshot. I want the snapshot of this. I think if I click on this, it's going to redirect me. Can you email me that? I know you have my email. If you can email me that. Because I have so much going on, I have so many things running. Some of my functions are not my snip tool. I wanted to take a snip of that. But if you could email me that would be great. Butler, we do have it. It's amazing. Okay. Yes, right. We do have it. Yeah. I just, like I said, I work so much that I get to this, but my team knows, I mean, they could do this with their eyes closed. I have a really good base team. They're awesome. They're really, really smart. And I'm fortunate enough that they're all retired and they're all, they all have, really good skills. So we didn't do Central Time. Right. We didn't do Central Time. But it does have it. I know it does. But anyway, it's a good way that if you actually want to premiere a video, or you can use a snippet. I'm trying to open, that's what I was going to do. I actually trying to open my snippet, but because I have so many different things open, it's hidden behind my broadcasting screen. So I actually have 4 screens right now, guys. I have 4 different screens I'm using, but I'm trying to use the snippet and it's not coming in front of it's in the back of all my programs, so I can't get to it. But if that could be emailed to me, I would really appreciate that. That would be great. Let's see, Bulldogs. You can probably grab that. The team app is not required for viewers. Right. This week will be a short week for me, so I'm only putting in 80 hours. Oh my God, I thought 50 for me was like crazy. But anyway, that's kind of what we, thought might help with channels, smaller channels, like-minded like us, that are really trying to get involved. I'm super ambitious. I just have a drive that, I want to get monetized. I actually want to do this, for a living. And I would love to have a podcast at some time. I think that would be just something that I'm, focusing on trying to do. But I can't, it's really hard. It's super hard too. I was getting nowhere. Like I was getting 20 hours a week, and in 7 days I got 360 something hours, and it blew me away. And the people we reciprocated to got 5 times what I got. So it worked out well. The experiment worked out well. We found out a lot of different things, and we discovered a lot of different things. Everyone else is just behind us or in front of us. Never heard of it. So that's basically, and we do have the statistics and the analytics, and we recorded everything, every day I run my analytics, Central Time Zone in the American Standard at Bulldogs. LOL. And I keep an eye on that. That's one thing. Like I said, I get up super, super early. Sometimes guys, these last like 7 days, I'm exhausted. It's been fun though. It has been fun, but, it's been a lot of work. The interaction, the specific interaction, the watching, the real true watching, the whole just watching, like not the sound, everything. really, truly watching everything. The dedication of these guys are just, I just love them. And I appreciate the everything they did, because my channel spiked. Like, it just spiked. I gained 100 subscribers. I gained hundreds of hours. And that was just a little amount of time that it took. So I should also mention that some people mess up other people by paying to have bots on their channel. Yeah, and that's what I think someone was saying. Melissa, Relax with Melissa. I think she was saying that, or someone was saying that. Maybe it was Laura. Then those get taken off. Yes. And and Bulldogs, let's see. I'll tell you what, Butler, if you would like to be on the calendar, we'd be honored. I'd make a central time for you. Yeah, I actually have Relax with Mel. You are doing great. Keep it up. Thank you. I actually have Belt Loop here. So Belt Loop is here. Just as, I had him as, I love his lives. You guys are fun. You're just fun. You're just fun. I have, some of my members, some of my subs have premieres. So Poetic Tears, she does some premieres. And then I have another sub, Raw Footage. She does premieres. So I have her here. It's not a show. It's a premiere. And, these are my shows. This is Thursday night. And then I do a Saturday and Sunday. I have, Whistle Stop. I have Whistle Stop here on Sunday. And these are just examples of, just examples. It's, the timing might not be, it may not be 2, it may be 3, but it's just, I know he's Sunday. And so I just asked my team, and then Whistle Stop, I guess, we have Whistle Stop here too. But anyway, this is just like, let me go back. Yeah, so like I have the Belt Loop is here, Whistle Stop is here. We have Whistle Stop here. These are my shows on Thursday, and the Saturdays and Sundays, these are my shows. And then I guess we have Whistle Stop here too. So I just asked them to, key in, just as this is just an example of what we are trying to roll out. It's nothing set in stone. And it's really nice because it's something that people, smaller channels, are trying to get connected, and they're trying to get subs, and they're trying to get hours. And I know, if they have an easy way to do it and stay connected, we thought that this, would be a great idea. And I know you guys already, have something like this. So, but I think it was a, really good key thing to have. Let's see. Tuber Chat is a community building channel. Belt Loop and Butler from and Jess. Yes, and I'm actually part of the Belt Loop and that whole community, that homestead, Whistle Stop, and all of those guys. I love those guys. They're great. If you like, you can put it on the calendar, but if you're going to put one on, put the YouTube police. Okay. The source and their viewers just joined. Say hello. Hi, everyone. Hi. Oh, my goodness. How's everybody doing? Wow. We're chatting about drop-off hours. And Nina, you will learn a lot from Tuber Chat. I am a member of Tuber Chat. I don't particularly DTR. Oh my goodness, I'm honored. I am a member of his channel. Hey Kyle, welcome. And I think, what he's doing is cool. It's cool, but I really like the communities of like I'm a super big fan of the source. I can't go, Nina, go. Actually, I will take you, since you guys are all just joining in, I have what we are going to roll out on our channel, and I hope you guys can see this. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger because I'm not on here. So I got the source here on the. He does a show on Saturdays, and here he is here. And then we have the Eastern and, Eastern time and Pacific time. And then the source does, a few other things. I have Red's Room, Poetic Tears sometimes. She puts out premieres, so I have her plugged in. Raw Footage sometimes does premieres. These are my shows here, Bell Loop. And yeah, so I think, and this is just a link. It's not, you don't have to be on it. This is just an example that we want to use and, try to keep people connected. Poetic! Oh my goodness! Hi, everyone. Hey, Chris. Hi. I hope you're well. I hope your puppy is okay. I heard, and I'm like, oh my God, I hope he's okay. And I hope you're doing well. But yeah, so this is something that, it's just a link that's going to be on my page, and you guys can have the link on your page. And hey, Simple Family, welcome to the chat. So the whole conversation was about drop-off hours, and I can briefly go over. I think I sound like a broken record now because I've said it so many times. Sally D's reality check. Hi. But we were talking about YouTube and what their formula is for, like, we think that YouTube may have a formula that assigns a weight or a scale significance in the form of a timer, which is specific to every user, right? So we did a bunch of experiments last week with watch time and watch hours, and we discovered a few things in our analytics, and we discovered a few things that worked really well, and I did amazing. So I appreciate everybody that participated and did this with me, because I ended up getting 360 hours, I think, in 7 days, and I gained 100 subs. Hey, Deb. And now we have a backlog of people that want to do this with us, and I'm really, really excited about it, and it's just worked out so well. Desert, maybe you can get Source up to speed with intro. Okay, and Bulldogs is part of my team. I have a great team that's helping me roll this whole thing out. So again, Source, where I saw that our team was watching. I saw you get that 1,000, and we have an idea. But anyway, I was so happy. I was like, oh my God, he got 1,000 views. That's so awesome. Yeah, so, what we're talking about is YouTube hours and likes and subs dropping from your channel. Like, what is that time frame that it happens? So we believe that YouTube, and I'm reading my notes because there was so much information and so much analytics that we did over these last 7 days with what we did with these people that we traded, traded time or watch hours or whatever it is. And so we believe that YouTube has a formula that assigns a weight or a scale of significance in a form of a timer, which is specific to a user type. Desert, we can't see you. Okay. I have my camera on. You should be able to. How about now? You should be able to. I don't know. Can you see me now? I love the sense of community awesomeness. Yeah. I'm not sure why. It's everything is working, so I'm not sure. Maybe I will try it this way. Can you see me now? We see you. Okay. Did you see me on the other screen? Yeah. So we ran a bunch of experiments last week with this whole swapping of hours and, all this time that my team put in. And, when I swapped with channels, I had a team that could give back 5 times the amount that I got. And by doing that, it benefited me. Like I said, I was getting 20 hours a week and pumping out videos and just killing myself. We see you, Nina. Okay. I want to switch to the other screen in a minute, but I just wanted to let you know that this is a calendar that's going to be a link on my site. And you guys, if you want to be on the calendar, now I use this as an example because I have the source. The source has his, show. This is the source on Saturday. The 5 questions, and then he has the support wheel on Sunday, and then Poetic, if she puts out, a premiere, this is maybe her time she wants, and maybe Raw Footage wants to put out a premiere, and she can stick it on this, these are my shows here, and then it also allows you to see, I know I'm in the way, right? Let me, it also allows you to see the overlap of shows. Like if something is overlapping, you can actually see that. We see you fine. Okay. So anyway, this is, the calendar. It's a link on my site, and you can filter. There's a bunch of things you can filter. We left it kind of empty right now to give people the opportunity if they want to participate in this. And it's, like I said, and it has a bunch of filters up here where you can filter out the person. You can filter out by color. You can filter out by Eastern time. Anything. There's a bunch of different functions that this does, it really just allows people to stay connected, right? It allows it allows people to stay connected, know when the shows are on. And I know you guys, we have to, when we go on YouTube, we hit the notification and it notifies us of the video. But this is actually something that you can put on your page. It's a link, and there's no program to it. There's no, Nina, you are on it. I'm so into this. It's crazy. It's just crazy. And it's the source's fault. But I just thought, what a great idea to let people stay connected. And I know Chris, I want to put her, I would love to put her show. She's got that late night, and she's just getting that started. And I think that would be just great for everyone just to stay connected. And it's really geared from what we did from experimenting last week, that it's really geared for the smaller channels that are growing. And I know a bunch of us are starting second channels, right? So it would be really beneficial to actually have this on your channel and be able to, just have it there. And when people come to your channel, you don't have to rely on YouTube anymore to, notify me and whatever. It's on your channel. So and this is an app you can put on your phone. So I just downloaded it a couple days ago on my phone. It is the coolest thing ever. And I want to be on the calendar. Okay. Yeah. So my email is on my page. And if anybody actually, we're just getting this started. We haven't, really done. Haha, yeah, I created a calendar a while back with everyone's regular live. Did it work? How did it go? I think that's a great idea. I'm constantly looking, even though, even though I'm trained, because I know when you're on the source, and I know when Red's room is on, and I know when Chris is on, and but it's great for new people, like smaller channels that are looking to be part of a community. And we want new people. We want more, right? We all want more. So we want the 1,000 views on our lives. And we want that. Everybody wants that. So I was just like, this might be, Nina, we want to help you go full time on YouTube. I would love that. Yes, that's what I said. Keep track. Yes, Chris. I just, YouTube police, he switched. Bella. It can be hard to find email channels. YouTube doesn't promote them. Right. That's the other thing too. So if you're a sub, if you're a sub to a channel and you see this link, you click on the link and there's all the shows. And, eventually, you'll be able to just, add your show. At some point, we're going to give, administration, whatever. But I know that if, Poetic has a premiere coming out and she wants to be, on the calendar, then I just get an email and there she is. There's her premiere, and this is just an example. And say Raw Footage has a premiere, or someone has something special coming out, and you can just get added to the calendar. And I know Chris is starting her late night, and when you're starting new channels like that, like I said, this is geared for the smaller channels. They don't need this kind of stuff. Large channels don't need this kind of stuff. They're covered. They have they have what they need. So but I thought it was a really good thing, and the source, I just put it there for a few months. It's written cut on my support spin wheel description. Oh, okay. It's a written cutout on my support wheel description. I see. I will share it again. Yeah. I think Desert, can you explain the two types of channels? So yes, I can. So it's geared for two types of channels, and I think I said this a couple of times. It's geared for channels who are close to monetization. They're close. They want to get there, and they want to stay connected. They're similar to us. They're just like us. We're driven. We're trying to get to this certain monetization. That's the first type. The second type is for people who are monetized and want to keep their monetization. They want it to stop falling off. They want this. You want new. I want to say blood, but you want new people. This is for those two types. It's for people who are close to monetization, small channels. It's geared to small channels, and then people who are at monetization and don't want the drop off, and it allows people to keep coming back. Right? Because we think that there's a formula that YouTube has that has to do with a timer, and we think that if people are regularly coming back, or once a month or once a week, whatever it is, we don't know that yet because we're still experimenting. We're still running the analytics. We're still doing this whole thing. We have a backlog of channels that we are running. I haven't, and it's true watch. We are truly watching, and the other part of this is the specific commenting. That find something in that video that we're calling this a sticky method. That's what we call it. My team and I, and these guys are my friends and family, and they have the time. We're calling it a sticky method because we're finding something specific in that video when we're commenting. And I don't know if a lot of you guys know the timestamp is one of them, right? That's going to stick. You're going to comment. You're going to say, at this time, I saw this. That's one. With Lemon Time. And I think, the Poetic Tears. I loved the woman in the blue dress walking through the red flowers, and, things like that are going to stick to that video, and it may not drop off as fast, as it may give it more time. That's the experiment we're running. We're trying to understand the timing. because we know there's definitely a timer, and we're trying to figure out, we did an experiment of the watch and watch times, and, we have stuff falling off. And this last 7 days of doing, these watch list trades, I got 360 hours, but I gave 5 times. I have a team of people, so I was able to give 5 times that back to someone else. So they were willing to do that, and it worked out really well for me. It was just a great strategy, and I gained like 100 subscribers, 360 hours in 7 days. I'm close, I will be close to monetization now because of this. And women in blue dresses are almost always, I agree. I just, that video was captive. I just love that video. I watched that video with the woman. I think you use her in a few videos when you do your video. I've seen her in the blue dress walking through the red flowers. It's beautiful. So we think that YouTube, obviously, they see the video. If they see the comment, need to head out, everyone. Have a good one. Thank you, WebSweb. Thank you so much. Stay safe. I'm unlisting all my shorts to see what happens. I think the source did that too. It was interesting too, because when I was doing the Reds Room watch, I actually was, I had one of his playlists. I was dedicated to one of his playlists. My team was like, okay, this is yours tonight. You do that. He did a test or an experiment on the blue jackets. So what he did in his video is he wanted to see if he took away blue jackets, what would happen? What would happen to the chat? I thought this was really interesting and really smart. And so he did. He took away blue jackets, and he wanted, because he has a huge, I think he has like 6,000 people on his channel. He has a big channel. I think if you just retitle them, it may help. Yeah, and that's another strategy and that was another strategy I learned online on some of the channels I watched. But he did an experiment of people in his chat, and he wanted to know if people would fall off his chat if he took the blue jackets away, and they did. They were like, so that means something, right? It means something. So, I thought that was really interesting. I was like, wow, that's a cool, that was a cool experiment. I thought was really interesting. Titles make a difference. Yeah. But it also, if a new person comes in the chat, what happens if they don't have a jacket? How do they feel? And that's what and Bulldogs, I think you might have a understanding a little bit of this. Like, what if, you're new to the chat? Of course, you don't want to give out that blue jacket right away, right? Because you don't know the person. You have to, make sure, I just don't know what. Yeah, you got to, you want to make sure that it's real, and, you got to build the trust with that person. There's got to be some sort of, communication and some sort of relationship and some sort of, you got to know the person. I'm not going to give, a blue jacket. Bye, guys. Thank you for joining. Thank you. I will catch the live on Saturday night with you guys, because I want to run some more analytics with you guys. Anyway, that's why I'm doing a lot of changes on my channel. And that's why I wanted to do Doobie, the dinosaur, because I know that's a new channel for you. And we covered you, I think, really well. It was, even if you have 5,000 hours, you can get monetized if you don't have the subs. Oh, I didn't know that. So you don't have to have the 500 subs or the 1,000 subs. You just have to have the 5,000 hours. Nina, if you have 5,000 hours, you can get monetized if you don't have the subs. If they started their channel today, nope. Big red flag. Right, exactly. We don't do blue jackets on my channel. The only blue jackets are mods. Right. Please let me know if there are some things that all of you see that I can do better. Oh God, Poetic, you're you're really, really good. I don't think you need to. I mean, you're just, and I love how you're helping local. Local has grown so much within this last, like, Poetic, the things you've I think you've inspired like a lot of people. Local is another one that we helped with ours, and they helped me, and it was a really, really good, and we're still going. Like, this is still an ongoing thing. So if people are interested, in getting hours and swapping, we do have a lot of people on the list. But Nina, email me when you can. Okay. Where is your email on your site? Because I will definitely do that. My email is on. No, he forgot the not, I think. My email is on my site. It's desertliving@desertworld.com. At gmail.com. And so, but if it's, I can email you definitely. So this is, what we found in our experiment of drop-offs, and yes, Local is doing awesome. Yeah, you did. He has done so many shout outs for everyone. And that's the other thing I love about this whole thing. Like, everybody's supporting everybody. And I love it. I'm like addicted to it. I'm so glad that I met like the Source and, Chris, and, she really was the first person I met. She popped into my live one day, and it was we just hit it off, and okay, let's see. Yes, you do need 500 subs for partial monetization, and 3,000 hours full monetization is 1,000 subs and 4,000 hours. Okay, so I thought it was 500 subs and 3,000 hours. It's in the description. Okay. Butler family, sorry, you can't get monetized if you don't have the subs, right? Okay, that's what I thought. They work hand in hand. Okay, I will email you. Yes, my email's there, so definitely. I always wanted to connect with you anyway, so absolutely email me. Sorry, typing in the dark. Oh God. For fan funding. Yeah, see, there's all these things that all these channels have, that I would love to have. And I'm working really hard, but I do love it. I enjoy this. This is something that, I even have, a team now that is just like so into it, and I really appreciate them because they've helped a lot of people, and they're really, really good. Yes, I'm glad we all met. Yes, Kyle, you're awesome. But yeah, Local, he's put out some great stuff like in the last week. He just cranked out stuff like crazy, and he's getting really good at, the editing. And I think he's, really saying poetic. It's all poetic, and it's you have real great skill, just great skill. So, Bulldogs. Okay, Desert. When I used to watch YouTube as TV, I controlled the algorithm via the thumb. Okay, here's a great, thank you, team. When I used to watch YouTube, I controlled the algorithm via the thumbs up or the thumbs. Okay, wait a second, I can't see. Via the thumbs down, and they did not recommend the channel. Non-creators use YouTube in a much different way. Okay, so when I used to watch YouTube TV, I controlled the algorithm via the thumbs down, and they did not recommend the channel. Non-creators use YouTube in a much different way. Can you further? This is why it is important to stick to like-minded people, right? And then that's really what this is all about. It's geared toward people who are trying to get to monetization. It's geared toward people who are trying to keep monetization, because we know there's a fall off. We know there's a drop off. We know it. We've done tons of experiments, and we know that happens. And there's a timing. The formula has a timer. There's something with the timing, and that's why it's like when you're commenting, you want to pick something specific that's going to stick. And YouTube sees that. They see that Lemon-Tine and Appleton, and they see that video, and you're gonna comment, I love lemons, or I love whatever, and that comment's gonna stick, or the timestamp is gonna stick. Okay, let's see. And Bulldogs is right. So you can control the algorithm via the thumbs down, and do not recommend the channel. Non-creators use YouTube in a much different way, and that is true. This is why it's important to stick to like-minded people, and that's exactly what this is basically about. It's about channels like that are trying to keep what they have, right? Everybody wants to keep what they want. No one wants the drop off. But all I see on YouTube right now are channels that are getting either eliminated completely. There may be a reason for it, I'm not sure. But they're complaining about the drop off. There's drop off of subs and hours and just all kinds of things that are happening to their channel. And I know YouTube is cleaning house right now. They're trying to clean up their mess, basically. Let's see. I always leave 2 comments on people's stuff, because sometimes some of my comments don't even appear sometimes. Yeah. Local encouraged me by telling me I am a good coach. Yes, you are. I told him I don't think of myself as a coach, just a person trying to help. And that's what's so sweet about you. Whistle stop. Whistle stop. Thank you for joining. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for coming in. You missed the whole entire we're just talking about drop-offs, and but I'm going to catch you over the weekend. I will be chatting with you guys, and I appreciate the emails. Ralph emailed me, and I just, the whole analytics I'm really into, and trying to oh, you're still at work? Okay. Well, thank you. I'm glad you came in, still at work. I'm trying to get to 6,300 subs or hours. Yes, my channel gets hit weekly on drop-offs. Yeah, see, that's Drive Safe Ed with that's what this is all about. It's about the drop-off, and we know that happens, and we're trying to, with what we did last week is, it was all small channels that we worked with. It was all like-minded channels that we worked with. And, I have some videos that have over 3,000 thumbs up, and it doesn't not push out any more than some that have 100 thumbs up. Yeah, I think we don't want you losing your chicks, Ed. That's why I think there's a specific interaction. We discovered that. There is a specific interaction. And if you noticed some of the people that we did this with, there were specifics in the comments, because it sticks to that video, and YouTube sees it. They see that what you're showing, and they see the interaction between the person, and they see the comments, and it can, yes, does a thumbs up work? Does it get you? Yes, but how long does that stick? How long does that stay? What is the timing of that? I'm not getting any drop-offs. I just went over 12,000 today. Okay, so in the time whistle stop that you have had your channel, in the time period, you've had no drop-offs, which means that you have continuing people, same people, coming back. And that's what I think lives do. Okay, so that's one thing we think is the lives. Eddie, I am at the hatchery unloading my truck. I see my hours all over the place as well as subs. It can be discouraging, yes, and that's why we did this whole thing, and we're still doing it because we're still interested on what we're gonna find. We're still really interested, and I'm curious about what that timing period is because YouTube gives you a time. They say 365 days. So we know that, but what about Ed, how do you know if you gained 600 and lost 100 to equal a gain of 500? Bye. Bye. That's a good question. Ed, how do you know if you gained 600 and lost 100 to equal a gain of 500? Yeah, that's a really good question. At Sally's, just focus on producing a quality product and not so much about the sub count. Right, and that's the whole thing that I like doing. I like doing content. I really do. I like recording. I love doing research. I'm a big geek, and I just love research. I love it. I love just diving into something and really. I don't pay attention to what I lose. I pay attention to what I gain. So how do you know then? Then there's got to be a difference, right? There has to be a difference I think there is a way to do it, but it would take me a minute to figure it out. Yeah, there's got to be a way to, because I know it's happened to me. I have drop off, and but I know that this thing that we did within the last 7 days, I went from a 30% drop off to a 5% drop off, and I went from gaining 100 subs, and right. Desert has an intro that sums that up. Okay, so let me go back up here. Okay, let me go back to my notes. Okay, so the beginning of it is the content creators are noticing that subs and watch hours and likes are falling off. And we believe YouTube may have a formula that assigns a weight or a scale of significance in the form of a timer, which is specific to the user type. So the question is, does an unverified user who views, likes, and subscribe have the same impact as a verified or monetized account? And from what we saw, we don't think so. We don't think that that's the case. So by using our analytics, my team believes that there are timers. We don't know the precise formula, but we're certain that there are. And it's likely associated with participation. And that's where I was saying, if you identify the timestamp and, things like that. So an example is an unverified account. If an unverified account hits the like button, a timer is associated with that. A timer is associated with that event. Say a 30-day timer. If the user returns in 29 days, if they return in 29 days, does that reset? Does that reset it? And what if a well-established monetized channel gives a thumbs up? Does it last 30 days? Does it last 365 days? And what if they don't return to the channel? And so this is what my team and I have been doing over, this last 7-8 days or whatever it is. And then we also think there's another potential issue, and that's rewatching content. And we talked about this. We believe everyone gets one-time view and a certain allowed amount of time. Again, the timer comes into play. we're fairly certain that YouTube has a verification process. I think we all know that. So you may see your hours in your analytics, which I did, but they drop off just like your subs drop off. They're here today and then they're gone tomorrow. So could it be because of the type of account? Could it be rewatched content? Could it be the timer? We know YouTube is well aware of like bot farms and things like that. And so the argument is, some argue that the drop off is due to the rolling 365-day timer. But however, our channel is not 365 days old. So that's what prompted us to do a bunch of experiments, and we have seen the drop-offs. And so that leaves the channels like us, like-minded. Our method is for two types of channels. And yes, I've said that many times. It is for, hi, model. Hi, welcome to the chat. We are talking about analytics and drop-off hours and times and things like that. So it basically is for the smaller channels who are trying to get monetized, and it's basically for the channels that have a couple thousand, viewers, smaller channels that want to stay monetized. And and then that's where the calendar would come into play, where these are like-minded. Well, not all of them, but this is where this comes into play, because you get to actually see when these guys are on and have participation. And if someone wants to put their premiere on the calendar, here's Poetic Tears. She's going to be, this is just an example, Poetic. She's going to come out with a premiere, and that's when it's going to, and you can filter it by Eastern time. There's all types of filters on this. And this is a link that is dropped into your channel, into your video, into your description, whatever it is that you want to do with it, which will keep it stuck, everybody stuck, and keeps drawing in new. It helps to draw in new people if they're on your channel and they see this, and you don't have to really rely on going to YouTube to have to look for the lives and all that stuff. It's your subs are going to your channel, so they're gonna see this link and they're gonna be like, wow, this is okay, I know when this person's on. We can manipulate our channel to lose hours, and usually we know what subs drop off, and we do. We know. We know. We've done that experiment. We're so curious. We're so curious that we have done all kinds of things. Like, we've come up with all kinds of different things. And I've seen, just ideas from other channels. Like Red's Room he did a little test, a little experiment on the blue jacket thing. I think I just said, he's like, I want to do something. I'm going to try something. If I take away the blue jacket, what will happen? What will happen to the chat? What will happen to my subs? What will happen? And he did that experiment, and it did not turn out well. And so, but that's another point where I did an experiment with subs and not watching videos at all. And small channels get 20 to 30 hours a week and lose 10. Yes. So Poetic, you did an experiment with subs and not watching videos at all. And what happened? So we feel the impact. And that's why we did this. That's why we did this whole, when someone came to me and said, do you want to exchange, playlists? I was new. I'm like, I'd never heard of that before. And when I said, yeah, sure, I ended up seeing that I got hours. So I said, I had a mastermind that said, hey, we have a bunch of people that we can develop, and we can give back 5 times the hours that we get. So that's how that happened. That whole thing developed, where I have, a really good friends and family and a team that is, and they're true watch. They are true watch. And what happened with that is I actually liked a lot of the channels and I subbed. And so these people got subs. They got the hours because they were true watch hours. They were sticky comments that were specific in that video, and it just worked. Like I said, I got 360. I'm gonna look tonight actually and see what it's at now. I got 100 subs. I even got subs on my second channel that I didn't even promote, and that's, I mean, it's a tiny channel. It only has, it only had 30 subs on it. Now it has, I think, 37. But I wasn't even expecting, anything there. So Bulldogs, we stopped making content for new viewers and focus on the like-minded channels. The growth is explosive. Yeah, and that's one thing I do miss. I've spent so much time, in this program that we have and this, this experiment, that I haven't had time to even put out videos, and I miss it. I do miss all that. But we did an experiment where I subbed and watched no videos. I even got them to sub to me and not watch my videos. We were still connected months later. Okay, so I know you guys are taking notes in the back of all what's going, like some of these experiments. Like these are some of the ideas that my team, like, I know you guys are, taking these notes. These are some of the things I'd like to try. Right, police, because your channels don't fall into our two, right? Because that's why I'm saying it's geared for the smaller channels, the people who are trying to get monetized, the people who have a second channel that are trying to get monetized, or channels that are monetized and they want to stay monetized. It's for, it probably won't work for, maybe it would work for larger channels. Gary, Bell Loop and YouTube Police, and I actually watched you and Devil Dog do the good cop, bad dog. I watched all. I had a blast. Really, that was Gary and Jerry. Okay, I keep getting you guys all mixed up. Oh, next time I'm in your chat, I'm gonna have to like get this down. But I watched some of those, and those were really good. I got to sub to a bunch of channels that I'm gonna go back to, and I am gonna watch. And these are your subs, so you're gonna support. LOL. I am pretty sure that was before I had the other channels. Okay, yeah, it was a while ago. You had told me that on the Saturday night when I was hanging out with you guys. You had told me about those videos. So we were little once as well, and we have been through this already. I know. That's why I appreciated what you guys did for me that last Saturday, after the show, and really kind of like coaching me. And I really appreciate the time you guys took, because I know you guys know this game, and I know you guys know what's up. And so I want to know that. Hey, Reds, what's up? YouTube changes May of 2025. They even got caught. Those videos are on YouTube. Big channels reported the stats, right? Okay. Welcome, Red's Room. We were just talking about drop-offs and, subs dropping off, hours dropping off, why, when, how, is there a timer? Is there, things like that. What causes it? We know that there is, we did this experiment. I have a team of people that I work with. I developed this team of friends and family that, when I did a trade with someone, they traded with me, and I was able to give them back 5 times what I traded, because I have this group of people that are awesome and super smart, and they did a great job, and I benefited extremely, like, amazing. And then, we decided to keep that going, to keep the subs, to keep people connected. And I know other people have maybe developed something like this, but this is a watch calendar basically, and Red's room is, maybe this is his time. He has a show that's Express Your Channel. And so this is the Pacific time it's on, and this is the Eastern time it's on. And then, Devil Dog has a show here called Tech Talk. The Source has a show here, and it keeps everybody connected. But it's for the smaller channels that are trying to get into the communities. They're trying to get connected. They're trying to, find. And we want that, where everybody wants new people, everybody. And it's a link that is just, I send you post it on your channel, you email me and say, hey, I want this time, or you don't participate at all. You can still put the link for other people, other people you support. It's just something that we thought that would be, and I know some of the older channels, they've done this. You guys have used this, and I just thought it was a really good idea to, highlight the channels, and it's a link that's on your page or on your description, and you don't have to rely on, going through YouTube to find the lives and, all that stuff. It's automatically there. It can get emailed to you. It's a really cool, awesome live stream. Thank you so much. I was excited about, like, what we found out and what the results were from our experiment over the last 7 Girl Dad Cooking Up with Deliciousness. Oh, I love the name of that. It's, we found out a lot of interesting information. We did. And we found out that there is, in the YouTube formula for the drop-off, there is some sort of timing. There is definitely, does the person come back to you within 30 days? Do you go back to them? Do you specifically comment? Like, I saw a lot of so each of my team had a specific person they would cover, and I covered Red's room. I did half of it, and another team member did the other half. And I noticed on Red's room that there were specific timestamps, like of, that sticks to YouTube. They see a timestamp, they see that in the video, they link it together, and we think it might hold that. It might hold that from dropping off. When there's something like that, not much, just working and hanging out with Desert. Oh, you guys are chatting it up. Desert, the 5 times was part of an experiment. The calendar is part of the timing experiment, right? Yes, yeah, exactly. That's one of my my team members is Bulldogs. He's super smart, and I appreciate him. And he's my husband. Is a great guy, and we're really trying hard to grow this channel. What really sucks kind of is that I haven't been able to create any content because we watched, the whole team physically watched everything, and we picked out specifics in the videos and commented, hoping that interesting approach. I want to know, does that help keep? Because everybody on YouTube is complaining about the drop off. I've had it done. It pisses me off when I'm in a chat and someone subs me and then the next day they're gone. Like, it doesn't help the channel. It doesn't help, beside that, there's drop off. There is drop off. I see it happening on my channel, and I don't know what, is it a bot that YouTube threw in there and now is taking back? Like, we're trying to figure this out. So we're running all these analytics, and we came up with, my team was like, we need hours. Like, my channel, I want to get monetized, and then I want to start making. My goal is to podcast. I want to podcast. I want to team up with a person and have a podcast eventually someday. That's what I think I want to do. I love doing research. I love doing, I love it all. I love the podcast thing. I think it's interesting. I watch a ton of them. I just think it's an awesome thing. And like I said, I love to do stuff like that. You're going to have drop off on every single platform you ever do. Well, that's the other thing. Okay. So when we were talking about making comments, Bulldogs, I hear and thank you, Butler. We're just reporting our findings. Not much. Just okay. I missed something in there. I hear you, Butler, but we're just reporting our findings. So the other thing is when you're actually, sharing, or like Poetic, for instance, I have shared her videos on my other platforms. So X and, Rumble, I've put her videos on my other platform because I think they're amazing. And she's done really well on my platforms. So maybe she's getting subs from that, and YouTube sees that. So that's just another, it's just another way of maybe triggering something in, what YouTube is, the timing part of it. So Gary has always tried to figure out the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, we can't figure that. That's not what. Okay. Gary has always tried to figure out the YouTube algorithm and how YouTube works. And I have come to the conclusion that YouTube don't even know what they're. And that's what we're saying. It's constantly changing. We can't. And that's why we think that the timing of when you go back to that channel, there's something there. And when you do, once you've subbed to that person and then you go back to that channel, yeah, if you want to watch there's something interesting you want to watch, great, watch the video, comment and whatever, but at least watch up to 3 minutes of that video. Say something that's going to stick, pick something in particular once a month and try it out. See what happens. See if that drop off happens. Tim Mitchell. Hi, Eddie. Hi, Tim. Welcome. Ravender. How are you? Welcome. I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, so just be real. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Like, I learned something from you, Red Room. You actually did an experiment with the Blue Jackets, and I watched that. I was part of that watch time, and I thought that was really interesting that you, did that. Like, if you were to take away the jackets, what would happen? And I thought that was an interesting experiment. I was in, wow, I wish I thought about that and, see what would happen. But I know that it's not gonna help, right? It's, people, but then what about people who don't have jackets? Like, what happens? How do they feel when they're in, a channel? You don't really know them, right? You want to build a relationship. If you want to have a channel blow up quickly, make a channel about drama. People love and drama. Yes, those are some of the most popular channels. I think that, and also the lives, right? The lives are a key. We found in our analytics that we did, that we ran, that the lives are definitely key to getting you the hours, but how long do you keep them? How long do you keep those hours? How long do you have those for? I have like 10 different channels that I do not even use. I have subbed to channels with them and never watched any of their videos on those channels. I go back months later and I am still subscribed. Right. You'll probably, okay, so you're saying you'll go back and you're still a sub. Yeah, so maybe there's no drop off on that. That maybe it's a time, that's why we're saying it might be a timing thing. It could be, I never had drop off. So, but you're a huge channel, aren't you, Devil Dog? This is, like I said, the timing method is different. Butler says check your Tim. Okay. All right. Thank you, Tim. I'm going to get you a jacket. Thank you. Yes. Let's see. All right. Okay. Nina, I'm sorry, but some of the info you're putting out is not right. Okay. Devil Dog and Gary and I have been through all of this before, and you need to talk to us about it. We have been doing this for over 3 years. Okay. All right. I appreciate that. And I'll talk to you guys because you spent some time with me last Saturday night after the live that we had. I'm not saying that we are right. I'm not saying that, it's just something we did, we tested. We know that jackets can hurt a specific type of channel. I appreciate that. So, and it's not something that, this is just something we tested out, and this is something that we think that it might be a timing thing. I'm not saying that it is. I don't do drama as well. We have more drop off than we have gained, for sure. It is true. We had it went from 30% to 5%. So it definitely has improved. It definitely has improved. I don't know what. I've been on YouTube for 5 years, right? And you have a big channel. Your channel is huge. So that's why I'm saying, good CV. Yeah, I'm not saying that anything that, I'm just saying what I found that I think it might be. I don't know no one can figure this out because it changes constantly. I don't think anybody can. I just want to know what that, there's a drop off for sure for a lot of people. And I don't know why or how or what, but I think, with the interaction and, the things that we've tried over the last, week, it worked out for me. So let's go to the chat. I had a channel member that had to subscribe 7 times in a week. Yes, everyone has a jacket on my channel. Glad to hear you made it. Awesome live stream. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is just not. I'm gonna text him back because it's not something that it's just something I discovered that I think might have something to do with the drop off. It's like I said, we're still running analytics. We have a backlog of channels that we're still doing this with. So, we're still testing out the waters and we're still trying to figure out. But for me, it has helped like my channel. Like I said, I gained 100 subscribers. I gained, I got like 360 hours, and it really did help. So yeah, Gary was the same way. He insisted on trying to figure it out. Yeah, I don't think, like I said, we're not going to be able to figure it out because it changes constantly. It would make for a good experiment. Yes, you're right. I like doing experiments. I like, like testing the waters. I like trying to figure out. The only time I've had drop off is when I stopped posting for over a year. You have to post on a consistent basis. Do not have drop offs, right? I think that has something to do with it too, obviously, right? When you stop, YouTube is going to know that you're, probably a dead channel and you're not posting anything anymore. But yeah, I'm not trying to give out, bad information. I'm just saying what we did, what we saw, basically. And we're not trying. It's impossible to figure out the algorithm. It's just impossible because it changes constantly. YouTube does whatever they want. I just want to know why it's dropped. Like people on YouTube, there's video after video after video on YouTube of drop off, and people are wondering like why. I can promise you that subs were lost on your channel, Ed. You just have to look at the right spot in the studio. I know it's happening. I see it. People are talking about it. And then YouTube is taking down channels. Like they're completely taking channels down, and maybe there's a good reason for it. Who knows? Yes, correct. If you don't post weekly or for a month, I don't gain. Yeah. It may be that your channel continually has subs, then drops off, but subs were lost. There's so much, there's just so many things that can contribute to that formula that YouTube has. Gary, I'm not saying I've never had people walk away from my channel. I never said that. Things I know that within this last couple of days, 7 days, that it's worked out really well for me. We were able to give 5 times back to, the people that participated. We realized that the comments matter, something specific matters, the real watch time matters. And then, sorry, I misinterrupted you. See, it's interpreted. It does, based on what I've seen. It doesn't happen that often. Devil Dog, I want some bad to walk away. I want some bad to walk away from your channel, Ed, but I like you too. God. When I start talking with multiple conversations, I think my statements get mixed up. Oh, this is just, like I said, this is just what we found. And is it right? I don't know. We don't know. We don't know what it is. But we're trying to do different things. And one of them is the calendar with everybody's shows on it. It's a link that goes on your page. It keeps people connected. New people it's geared for the 2 types of channels, the small channels and the people that want to stay monetized, the smaller channels. So it keeps people, gets emailed to them. You can stick it on your channel. You can stick it on your description. You can stick it, if one of your subs says, hey, I have a premiere coming out, Poetic has a premiere coming out. Can you put that on the calendar? And then she'll blast it out, and you'll get new. It keeps it keeps the communication. It just keeps communication. It helps keep that. It helps bring in new people. People are going to tell other people. It's just I found that it's really a cool tool to have, and I liked it. I thought it was a great idea. That that we have something like that. And I think the source he was on earlier, and he said he used it back in the day. So it I'm not sure why he stopped. I think he said he has it like on the wheel, he said. So he does have something like that. I just think it's a good tool, and there's no programs to run. There's nothing. You don't down. It's just I actually loaded the app on my phone a couple of days ago, so I'm able to function everything from the phone now. There's an app that you could put on your phone for it, and you guys. And it's just it works. I think it would keep everybody connected, and it's like I said, it's geared to the smaller channels. It's for people who are trying to get monetized. It's for people who are small. And okay, Bulldogs, question: does YouTube treat all channels the same? Unverified versus unmonetized versus monetized versus monetized for years with mega subs, right? And that we're this whole thing is just about drop off. That's all. It's just trying to understand why there's a drop off and when there's a drop off, and timing is involved in this. It's involved in the formula. So the bigger channels won't be on the list. No, I'm not saying that either. I'm not saying it wouldn't work because Red's Room is huge. He has like 6,000. You guys are all big channels. Devil Dog, Father Family, you guys are massive channels. Whistle Stop, all you guys are massive channels. But you guys already, did that. You guys know about all this stuff. You guys have been in this game for a long time. So, I just thought, for us, like for me, and for the people that I want to stay connected with, and the group of the communities that I belong to, I would love to have just something like, because I belong to you guys. I'm members of Devil Dog. I'm members of Butler Family. I'm members of Red's Room. I'm members of The Source. I'm members of, so it helps me, to actually, I don't have to rely on, going through where, when are they, what's on this calendar are set hours. Like these shows are set shows, right? So The Source is every Sunday. He does this show every single week. So these are channels that do weekly. You can trust that these are going to be there. These are my shows. This is Belt Loop show. This is Whistle Stop show. This is, Red's Room show. This is Poetic Tears premiere. This is, it's a way just to keep connected. It's a way to keep engagement. Your channel just hit 12,095. Yeah, you're huge. All you guys are. I'm not. I'm tiny, and I'm trying to build, and I'm trying to figure out things that are going to help me to grow. And the whole, when this happened to me, when someone came to me and said, you want to trade, I've never even heard of it before. Do you want to trade playlists? And I'm like, why would you want to trade playlists? And then they explained, it's going to help you with your watch hours. And I was like, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, sure. And then a bunch of friends in my family, and they're a team now, said, hey, we can give back more than they can, we can give them what I get, we give you 5 times, but, more in hours. And maybe we can get enough people where we can build my hours up. And it worked. And that's all I'm pretty much saying, that it actually worked. And thank you for promoting my channel. Yes, you're welcome. I'm all about this. Just be careful, videos that are emailed out before YouTube has pushed it out can affect the overall performance. Okay. Yeah. That's a good point. That's definitely a good point. Just be careful of videos. Yeah, this would probably not, it would have to be like put out like on the day of, like if there's a premiere and somebody wants, to premiere their video, it would be like, can you throw this on? And, they just update their channel or whatever. And bulldogs, thank you. Yeah, so that's a good point. You definitely don't want to do that because that would, not work out well. And thank you for voting. Just be careful. Okay, so sorry you're not a member of my channel. I know who my members are. Butler family, I thought I did. I was a member. Maybe I'll go back and see. I thought I was. I think I joined all you guys, but maybe I did miss you. But I will definitely become a member if I did miss. I thought I got everybody, but I will definitely become a member because I just love your community and I love all you guys are super cool. And I hope Jerry's not too mad at me. But anyway, I wasn't, it was just something that we discovered and experiments that are still ongoing. And, we're not trying to figure out, we just know there's something going on. And we just were curious and, we like experimenting. We like, I hang out with a bunch of people and that are just, they're curious about things and they want to know why and how and what and where. And, I like research and all that stuff. So we decided to do this together and it ended up working out really well for me. Others got 5 times. Okay, so one of my husband, bulldogs, okay. We can distribute the calendar. We can distribute it to new channels. I'm not sure little channels would even benefit from large channels. I have played some of your videos, Nina, and I think so has the other guys. Yeah. No, yes, I know they have. I know they have. They've actually commented, like I've gotten comments, so I'm a fantastic person. Just ask me and I will tell you. I love you, Whistle Stop. I think you're super cool. I want you to come build a shed on my on my land. But Butler, yes, you may have subbed, but not a member. Okay, I will head over because I definitely want to keep that connection. I thought for sure I got every one of you guys, but I will definitely. Desert, our calendar has fixed spots. We're not competing with YouTube. That's right. I have enough to do. I know. No, that's not what the calendar's for. We're not competing with YouTube, and that's not what this is all about, and that's not what this is for. It's just a way to keep connected. That's all. Sometimes I tend to focus on those channels that are close to monetization level, right? Desert, I could sure use some help with some random stream elements. Oh, okay. Yeah, because actually that's how Tim Mitchell just came through, is through my stream elements. So I also have like that helping draw, people. So that's how Tim just came through. Actually, 2 or 3 people tonight came through the stream elements. So it's easy. I can help you. But Red's room. Now, I told you about OBS, right? And it's what I use as, my platform. But I was in a chat on last Saturday night, and there's a program called EV and that program is ridiculous. It's a much better than an OBS broadcasting. What's good about OBS is you can do a lot of things with it, right? It's free. It's free. It's a free broadcasting. You can do you can do a lot of things with it. You can, and I've done well with it. But this other program, it costs money, and I'm going to pay it because I want to. I want to podcast one day. I want to be able to have all those functions that these guys have. And I don't always leave a comment when playing videos. I had nothing to do with Stream Elements. Oh, it came through. Like, do you see your name up there? I don't know if you see your name at the top of the screen, Tim. But that's how it came through. So that's through Stream Elements. And if you see your name at the top of that's not through, it's not through YouTube. It's through Stream Elements. She doesn't remember me from last week. I just saw it come through. So from last week, I don't remember. I don't remember because it just clicked through just now. So I just saw it through Stream Elements. I just noticed it right now. It just actually clicked, and your name is up there. So that tells me that that's my latest subscriber. So you don't see anything. You don't see anything up at the top of the corner of my screen. Does anybody see that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that tells me who just subscribed, and that's through Stream Elements, and yeah, that's another way that I try to get. It's just another addition to OBS, but I want to Ed Stream. Okay. That's okay. Yeah, because I don't remember on my stream. Okay. It's small. Your latest public subscriber. Yes. This up at the top here lets me know that this person just subbed through Stream Elements. So this is another addition that I put onto my broadcasting platform that I use, which is OBS, which is free. And then you link Stream Elements to your broadcasting. But I'm going to be changing to EVMux because I want what Ed has, I want what Gary has, I want what Jerry has, I want I want what Daryl Dog has. They have. It's the Stream Elements bot, exactly. So it's just a bot that you add to your broadcasting system. OBS is free. It's free. And I can't say this enough. It's all about your system that you're using, your computer, everything. Like, I got a gaming computer. It was customized so that it could handle all of this. Now, today I have a lag because they're... of all days, they're changing the internet in my building. And so they were here in my apartment right before. I'm like, you guys got to get out of here. And they started changing the internet. So I have serious lag tonight, which pissed me off. But it is, it's nothing I could do about it. But confused, but okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's up there. And it just clicked. Like, I heard the bell. So and then your name is right there, and that tells me the latest, like, who is there. Was someone else there before you, so I saw it change. But yeah, it's all about, so I did get a gaming computer to handle all the graphics, and I could literally create a game on this. It's a laptop, and I didn't want a desktop. I wanted a laptop. I can't make a good video of my life dependent on it. I just do whatever I can. See, I like creating. I like that. I like doing investigational stuff like AI I'm intrigued by. So I like to just do a lot of research on AI and what it's going to do and how it's going to do. And I don't use AI because I know the only thing I use AI for, and I've said this earlier, is when I code. Like, I code during the day, and sometimes my code doesn't come out the way I wanted. So I'll go to, we have a special AI because my company uses something different, and we have, and I go to it and I say, hey, this code is not working. You tell me what to do. And so I'll use AI for that. And then like Poetic Tears and what's his name? Local reviewers, they all use AI like in their video creation, and that I think is good. But I don't think it's good to go to AI for information. I don't think AI is a good place to get information from. That's why I was confused. Tim, the stream elements is spotty. That is why we want to replace OBS. Exactly. Right. Yeah, I'm getting rid of OBS. I want EVMux. I'm going to pay for it. It's a lot. I mean, it's not a lot. It's like I think it's $230 a year or $25 a month. And you get the full. Like Red's Room, you have that horn. You have a couple of things that I want that I don't have with this. Like you have some things that I want on your, when you're going live. I don't have any of those on this. I don't have any of that stuff. I run stream elements on our channels. Oh, okay. It's understandable, Tim. Never sweat the small stuff. You being on screen is a good thing. That's right. Yeah, stream elements is very spotty. That's actually where I got, let's see if I have it here. So that's where I got this from. I made this whole thing. This banner is all coded, and that's just through Notepad. But this is all stream elements. This whole entire, that's my Saturday show that I have with my Frenchies. But that's all. We purchased an overlay and a scrolling bar, and then we coded this. See, there it is. There's somebody right there. There you go, Butler family. See, there you go. I just did it. So I hear that, and there you go. There's Butler family. So this is what I do on Saturdays. I have my live show on Saturdays. It's just OBS is super easy to use. EVMux. Now, when I watched the video that Tech Talk put out, I think it's Web's Web that does the Tech Talk. I watched that EVMux video, and it was really good. It was a good, intuitive video on how to use. And then I dived into it. I actually have it, and I've used the free version, but it gives you nothing. The free version does nothing for you. So, hey, if anybody wants to help me make an intro and an outro for my channel, that would be freaking awesome. I would love to do Poetic Tears is one of the best, but I would love to do that. Love the dogs. Oh, yeah. So I do a show on Saturdays, and it's called Silly Frenchies Doing Silly Things. And then this is a picture of my two babies. This is Miss Bluesy, and this is Mr. Hodor. And Miss Bluesy just got bit by the rattlesnake. I talked about it on Sundays, on my Sunday lives. That's the one I almost lost. And they love each other. They're the best. But this show that I do on Saturdays is a fun show. It's all about animals and funny videos that I find. And it's kind of a fun show. It's one of the ones I like to do in my lives that I and I love animals. And so I have a good time when I'm doing it. But that, Nina, could you post to your community about the EV things? Yes. Yes, I will. Yes, I can. So it's EVMux, and the channel is Web's Web, at Web's Web. Let me see. I'll type it in. I think that's the name of his channel right there. He does, and I think if Devil Dog is still on, you might even know. There you go. I was subbed, then I unsubbed. They're subbed. that's where the EV Mux, they do a great video on EV Mux and how it works. And it's a great broadcasting platform to use at Webb's Web. There you go. Yeah, they do this tech talk show, and I found out tonight that they do it once a month. And I was on a live with all these guys, Devil Dog, Belt Loop 29, a bunch of these guys do a show on Saturdays, and I was in the live, and they were nice enough after the live to kind of give me some coaching and some tips and some things. And they told me about, Devil Dog actually went into specifics about EV Mux with me, showed me a bunch of different things. So I came right back. I went into it. I created my account and I did, everything with the free version, but it did nothing that these guys have. Like, I want what these guys have. It's this overlay. I mean, you can do your own overlays. It just has everything. You don't have to go out and buy anything else. It's all there. Now, OBS they do have plugins. They always come out with plugins, but they're spotty too. Like, some of them, they're just, you'll plug them in. Like, I plugged in where I can draw on the screen if I want, and sometimes it doesn't work. So the plugins are spotty. It's just, do Devil Dog have you confused about EV? No, because I actually went to EV and I created an account, and I tried the trial. I'm on the free trial, but it doesn't give you what Devil Dog, and I don't have any of those features. And I want some of those features. So, is it visible on the computer? Strange. Are you on your phone? Yes, Gary. I'm always on my phone, unless CV is live. Yeah. So anyway, I'm going to be switching the platform and, going to what those guys have. I have subbed and have the bell rung. Yeah, see, it's spotty. It's spotty. That's why I don't, it comes up, this is the tipping bot, like, in the chat, and it's just spotty. The thing is just spotty. It's set. I hate that too. Like, it's just constantly coming up. I got to change that because it's just, I don't like it coming up every 2 seconds. So there's settings I need to mess around with on Stream Elements. I'm not going to bother because I'm not going to keep it. But I'm learning, guys. I'm learning a lot. I'm curious about this whole YouTube thing. I'm like so invested. And I have a bunch of people who are also, like-minded like me. There's a lot of little channels out there that are trying to grow, and that's what this is all about. It's just trying to share and just stay connected, and it's really all about that. So, cooking with the Munchie Mafia, is that CV? Who is CV? Could be CV. Could be a great experiment. And those pettiest meds affect CV's memory. Oh my God. Oh, you guys. Anyway, that's what tonight's show is about. I do these lives on Thursdays. And usually it's just a whatever chat. CV is cooking with the Munchie. Okay. Thank you. I'm learning all these people. Hi, CV. Thank you. I think it's scary confusing you. There's just so many of you guys, and I'm trying to, there's Jerry, there's Gary, there's Ed, there's a lot of you guys, and I'm trying to stay connected with all you guys. So I am going to actually become a member of the Butler family, because that's the one that I missed. And I really like you guys, and you've been really good to me. And I do tend to confuse things. I don't always speak in complete sentences. So that's, just what we came up with. And I think she is so confused. No, I think I got it now. I think I know who's who. Everyone. No, that's not true. But yeah, so Thursdays, we just get on here. I usually just chat on Thursdays, but we ended up doing this experiment, and a lot of people kind of wanted to see where it went, and so that's why I kind of had a little topic to discuss tonight. But usually this is just, hey, what's up? What's going on? But we ended up finding out a lot of different things. And like I said, it's still ongoing. So updates will be coming, to see what we find. And maybe you guys find out something that, I don't know. And I'm sure you guys know a lot. And tell Jerry not to be mad at me. I'm gonna text him actually after, because I didn't mean to come off like he thinks I'm giving bad information. And are you tired yet? Yes, I am. So I am going to actually say goodnight to everyone, and I thank you everyone for joining, and thank you for participating. And I really appreciate all the help and all the support that everyone has given the channel. And I really appreciate everything. And I hope you guys all have a great night. And it's Thursday. I'm happy that the week is almost over. And I'll be driving to the desert tomorrow. And I can't wait to get there and see my family and be with my babies. And thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. You guys made it even better, so I appreciate it. And I'm going to say goodbye. So good night, everyone. Have a good night. Desert gets ready for work at 3 a.m., so she's doing... Yeah, it's past my bedtime, actually, but I really enjoyed this. Thank you so much, everyone. I don't know why that happened. Hey, Bulldogs. How's it going? Every time I try to get my chat onto this side, it blacks out my screen for some reason. But welcome. I was just on DTR had a live, and I just popped in to say hi. I told you everybody tonight has lives. The Source is on right now. There's just so many people that have lives right now. So I'm hoping that we have some people tonight, because there's just, I guess Thursday night is the night to have a live. So, but I had a shot in my back tonight, and it's killing me. But anyway, how are you doing, Bulldogs? I can't get my mic to be the way I want it either. I want it up here, I want it up there. I was just right on time for this live tonight. So but I did a video last night, and it actually ended up coming out pretty good. I had a lot of comments on the video, which was very interesting. Actually, a lot of in-depth comments on the video. A lot of people, our guests, are really paying attention to what is going on, which I was surprised to kind of see. Sorry, my neck is just killing me. But it was an interesting video, and I was really glad that I had a good turnout. Hey, Mark, how's it going? I was just on the Source, and I popped in, and I was like, I gotta say hi. I have to say hi. I wanted to stay and hang out, but I'm having issues with this thing right now. But I had this scheduled, so I was like, I gotta get on. I gotta go, but I didn't want to miss. He was like singing away like he always does. He's so funny. He was having a good old time. So I was like, I gotta go. I really don't want to miss this, but I, had this scheduled and I didn't want to cancel it. So, but how you doing, Mark? How's everything going? Hi, David. Hey, Bulldogs. Welcome, guys, to the chat. So yeah, I was just chatting it up with Bulldogs and letting him know that I had put out a video last night, and it actually got a lot of comments. Like, people were, I can't believe how many comments this video got, because it really talked about what 2026 was, the prediction of 2026, and keeping schedule is important, yes. And that's why I was like, I gotta go. I really don't want. I actually popped into two chats. DTR was on one, and then the source had one going, and I was like, I really, really, really want to stay, but I gotta go. So and they were like, oh no, go do your thing. So yeah. So I was like, They said they, if they can. So DTR, I guess, is on the road a lot with Bigfoot. So they're in Nova Scotia, and I don't know. He's like, I'll try to make it if I can, but he's like, I've been traveling all day, and I said, yeah, no, I totally get it. No big deal. He's a good supporter. So I said, I'll catch you on the next one. So, but. Yeah, so I did a video yesterday. I recorded a video. I uploaded it last night. And then this morning I had 16 comments on this video. And like I said, it was about, what they're predicting for 2026. And hey, Wolf and Snort, how's it going? Welcome to the chat. And a lot of people had a lot of good insight. I'm really surprised at actually how many people are paying attention to what is actually going on with the markets and with housing and, with the economy. And I know people are, hurting and broke and all that stuff. And of course they're going to be paying attention, but these were specifics in this video that I had. And I couldn't cover the full video that I was talking about because the video itself is an hour and a half, but I wanted to just get my point across on some of the things this guy, Fred Harrison, was talking about. And I really had never really, I heard of the name before, but I didn't really know how in-depth of he's an economist and a journalist, and he, he's in his 80s. Damoosh Barbecue. Welcome. Thank you for joining. How's it going? I hope your evening's going well. Yeah, so I was really, really surprised about some of the comments on this video, and it's hard not to pay attention when you got to work for 4 hours for a sandwich. David, you got that right. I mean, that is definitely true. But this video that I had, really went into what the predictions were. So this guy, Fred Harrison, he had predicted the last two financial crisis, and he was spot on. And he was off by 1 year, I think, on one of them. And then the other one, the 2008 financial crisis, he pegged right on the knot, just almost to the hour. So so these comments were I guess a lot of people know this guy and hit this video. So I was really appreciative about everybody that saw that video and commented, and they gave really good comments, and I was able to have good conversation, comment back, and because I had watched that video by Fred Harrison, a lot. He had such good. I actually have it tonight. If I was going to go into it, maybe here and there, but the predictions he had for 2026 and 2027 made so much sense. And the guy, I mean, he's in his 80s. He must know something, because he's up there in age. So I was just really happy about that. I was really happy that I had, a lot of comments on that video. I'm glad it, affected a lot of people, and, they really got into it, and it was really good. So I appreciate that from everyone. And so today after work, I had to go get a friggin' injection in my neck. So I'm like, I might be squirmish a little bit tonight because I have these like cortisone injections, and I had this 4-disc fusion surgery years ago, and now it's getting all messed up again. So it's not fun. So I've been in a lot of pain, and they want me to have surgery again, but I'm not going through that hell again. I just cannot do it. I just refuse to go through that hell. It was just really bad. I like your name, Moose. Doesn't it? I love it too. That's the one thing that drew me to actually comment on the chat, was that some of these names are really creative. I mean, super creative, and they're super fun, and their channels are fun too. So it's definitely a good name. So and Wolf and Snort, that's a really cute name too. It's adorable. So but anyway, so I am just not wanting to, have the surgery, and so I'm going through this series of injections in my neck, and I just came back from that, and that's why I was kind of like to the news at 4:30. I just made it on. So but hope everybody's doing well tonight. It's a Thursday night. Yay, almost Friday. Can't wait. Can't wait for the weekend. Just looking forward to just, chilling out in the desert. The desert has been amazing. The weather has been it's the best time of year right now to go to that, to the desert. It's perfect weather. I get to enjoy, the outdoors. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. We got our fires at night, which I'm probably going to do a live. Hey, Jesse, how's it going? Welcome to the chat. So I'm probably going to do a live if it's not too windy. I did a live one night on a Friday night, and we had a fire going, and the chat was really good. It was awesome. They got to see the colors of the sky, and it was really pretty. So I'm hoping to do that tomorrow. We'll see. I also have my regular live show on Saturday with my Frenchies, and then I do a live Sunday morning. So, but the, hey Bulldogs, but the live shows on Friday nights are really cool because we do have, we have the fire going, we have the dogs out, and it's just, the views are beautiful, and the sunsets are gorgeous. So thank you. I'm all right. Thanks you. How are you? The outdoor live. Jesse's, it is. It's super fun. I did it once, and I had so many people. It was a lot of fun. The thing about that is that chat can go on for like 3-4 hours, so which is good. It's fine. But by the end of that chat, I had no voice. Like even on Sundays, my Sundays lives outdoors, because what I'm doing now on Sundays is I am like going to different like torn down houses just to see how they lived, and like I'm exploring these different shacks, because back in the day when you worked the gold mines, if you worked the gold mines, they would give you some land, and they would give you these houses, these little shack houses, and there's thousands of them out there. There's like so many of them out there. So last Sunday's live, I actually went over, there's one right next to our house, and I went over and I got to see how they got their water source, and what they use for heat, and I went through the house, and on one side of the house it had like bullet holes in it and stuff, and it was just cool to see, just to do that. So Sundays I'm thinking about going and venturing out and looking at more of those houses and stuff. It's kind of interesting to me. Scary. It is scary because through the whole chat on Sunday, I was like looking down at the ground, like, because there's snakes everywhere. So I kept saying, I just got to check the ground before I, go any further, because there's rattlesnakes everywhere. I know it's cold and they're like not out as much right now. I guess I don't know if anybody knows any rattlesnake information, but I think they not hibernate, but they don't come out as much in the cold. So I know their season is like April is when they're out all the time, because my little girl, my little Frenchie, got bit for the first time this year. So Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw is out there. So David, they did film, let me think of it. The Hills Have Eyes. Okay. So that movie they filmed on the mountains behind my house. So part of the mountains that are behind my house is the 29 Palms military base. And half of that is where, I'm not sure which half that was, but they did film, I believe it's The Hills Have Eyes. So yeah, it's pretty scary, but I love the thrill. I love stuff like that. I'm a little bit of a rebel, and the original 1970. Oh, it was the original 1970 that they filmed there? Okay. I didn't know that. I thought it was the ones they had just made. So, same thing. The second was in Africa. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. You must be a movie buff, Bulldogs. Yeah, so anyway, I think my Sundays are going to be, venturing out off my property and like checking out some of the cool places out there. And then I have some time off at Thanksgiving and at Christmas time. So I'm going to take everybody up to the gold mines. And I'm going to do some videos and go down to the gold mines and, get some good video from that and go live from there, because those are so cool. I've been up there a few times, and it's funny because sometimes when I go up there, I still like look around. I wish I had a metal detector, I guess, is what you use, right, to find gold. I'm guessing. But if it is, I wish I had one, because I feel like I always, dig around because I look for stones and gems anyway when I'm out, venturing out off the land. And I always like try to look for gold, thinking that there's still some up there. Who knows? It could be. I don't know. But, oh, wow. The gold mines sound fun to see. Yeah, I'm going to do some videos up there. So like I said, I have a bunch of time off finally. In November. So for Thanksgiving, I have like 5 days off. And then for Christmas, I have a nice 2-week vacation. So I'm going to be venturing out and doing some lives from the gold mines, and then some lives from some of those really cool beat down houses. And some of them still have their stoves in them and their like pots and pans, and just, it's crazy how it's really interesting. Sounds scary. Old mutant miners lived in there somewhere, David. You know what? I would not doubt anything right now. I would not doubt that for a second. I do know, though, that Joshua Tree does have tours that they take up there. So, and it is part of the Joshua Tree National Park. So I know there's park rangers that go out, or they do a fly around in a helicopter, around those mines and stuff. So, because there are a lot of four-wheelers, and a lot of people right now come up here for the season because it's perfect weather, and they go up there and they, four-wheel up there, and it's fun to watch, actually. We used to have one back in the day a few years ago, and someone lives in there with housing prices the way they are. David, hey, you may be right. The house next to me, you put some shingles on it and call it a day. It's just, it's funny. They have a water source. The house I did on Sunday, it still has the frame on it, right? It still has the water tank and the water source to go. There's the water hook. It's all hooked up, and it has a gas stove. And it's abandoned. I mean, I'm sure somebody still owns it. It's on 5 acres, and I don't know who the owner is or whatever. But I did and that particular property that I did last Sunday, it had a double outhouse. So when we bought our property, we had an outhouse on our property, which obviously we took down and we built a wild child. How are you, my love? How are you? I'm glad you're here. Welcome. How's the baby? Kisses and hugs. So when we bought our property, we had an outhouse. We took it down, obviously. We, put in 2 crappers. I love it. And this house next to us that's abandoned has 2 outhouses. That's the first one I've ever seen with 2 outhouses. So I was really surprised. It must have been a big-ass family that lived there. Definitely essential. It was really cool to see. So that's what I did on Sunday. So I am going to, like I said, Thanksgiving week, I'm going to take my, camera up there and do some video of the gold mines. There's several of them. The only problem is it was great when we had our 4-wheeler because we could just 4-wheel right up to the mines. But if you have a 4x4, like a 4-wheel drive truck, it will only get you so far. And then you got to hike the rest of the way because the trails are so tiny and they're rocky and they're just all over the place. So I wouldn't drive my truck after a certain point. So I will be hiking it up to the to the gold mines, which will, won't be so bad for me. Need the exercise. But I will be doing that. I'll be going up to the gold mines. I'll be showing you guys. It is insane to see these gold mines and to actually look down into these mines and see how far, you could probably fit my body down the mine. The mines are small. They're tiny. 1 person at a time. It's not big enough for, it's just 1 person at a time up and down. You could still see the pulleys. They still have the wooden, it's amazing. It's pretty cool to see. So, so I'll be doing that, doing some lives from there during Thanksgiving. And there's so many of them that I'll cover some of them. And then I'll probably do some Joshua Tree. I'll go into Joshua Tree and do some videos. Hey, Real Thoughts. What's up? How are you? Thank you for your comment today. I could not believe that video, I had so many good comments on that video that I was really excited about it. Because people had very good, their perspective on what they took out of that video. And maybe they went and watched the rest of the video because I left the link in the description, and maybe they went and watched the rest of it. But the conversation that video, struck was just really awesome. So it was good to see your point of view on that, and I responded to you, and it's crazy. It's really crazy. See, things like that, videos like that get me. Like when I'm looking for research, when I'm looking to do something, when I'm looking to cover something, and I find something that's super interesting and that it's going to affect my future and the future of America and the future of, Americans, I want to look into it. I want to find out what's going on. And so when I saw that, I was like, oh, wow, this is incredible. And I had heard the name Fred Harrison before. I just didn't know. Yes, cycles have been fasted. Yes, they are. And my husband, I'm not going to say he's a day trader, but he does a lot of trading. So he knows cycles and patterns in the market. And so when I saw that video, I was like, oh my God, they're talking about, the housing market and the financial, collapse of what's going to happen with not just housing, but, the financial markets and, everything. So, but here in the last few years, I've really been looking at them too. Yeah, it's you have to. I mean, in this day and time right now, the time we live in is just so, it's so crucial to be aware of everything. You have to be aware of everything. It's just, we're getting into some rough times right now. Who knows what's going to happen? These wars that are going on and some of the things that are happening, politically with our government, and it's scary. So when I saw this video, like I said, I had heard of him before, but I didn't realize how he's 80 something years old, 83 or 84 years old. So he knows a little bit about what he's been doing. So it was really interesting to cover that. And like I said, I wanted to do more of that video, but it was a really long video, so I just left the link in, and I hope from the comments that I saw, it looks like they actually went in and watched more of the video. So I do have it tonight, but I don't know if anybody had questions about it. I could pull it up, but it was very interesting. I just found it super interesting. And then I kind of wrote, a little, I basically took a lot of what he said in his book, because he had that book, and I looked up the book and I took some information from the book, the Chaos Makers, and I put a little thing together to talk about, and then the video gave me a lot of information too. So, and then I did use Grok to fix some sentences for me to make it sound really professional and kind of like a storytelling type of thing. So, but the real information came from that source, that video, and that book. And to top it all off, there were many other videos that were from news stations that talked about that same topic. So it was really good. I was really happy about it. I mean, there's not a ton of views on the video yet. There were, I think, more comments on the video than there were views, but you did well. Thank you. Yeah, I was just so into it. I think this is what I think. If you're really into the topic that you're talking about, that you are just going to, just get so into it that it's just going to be, yes, that was a great video. Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, I just think you're going to be into it, and it's gonna flow. So I was just really, and I'm still wanting to do research on it. I'm still wanting to find out more about what's going to happen. He talked about, the Ukraine war and Russia, and maybe Russia even taking it further than, where it is now, maybe going into getting more land, like maybe going into, Poland and other it was just a really good video. So it's kind of scary, though. It is really scary to know that, we are in these rough times right now. It's super just scary. And I hope his prediction is wrong, but he has been right the last 2 times. And, maybe something, there's so much going on, like the digital ID. Maybe, they're talking about Trump doing something with coins, like the stable coins. I did a video on stable coins, and maybe trying to get the U.S. debt paid by stable coins. And I have a video about that, on how he's going to do that. But Russia called him out on that, and other countries called him out, saying that that's kind of cheating, doing it that way. So I don't know what's going to happen. It's extremely interesting. We are in a lot of debt, and it's really scary. If you look at history, there has always been rough times, so it's realistic. Yes, and that's what drew me to that video. Um, fourth turning. Okay, so the fourth turning. So this is the fourth turning you're saying. So I think 2008 was another one, right? If Wolf and Snort can tell me, or if anybody can. So it was, I know it was the 1920s, right? Was the first, I think. I know 2008 was one of them. And then I'm not sure what the others, was it 2000 or something like that? Yes, Russia and China have been accumulating gold. And that's the other thing. That's where I was going to take that video next, was because of what's happening, the four 20-year periods. Okay, so he says, Fred Harris says it's 18-year. It's an 18-year housing cycle. That's what that video was about, was the 18-year housing cycle. And how it had to do with the markets and the governments and how they're pushing or pulling which way it's going to go. But it's just, who knows what's going to happen. I'm so, every day I just turn on the news and I'm such a geek. Just a freaking geek. I can't stand it. I just read and just all, that's what I pretty much, it's all related. Yes, Wolf and Snore, it's all related. Yes, and I get another thing is my husband is a genius. He is extremely smart. He's an engineer by trade. When he was in the field, he's now retired, but he's extremely smart. He does trade. He's not a day trader, but he does do a lot in the market. So I do have a good coach. When I'm doing getting some of my information and putting it together, he does, help me a lot with that. So that's a big help. But yes, it is all related. All of it's related. And that's what scares me. It's not. And the other thing that Fred mentioned in that video was that it was a correlation, or he used another word, of all these events happening at once that's going to be the detriment of the outcome. That's, it's not just one thing. He mentioned, the immigration. He mentioned the wars. He mentioned, gold inflation. I mean, real thoughts. I do. Definitely good team. Yes, I am very grateful and really happy for my team, and I get I get a lot of help from my husband. Is really good at reading patterns and cycles and all that stuff. So that's how they'll pay off the debt, is devaluation. Yes, and that was kind of what Fred was kind of like gearing towards. If you had watched the whole video, it was a really good video, actually. He said there's no doubt it's going to end up in a really bad situation. It's not just going to be, he said that back in the 2008 crash, it was the banks that needed the bailout, right? It was all the banks. And the government printed the money to bail the banks out. But now it's a different situation. Now it's actually the governments themselves that are in, trouble. And no one's going to be able to bail out the government because there isn't enough. There's just not enough money to bail them out. So inflating the debt away is kind of like cheating. And that's what he said in that video. He said that Trump's agenda is like cheating. So I think it's already a bad situation for most. Yeah, it is. I'm feeling it. I think I told you guys this before, that You know, I have a good job, and if things weren't so crazy and unaffordable here in California, I'd probably be doing okay. But it's not. It's just really, really bad. The government cheating. More files we can't find. Oh my God, David. That's another thing. I think so, you know, people don't trust the government. People don't trust anybody. I mean, I have a tough time trusting people also, you know, even in, you know, you got to be careful on some of these chats too, that, you know, you just, on my Sunday lives, I have some crazies in there. Like, I literally have some crazy people on my Sunday live chat. So it's very scary times we're living in right now. It's unfortunate because I remember a day where I was happy like every day, and I'm normally a happy person. But the stress of everything, the stress of everyday life is just, it's hard. It's hard to wake up to go to work, right? Because I know that half my money is going, you know, I half my money, half my paycheck, I don't get, you know, I don't get. So that really kills me. And did you see Newsom's wife did Harvey Weinstein in 2007 to get Gavin back for, oh my God. I don't know if I want to talk about that. It was in the news again. Oh, geez. Yeah, well, he's another one that, you know, just a bad dude. We just have a bunch of bad people in the government, and I don't know how it got this bad. Like, so I didn't really start following politics at all until Obama. I was in my 30s. I think I was 35, 36 years old. Never voted, never registered, never cared. But at that age, something happened to me, and I started to hear this speaker on the news. And he was running for president, and he was amazing to me. He said everything I wanted to hear, and life wasn't really that bad back then. You can't get in unless you're bad. I believe that. I think that's the way it is now. That's definitely the way it is now. But I did not vote. I wasn't registered. So I registered as a Democrat. And I went and I was first in line to vote for Obama because I wanted change. I could not stand, after, 9/11, it was just not good. So I started, slowly getting into politics at that time in my mid-30s. And so I voted for Obama. And, I thought his first term was okay. I still wasn't smart enough to know. I really wasn't, not like I am now. Like I examine every little thing, every little thing. And I learned that from my husband. I examined every little thing. So, but I didn't back then. And so when he won the second time, it was bad. It was really bad. I did not vote for him the second. I voted for Trump the second time. So, but that was the very first time I ever registered to vote, and I, changed my party when I voted for Trump and became a Republican and stayed that way. And, I thought he did a great job. In his first term, I thought he did well. I know we had the pandemic going on at that time, which was really rough. And, it wasn't his fault. And I know there was a lot of stimulus that, went out, and now we're all suffering from that. At the time, maybe it sounded good, but we're paying for it now. And that also is another part of that video that I did yesterday. It's just, I'm thinking to myself, I don't even know if it's worth voting anymore. Like, why would we vote anymore? Because of the corruption that's going on right now. All part of the plan. Romney was second time. Oh, whoever they are. I think they have something on most of them. Whoever they. Oh, okay. I'm catching up in the chat. Sorry, guys. Yeah, like now I feel like, you know what? I don't want to vote. I don't want to. And Mondami won in New York City. Did you guys see that? He won yesterday. So there goes, I mean, half of New York City is fleeing right now as we speak. They're running for their lives. They're leaving. And, well, I still want my 5K. Yeah, you'll never see that. It's gone. There is no money. There's no Fort Knox. There's weird. I'm really scared. I'm really, really, really nervous. Even like, I was talking the last week, my live on Thursday, we were talking about coins and, gold and silver. And some of these coin shops are completely they're closed down. They're like not even open anymore. And they had been open for 50 years and they're not even open anymore. They're gone. So it's, I can't, just things are happening so fast and just things are moving too fast. Things are just moving way too fast. And, it's just scary. I don't know. It's just really scary. And it bothers me to wake up every day at 3:30 in the morning to go to work, to a very stressful job of, it's a very, I'm not going to, I said this last week, I'm not going to complain about it because I'm fortunate I have this job. And it's a very interesting, aerospace is one of the most fascinating fields to be in, to be honest. But, Bulldogs, you have to change your citizenship to get that to one of the allied countries. Oh my God, you nailed it. Yeah, it is. It's really rough. I wanted to retire. I wanted to retire at 55. I'll be 60 in a couple years, and I'm gonna be working till I have no idea now. So. But it kills me to wake up at 3:30 every morning, go to work. But luckily I have a job that I really like. It's very interesting. My days do go by very fast because I do tons of calculating and formulating and coding and just all kinds of, plans and just, it's a very interesting job and I'm glad I have it. But I don't get to see, what do you do for work, Desert? So I can tell you what I do. I just can't tell you. So I work in aerospace, but a lot of what I do is classified. So I can't really say what I actually do because it's classified. But I do work for an aerospace company. But before that, I was a chemist. I worked in the biomedical field and I worked at a really good company and I did all the pandemic testing devices and all flu and strep. So I was the chemist that made the chemistry solution that went on the testing strips that go out to all the doctors and all the hospitals and CVS and Walgreens and all that stuff. So, and I loved that job. It was a great job. I was there for 10 years and it was awesome. It was really, 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 really good. It's kind of a classified thing that I do. But before that, I was at a company for 10 years. It was great. I did chemistry. I actually started off as a chemistry technician. I worked my way up in the company and became the manager of the chemistry lab. So I developed really quickly in that company. Within 5 years, I was the manager of the quality control chemistry lab. So, and that was another job I loved. I absolutely loved chemistry. It was just a great field to be in. And at the time of the pandemic, I was making triple money because they were paying hazard pay. They were paying for all your travel. They were paying for all your lunch. I mean, it was just those couple of years that I did that for. I made such good money with this company, and it was based out of San Diego, and I lived close to that job, and so it was a really great job, and I did love it. And I got promoted to the manager of the department, which was really good, but it took me off the bench. So I wasn't doing chemistry anymore. I was managing the team. So I have a science background. Your jobs sound awesome. Oh, Jesse, do you have a science background? Nice. So what do you do for work? Do you do that? What do you do for work? I'm curious. Yeah, it was extremely interesting, but when I became manager, I was off the bench and I wasn't formulating anymore. I wasn't working with, we worked with viruses, and, we geared up. We were in, we were working at hoods and, controlled rooms, and it was awesome. It was just awesome. I loved it. And then when I got promoted to manager, I got taken off the floor, and then I was managing people, which was fine too. Every now and then I would get to go back on the benches and help out if we were overwhelmed and we were short staffed. I would go back on the bench and help, formulate things, and it was great. But I just once that happened, I became a manager. I just started growing and getting more involved with R&D, and then I got a lot of experience, like developing new methods and writing work instructions and SOPs, and just because I knew so much about the chemistry that was involved, and I did a lot of data analysis on the testing, so I knew how everything worked, and I knew the testing results and how everything functioned, and what, where to adjust different medias and different things. Chronic health issues have prevented me from getting into the work I wanted, but I have a biology degree with an ecological, I can't say that name. Why? Ecological focus. Okay. Very, very good. Yeah, that. Most of the people I worked with had biology degrees. Most of them were microbiology degrees, because a lot of the stuff we did was microbiology. So, I did a lot of ELISA testing and HPLC testing, and just, it was great. So then I started getting involved in the R&D team and doing investigations, and it was a really great job. But then it got bought out. The company got bought out 3 years ago, and it completely changed, and I was miserable. It was just, there were a new regime came in, and this was the bad thing about when this happens. And if you look at my very first video that I ever did on YouTube, I talk about it, and you'll know it's my first my first video, because it was really mostly scripted, and I threw in a few things here and there. But when that happened, it just ruined the whole. Half the company left, first of all, and then half the company got laid off. So this new regime came in, ruined the place. I was miserable. They put a lot more duties on me because we lost so many people. I was working nonstop, just like I am now, but it's much better now. So I decided, you know what, I'm going to try to look for something else. I can't, as much as, I really liked what I was doing, I was like, I'm not going to deal with these people. They're horrible. They're very abusive people. I never had to deal with working with aggressive people like that. They were very aggressive. That's a shame. It was a shame, because I had never dealt, in all the years I have been working, I had never dealt with a group of people that were aggressive like this. And it was really disturbing, and everybody, the culture of that company changed overnight. We were like a family. We used to have, everybody celebrated birthdays, and we would have birthday lunches, and Nobody spoke to each other anymore. Nobody, I mean, it completely turned the culture of that company around, and it was awful. It was awful. And at the time, my husband actually was an engineer there, and he was one of the best engineers they ever had. And he received many awards and many, he was an amazing engineer. And that's kind of how I got that job. But he was miserable. I mean, it was just really, really, really bad. It was a bad thing. So I started looking for work, and after 2 years of looking for work, I finally found this job in aerospace, and it is amazing. And a lot of my skills that I had at my other job transferred to this position, which I was fortunate to have that happen. Sometimes when you change jobs, some of your skills don't, you can't transfer them over to the new job. But I had been in so many different departments in the other job. I was in quality, I was in R&D, I was a technician, I was, I handled the logistics part of, I was involved in so much, in metrics, and, I did a lot for that company. I would do all the metrics for, the run times, and, because of being a manager, I did payroll and all that stuff. So it took me 2 years of interviewing, and the interviews, guys, you don't want to be interviewing. I went through 2 years of interviews, 5 interviews. You go through 5 people each time you interview. I got several offers, but they were not close to the pay that I was making, and I couldn't take a pay cut. So it took me 2 years to find some company that would pay me what I was making, actually even more. So it worked out well for me. So that's why I say I really don't want to, I can't complain about where I am right now. I just can't. It's a good job. I like it. It's just, it kills me to go to work every day at 3:30. I wake up at 3:30 in the morning. I'm in work by 5 a.m. And I work till, I just made this live at 4:30. And half my paycheck is gone. Half of it's gone. High regulated environment skills probably transferred. Yes, and that was the other thing. Why I dealt with all the auditors. We were heavily audited by the FDA, constantly audited by the FDA. We were funded by the FDA. A lot of the stuff we were doing, especially during the pandemic, we were funded by the FDA. So they were there all the time, and I had to deal with them. And so I did, I tend to be an overachiever anyway. So I really put a lot into things that I do. It's just who I always want to try to prove myself. I don't know. It's just something in me. That I was fortunate enough that the VP of the company saw that in me, and he actually was the one who kind of like guided me through this whole, he pretty much trained me in everything. So I was very fortunate to get in good with him, develop really good work relationships with everybody. So they were more than happy to, help me and, help me grow in the company. And I grew really fast. In 5 years, like I said, I was manager. I had great relationships. And then that whole thing happened with the being bought out. And now today, their stock of the company. So during the pandemic, the stock of the company was around $350 a stock. It's down to $21 today. Lucky they didn't dangle a carrot and promise you the world. Well, they did that too, but that was before the new regime came in. But anyway, they were good to me. Before the new regime came in, they were good to me. But their stock is $21 today. Today, it tanked so bad that I actually talked to the VP that used to be the guy that I worked with. We texted each other today because we were like, because when the new regime came in, that VP that I was really good, friends with, and we worked as a team running the company, he left when the regime came in. He was like, F this, I'm out. I'm not dealing with it. Because these people were aggressive and just, I had never dealt with people that were yelling and screaming and just, you get more bees with honey. It's just, they were really awful people. And so he was ready to, he was going to retire. He was in his late 60s. He was going to work there till probably in his 80s because he loved it so much. He just loved it. And I loved him. He was great. But, he, as soon as that happened, he said, you know what? I'm going to retire. F this. I'm not dealing with these people. This is just terrible. This is just awful. The way they're treating, he was even disgusted. He was like, I can't believe the way they're treating these people who have worked this. Half the company worked there for 30 years. Like, most of the company had worked there 10 years or more. So it was just really bad, but it did take me 2 years of interviewing, and God, that was just, oh my God, the interview process. It just over and over and over again. And like I said, I got several offers, but no one could match what I was making until I found this job. So again, I went through 5 interviews all the way to the CEO for this position that I just got. And I just got it back in January of this year. And that's how I moved closer to my house in the desert. So I'm not in San Diego anymore. I'm further north. So it's, I'm very close to my job. My apartment where I'm filming now is my apartment, and it's 16 miles from where I work, so it's great. Yeah, it was just, it's been a ride. It's been a ride. But I started YouTube because I was hoping you got a lateral move. Yes, it was pretty much a lateral move with some bonuses. So it was a little bit more money because of the bonus program they have. But it's a much better job, and the people are great, and I love going there. So I love to go there. I love to go to work. I'm giving a two-way here. So I like what I'm doing, but I hate going to work and working for nothing because I don't get to keep my paycheck. So, the state of California, guys, they take 14.4% of your paycheck. The state. Glad it worked out. Thank you, Real. Yes, I am too. I am very fortunate. Like I said, I'm really fortunate. But the state of California takes 14.4% of my paycheck. The government takes 38% of my paycheck. Then my health insurance is $500 a month. I get paid twice a month. So $250 and $250, $500 a month comes. I'm telling you, it is out of control. Things are out of control. And that's what that video was about last night when Fred was talking about how they're taxing the workers because the governments are they're just in so much trouble right now. So, and living in the state of California, our gas is still almost $5 a gallon. I pay $4.89. I paid $4.89 today. It cost me $90 hey, Erwin, welcome. Virginia, welcome to the chat. We're discussing finances and money and taxes and the world and what hell it is right now. But Virginia is beautiful. We actually looked. We've been looking. We want to get out of California, but we love our desert home. We do. We love it there so much. And that's the one thing that's stopping us from, because we look at home prices. My husband is constantly looking to get the heck out of here. And if I could find another job, like I have now somewhere else, that would be great. Virginia's gorgeous. I am originally from the East Coast. So, New York, Boston, Jersey. I have family in Maine. I have family in Florida. I have family, and I still have family back home in Sicily. We have to get, I think we're eventually going to be pushed out of California, to be honest. My husband is retired, so he's on a fixed, income. I get a 3% raise every year. What is that going to do? I mean, it's not like we're going to get anywhere because they're going to keep hiking everything up. The electric, I just got a notice, your electric's going to go, sky high. And it's just got back from a 10-day vacation in Berkeley Springs. What is that, Wyoming? I can't see. I love it in the woods and mountains. Oh, is it Washington? I'm blind as a bat. Sorry, guys. And I love the woods and mountains too. Like when I lived in New Hampshire, for like 7 years. I really liked New Hampshire. It was gorgeous. And I used to travel through Vermont. I was a snowboarder back in the day. West Virginia. I say WV. Okay, West Virginia. I've been to Berkeley Springs, Irwin. It's a beautiful place. Jesse. Okay. I heard it was gorgeous there, and we did look. We looked in Virginia, we looked in Georgia, we looked in Tennessee, with North Carolina, South Carolina. It was funny because we were looking. We almost bought in North Carolina, and then the hurricane hit that year. That I think it was last year or the year before, and we were like, raw footage. Hi, welcome. Yes, you caught me. Welcome, honey. How are ya? I'm glad to see you. So we, you're from Virginia too? Jesus. Oh my God. Awesome. Wow, there's a lot of East Coasters. Yeah, so we were looking, we almost bought in North Carolina, and then that hurricane hit, and we were like, okay, maybe, we'll look other places. And we were like, nah, we'll just stay where we are in California. But like I said, financially, I think we're going to get pushed out because a 3% raise every year, guys, for me is not going to hold up with the insurance costs. That, like, our car insurance went from, I think my husband said his bill went from $158 a month to $300. So now, like, it is insanely expensive here, and we're eventually probably going to get pushed out, which is so unfortunate. Moved out here in 2013 to take a job at the Board of Veteran Appeals in DC. Just retired in April. Lucky you, Erin. Oh my God. I want to retire so bad. I just want to retire. I just want to be done with it. But, I just want to be done with it. I am, I still want to work though too. Like, cause I still feel young. Like I still feel like if I retire, I'm going to need something to do. I'm not one of those that, wow, that's insane. Yeah, I'm not one of those that can just, I'm going to try to film. Oh, you should. You should. Listen, my team loved your raw footage. My team, I told them, I'm like, she's just hilarious. Like, when we're in the chat with the source, I think I even asked you, are you a professional comedian? Because you are so freaking funny. And my whole team that, helped with your hours, they just thought you were just amazing. So, Irwin, now working a part-time job as executive director of the Air Warrior Courage Foundation. Oh, no way. Okay, so I'm in aerospace. I can't really say what I do because it's classified, but I am in aerospace. That's really cool. Yeah, great sense of humor. Raw footage is just funny, and we have a good time in that chat. And Robert Carter is another one. Like, I need to get him. I don't know if he needs watch hours or whatever, but I would like to help him out a little bit too. But my whole team that worked on your hours, they were just like, wow, this channel is really great. So I'm glad you did well. I'm glad they helped you out, and your analytics were great. I'm really happy about that. Hey, Beltloop 29 Homestead, what's up? How you doing tonight? Hope all is well. I saw some of the. Sorry, wrong channel. Understood. Sorry, wrong channel. Oh, I know you have many. You're on your homestead, but I know you have a ton of them. Understood. 13 years flying on B-52s. Oh, wow. Wow, that's impressive. Okay, so yes, okay, that's impressive. I know exactly what a B-52 is because of my job. But anyway, we're probably going to get pushed out of California because, like I said, my income is probably not going to be able to keep up with what is going to happen to California. So I was saying, I was here with the wrong channel. I'm back, and I was able to hit the like button. I love you, Beltloop. You are just awesome. Everybody is just, I really, really love my subs. I really do. They're so supportive, everybody. You guys are just so supportive. You comment on my videos and real thoughts. You have you're super smart, and I just love, we should have a podcast. Like, I think a podcast would be like really good. And just, LOL, I thought you logged into the wrong channel. Beltloop, David, he was here last time, I think. Yeah, so anyway, I really do think that, eventually we're going to be pushed out. The cost of food here is just insane. The eggs are $12.99. A gallon of milk is like $5. I told you today I paid $4.89 for gas, so it cost me $90 to fill my tank. And thank God that lasts me through the week, even traveling back and forth the 175 miles every weekend to go to the desert on Fridays and Sundays. It does last, but a 3% raise every year is not going to help me out. And with everything increasing in California, it's going to be pretty bad. So, but Beltloop, I wanted to tell you, I saw some of your videos from the fair, and I was like, I wish I lived near you guys. I want to meet your wife. She seems really cool. You have a great group. I actually I became a member of Devil Dog, and I'm looking forward to really getting into that channel. Yes, real. It would be really good. I wish I had I don't have the program to have an app, a guest on, and I think I was asking Beltloop the last time what they were using, or it might have been Devil Dog that I was asking. I can't remember who it was, but there's a program that I want to get so that I can have guests up. But I actually would love to get into podcasting because I love conversation. Obviously, you can tell I haven't shut up once. I love to get into world events, and I love to hear what other people have to say and their opinions, and even debating. Charlie Kirk was a great debater. If anything at all, he was a great debater. I didn't agree with everything he had to say, but even at that, he was just he was a good debater, and I would love to get into that. So I have someone. Let's see. Oh, an old friend of mine is at a game in San Diego at a hockey game. It's Gary, my old person I used to work with. Um, yeah, so I would love to do like a podcast thing, like just I think it would be really interesting and real thoughts. You have a great perspective, and I think a lot of what we talk about back and forth, like it just vibes. I don't know, and I think we would have good debates if we disagree on things. My husband was saying that he's like, man, you guys would be like a really good podcast show to watch. So I thought that was funny the last time he said that because he was on the chat and he was listening to us, and he's like, man, that would be. I really enjoy your channel, Desert. Logic and laughter, curiosity and cuteness. Thank you so much. Little dogs demanding attention. I think we would have fun. Yeah, so again, Belloop, first of all, your dogs are just the cutest. I think I saw 3 of them. Is it 3 that you have? And are they related? Because they all look identical. Jesse Journals, Anna Box. Yes, a podcast with you and Real Thoughts Project would be great. At Desert, I have a space tomorrow if you have someone that wants to exchange hours. Okay, guys, so does anybody need watch hours? Does anybody need hours for your channel? I have a team that I've developed, and Bulldogs is the manager, pretty much, and he is very, very good. I have 3 Boston Terriers. I got them all from Devil Dog. 2 litters of, oh, no kidding. Oh my God, they're so cute. They are just adorable. I just love them. I want them. They're so cute. I'm an animal lover anyway. I love animals. It doesn't matter what it is, except snakes. I don't like snakes. But your dogs are so cute. They're just adorable. And yeah, so if anybody is interested in getting some hours for your channel, I have a good team that can help you out with that, and if you want to, just let me know in the chat. I was able to help out actually a lot of people with that, and they reciprocated, so it was really good to be able to help out people, especially when you have more than just one person helping. So the Frenchie aspect kind of gives that away. I want to do basically watch Nina's playlist and we'll watch yours. Okay, there you go. Yeah, basically that's what it is. And I've traded with most of you guys on here actually I've traded with. So but if you need hours, just let me know and we will hook you up, and yeah, I'm totally down with that. I need watch hours too, so I'm all about that. And what I like about that actually is you really get to see the channel. Like you really, if you're truly a watcher, if you're truly a watcher of the channel, you really get to see that channel, and you're gonna. What an awesome idea to develop a team to support. Yes, it was. It was a good. It was a good. I'm fortunate. I have, a good sub base. I'll call it a community. To be honest, I really do. I have a lot of people that are really good members, subs, and they would do they're really supportive. They're great people, and half of them are you guys. But it really they'll do a lot for me, and I will do the same, for you guys. So it did help. Like my watch hours went up 30 hours in one day. So can I make a suggestion? Yes. Somebody did make a suggestion to me about the watch hours. Yes. Yes. So I don't know if you know who DTR is. I think you probably do. They gave a suggestion about putting everything, all your videos in one list. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yep. That's exactly what they did. They suggested today in a comment to me to get all the videos in one instead of jumping from playlist to playlist to because that takes a lot of time, right? It takes a lot of time to do that. And yes, create one playlist, get all your videos in there. Actually, I'm thinking about doing two. So one for all my shorts and then one for all my videos. So Raw did. Okay. Yeah. Well, she's smart. So it is really easy to do as well. Yes. Yeah. So I'm going to be working on that. I'm separating that. I'm still going to keep my playlists the way they are, but I'm going to make a separate one. Two separates. One for my shorts because I have a lot. Make a complete list of everything. Support list. Yeah, raw footage. I wish I thought of that earlier because it would have made it much easier for people to do my watch list and trade hours, and it takes about 5 minutes if you have a lot of videos. Yeah, I do. I have almost 400 videos, and then I have so many shorts. I mean, I don't even know how many shorts I have. You don't have to eliminate your shorts. Right. I was going to keep, so what I was going to do is I was going to put my, LOL, I'm just a smarty pants. You are smart. We like every video, so it sticks with YouTube. That's the other, hi, Bells. Hi, Bells. How are you, honey? Thank you for joining. I hope you are well. We're talking about playlists and trading playlists and hours and things like that. And so I have, a lot of long content too. That's the other thing. And somebody mentioned it. I think it was David. Was it David who said it? So the key when you're trading playlists like that is to actually watch the video, first of all, and then comment and like. You have to hit that like, because what the algorithm looks at is the interaction. When you're just running a playlist, yes, it helps with hours, but when that interaction happens, hi, Poetic. How are you, love? Thank you for joining. I'm so happy to see everybody here. I really am. I am super happy. I watch your stuff anyway, but I haven't seen all of the old stuff. I will have to go back and check them out. Oh, Real Thoughts. When you see my old stuff, you're going to be like, oh, Jesus. I was so new and so scared to death. Like, my first few AI videos were all, that is the thing I am struggling with. Bells, if you need hours, let me know. Drop it in the, just say, I will help you. If you want them, let me know. Just tell me right now, and I will help you with your hours. My first 5 videos were all scripted. Most of it was scripted, and a lot of it was a lot of editing, and but I was scared to death. I had never done anything like it before. So you do? Okay, so Bulldogs, if you're still here, I believe you can just click on her. Let me get her, hold on one second. Let me get her. Is she, yeah, you're moderator. I think I gave you a moderator. She should be moderating. How come she doesn't have a, hold on. Yeah, she's moderating. Okay, so just grab her, please. You just select them. Okay, yeah. Okay, so, Bulldogs, if you're still there, please get bells and stars. So you can do 50 at a time. Okay. David. Yes, yeah. So David is really great. He's another sub of mine, and he is a very good supporter. I have a few that are really good. Thank you, Bulldogs. And you know, I have a lot of people, and I also enjoy. I'm one of them. I'm one of them watching. You know, and like I was talking about the interaction you have to have, because YouTube looks at that. They look at if you're going to like the video, if you comment on the video. Just thanks, Desert, for you and your crew watching my playlist. You're welcome. You're welcome, Poetic. Anything for you. I actually sent you a comment saying I'm starting to put music in my videos. I did a couple of shorts with some music, and so far so good. I haven't gotten anything. You know, back from that. So I was really happy. But I did apply for the copyright license through the state, or the commissioner or whatever. So we'll see what happens. But I'm glad that they were able to help you out with your hours. So I do have a good community. I'm calling it a community. They are great people. And again, half of them are you guys, but they are really faithful to me, and I love them, and I'm really close to them. But it is all about the interaction. The algorithm looks at not just running the playlist, but they're looking for the interaction. They're looking for, was it expensive? Yes. It's $325 for 10 either songs or videos or whatever. So every time you do, you get 10, and then you pay another $325 for another 10, or you can pay $1,000 for 50. So it was pricey. It was pricey. I'm not gonna lie. In that video, I leave that the lawyer that's in that video, she has all the information on how to do it, how to apply for it. So. But it was, do you mind if I drop a link to a video about creating a master? Go right ahead. Drop a link. Yes, please. Yes, that would be great. I don't mind at all. I don't mind anybody dropping links here. So it's all about connections and, you know, building your channel. But it's definitely not just running the playlist. Please comment, like, you know, anybody can just run a playlist and not pay attention. And then you don't know anything about that channel. And then why would you subscribe if you don't know anything about the channel? Local reviewer, hello. Hi, welcome. I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good night. We're all talking about YouTube and play hours and watch hours and all that kind of stuff, and video making and music. And, you know, I just started adding some music to my videos, and I love it. I just love it. Sandra, I am just having so much fun with it. I just, you know, I don't know. I just love doing it. I love creating. It's a lot of fun. It does take a little bit of time, but because I'm new to it, like I'm new to all these, you know, Suno and all these other programs. So, but the program I really want to learn about is what I use to have guests on my channel. I don't know. Some say StreamYard, some say I don't know which one is the best one to use. And when I was watching, I think was it you, Belt Loop, the other night with Devil Dog, and you had Des on. I think it was you. I'm not sure which one to go with for that, because I do local reviewer watch hours. Are you looking for watch hours? If you're looking for watch hours, just let me know. I just left work, so I'm driving. Be safe listening. I got you. Okay. There are several streaming services. I was just yelling at a driver going by me, and it got on the chat. Oops. I didn't hear anything, so you're good. Okay, Desert, let's line up next week. Who wants to view your playlists? Okay, so if you want to trade, I'm willing to trade with anybody. So we got Bells. So Bells will be first on the list, and we'll trade with Bells. And Bells, you have my channel. You can start. I feel bad because you're gonna have to go from playlist to playlist to playlist. But if Belt Loot drops that link in the chat, maybe we can figure out what he had in mind. Local, are you getting better loading longer videos? Okay, yeah. See, that's the other thing. A lot of my content is long. It's long content. So and when you sign up to someone's, to trade playlists, it's important to watch the video. And it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. You should be like, I had a list. So when I started doing this is the list. So if I was to trade with someone, the questions I would ask, right, to make sure you watched my videos, were how many videos were in this particular playlist? That would be one of my questions. Which video did you like best, or which playlist did you like best and why? Or which playlist did you not like and why? Do you have any suggestions for me? Which short was your favorite? How many shorts did you watch? Would you recommend my channel to others? Do you share their content on other platforms? So these are some of the things that are involved when you're sharing playlists. You shouldn't just be running it. That's not that. I get it. I get that. But the algorithm is picking up the communication that you guys are. So when you're running a playlist, you're hitting the like. You're commenting, and that's what the algorithm looks for when you're watching the videos. Poetic Tears, it is a lot of work. You are so right. It takes a long time. Sometimes I'm up till midnight, and so is my team. And through the night, they're just great questions. Thank you. Yeah. So I mean, that's how people are watching your channel. And you know what? They may not like it. They may say, you know what? I watched your stuff, and thanks for the hours, and I'm out. But these are some of the questions that that you may want to ask. Hey, how many videos were on this playlist? And that's how you know if they watched it or not. And if the first thing you'll know is if they comment, right? If they leave a like and a comment. I was saying watching longs are easier than shorts because we like every video and usually have conversation with the group on that channel. So a long is a way easier. That's a good way to look at it, actually. It is hard work. YouTube ain't easy. It's not. And I am trying my hardest right now. Like, I'm putting so much effort into it because I really, 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 I understand that, David. Yes. I really do want to, I want this as a job, to be honest. I don't want to work for Google, but I would love to do this. Like, I'm a chatter. I like conversation. Double Roses, Twinsland. Hello, new here from Raw Footage. Oh, great. Welcome. Welcome, Double Roses. Glad to have you. Triplet. Welcome. I'm glad to have you in the chat. And you'll get to meet really good people here. And if you're a friend of Footage, I'm a friend of yours. I love her. She's great. Everybody is really great. So I watched one YouTuber playlist trying to help them get to the monetization stage. I'm talking over 10 playlists, over 10-hour playlists, and they never return the favor. And that poetic is what I am talking about, because that happened to me twice. I traded playlists twice and I got nothing. So that's why I was like, okay, these are the questions I want to know. And you don't even have to ask these, because they'll be commenting on your video, and they'll be hitting that like button. And that's what you need. That is exactly what that algorithm wants to see. It's the communication. So it's, really just, you've got to, not just run the playlist, but that's rude. We love you too, Raw. Great connection, the double roses. David, that's fine when you're first starting out. It's impossible once the channel starts getting larger. And see, that's the other thing. So once the channel gets larger, and once you have your subs and your hours and, it's, yes, communication is the key, but not a viewer communication with you and your contact. Communication is the key, but not a viewer communicates with you and your contact, right? I don't even ask anybody to play my playlist. I watch others or just have them play just to help them. I don't expect anything back. That's great. That's awesome. I mean, that's what I do. I mean, I go on Poetic, I go on Bell, I go on all your channels. I love, and that's why I subbed, is because I actually like your content. So, but I think what's happening in some of these like communities, and people are, saying, oh yeah, we'll trade playlists. Poetic just said exactly what happens sometimes. It just, they'll say, okay, we'll trade playlists, but the reciprocation doesn't happen back. Like, you put all these hours into watching, just like Poetic said, and you don't get anything back. And so it sucks. It just sucks. So you're in mine all the time. Yes. I actually love, and I was actually talking to my team about your channel, Local, was another one that I would love to trade with, because you have a really good, actually going to give you a moderator. I'll add you as a moderator. Yeah, so I just, that's how you find these awesome channels. You get to watch, and then some of them you don't like, and you don't go back, and it's just, it is what it is. So, it's just, that's how I was able to find Real Thoughts. But I like to help other small channels when I can. Yes, and that's the thing. I think that's where we're all at right now. Most of us, not Belt Loop. He's good. But a lot of us are still, like, I think Poetic, you're up there. You're at 600 maybe. You're doing well. Tracy's is doing awesome. She's got over 1,000. We helped her out last week. We got her 65 hours, I think it was. Raw footage, we got you some good hours. Let's do it. Okay, because I really like your channel. And okay, so we have Bells, Bulldogs, and David, if you're still on. I think you guys are. So Bells, and then we have Local Reviewer. We'll start. I'm going to write this down. Bells, Local. Okay, reviewer. Yeah, so we're all trying to get to that point, right, where we can get monetized. And it's easy to find them when you drop into a lot of small channel live streams. Yes, lots of people in there are content creators, not the large channels, and that's for sure. That you said it, Bello. Why would they be? Why do they have to be? They're not going to waste their time. They're making. They've got it. They don't need to do this. But I do have a full-time job besides YouTube, and me too. And that's why this is so hard. And that's why I have a few other people that I've asked in my community to check out the channel. If they like it, they'll sub you guys, and they'll watch your videos. If they don't like it, you won't get a sub, but you'll get the watch, and you'll get the communication from them. They will do that. But they will and that's how we grow. That's how it all grows. That's exactly what I'm, what I'm trying to do. And I like to help out people, and I like to find new channels. I love it. I just love, finding new channels, and just, there's billions of channels out there on YouTube. And, watching playlists is definitely a good way to get hours, but definitely communication. And then you really get to see, the videos, and if you're gonna like the channel, and if you're gonna sub, so I think it's really good to trade playlists. And I will definitely trade playlists with Bells and Local, Poetic. You and I did, and wow, 716. You're at 716. Poetic Tears. I added a few subs. You're at 721. Oh damn. See, Bell Loop. I mean, we have all the support, you guys. It's really good. It's really, really good. On my earning tab. I think most people do. Some focus solely on their own success. Those tend to take longer and or struggle more. Oh yeah, just want to mention, Local also has a GoFundMe for his dream food truck. Oh, I thought about doing that at some point. I love cooking, and I'm Italian, and I had a lot of hopes and dreams back in the day. So none of them panned out, but one of them did when I owned my spa. But other than that, it's all gone downhill. But you're all rocking it. Yes, and Jesse's, I'll get you a moderator too, because I love you. You're good. You're a good channel. Yeah, and so that's how I'm able to find these great channels. And I love all these channels. It's just really it's fun to watch. And like I said, I traded with someone the other day I was on Tuber Chat yesterday, and I traded with someone there. And I ended up, having my team help, and I put in the effort. I was watching and liking, and I had, others helping, and I didn't get anything back from this person. So not 1 hour, not one like, not one anything. So it was disappointing, because I spent a lot of time, David. The difference is that if you watch 10 hours of Desert, we give 20 plus hours in return, because we are watching as a team. And he just gave it away. Yeah. So I have a team of people that will triple your hours, basically, if you want to trade with me for watch hours. I have a very good team of people that are willing to watch your videos, comment on them, like them, and you may get a sub out of it. It just may happen, like raw footage. All my people, I don't know if you got subs out of. I think David subbed to you, maybe. I don't know if Bulldogs did. There's a few, so I think you might have gotten them as subs because they just loved your channel. So that's the other thing. You also get subs from them. If you're really, 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 you're welcome. You should have had it from the beginning. I wasn't thinking. There he is. That's who I was talking about, Robert. Hey, Robert, what's happening? How you doing tonight? So I was just talking about, I was just telling my team tonight before I came live that Robert Carter, Raw Footage, Poetic, Real Thoughts, Bell Loop, like I was talking about all these people, Bell Loop, that are just the best to, when we're in the source and we're chatting, I just have such a good time with you guys. Like, it's just hilarious. It's just it's just so funny. The chats that go on, and just, we have such a good time. But Robert was another one that I wouldn't mind trading playlists with, because he has a good channel. I actually watch, his channel, and I comment, and Belt Loop has many channels. I want to actually, I think I'm members of two. I became members of two of your channels, and then I became a member of Devil Dog, because I love his channel. He's great too. But you get to find these new channels. Because there's billions of channels out there, and a lot of them, a lot of the big channels with millions of followers and viewers, I don't like them. I just don't like them. They get so big that something changes in them. They start out, really raw footage. He just reached 1K. Nice. Yes. So a lot of these big channels, they just start off as they start off great, and then something happens to them, and they just end up being awful. So I tend to go to channels that are, with a few thousand subscribers, and I'm more interested in things like that. So. But Robert, if you're interested, in trading playlists, because I do like your channel, I would definitely be interested in that. That would be cool. I just lost my chat. Hold on one second, guys. My thing is gonna go off. Okay. You're welcome. Of course. Anything for you. Yeah, so again, that's how I found all these great channels, and I love watching them. And like I said, some of the bigger channels, I just don't find any interest in them. And they have millions of followers, and I don't understand how they get them. I just don't. I do not understand how they get these followers. Some of them are just... some of the things they do on their channels, and I don't get it. I just don't get it. So, I don't know. It just surprises me that they get that many. I don't know how they get there, but they do. They've probably been on for, I don't know, years and years and years, because it's taking a long ass time to grow my channel. It's just taking a long time. I've been doing this since April, and I have a lot of videos out there, a lot of shorts. I put a lot of time into it. And to be honest, I probably work more for Google and YouTube than I do for my own job. So it's just double roses. I thought I gave you, I think I gave you a moderator. Yeah, you should be moderator now. Every time I click off that, it clicks off the chat. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so I mean, it's just it's tough. It's a lot of work, but I do like doing it. I love doing this stuff. I really do, and that's why I was like, man, I would love to have a podcast. Like, I would really love to have a good podcast, like with someone, that you could have a good discussion with, and even like debate different, if you have different views on things, talk about it and debate it. And I think it would be just really, really good. And it was funny because it was my husband that said, you would be a great podcaster with with Real Thoughts. He's like, you guys would just be, he's like, I would watch it. And so I was laughing so hard, because he was like, you guys are just, you have a good perspective, you have, good communication, you both are you can speak very well, and, Real Thoughts is super smart. And you're welcome, hon. Yeah, so I just thought, man, that would be probably my next like goal is to David, bells and stars. I have you down for hours. Is there anyone else that would like hours? Yeah, so I just I'm gonna start with bells and stars. Let's see, bells and stars, and then we have local reviewer David and Bulldogs. Our next. So we'll start with that one, and then right after this live, I'll start. I see your channel being a platform like Charlie Kirk did, freedom of speech and debates. And Raw, I was so torn up about Charlie because I followed him. I followed his podcast, and I loved because I work all the time too. Real thoughts. I took my other channel close to a couple years to get monetized. Yeah. It takes a long time. It does. It takes a long time. And you have both your channels are great. But back to Charlie Kirk I loved his debating. I didn't agree with everything he said, and I'm not really, I believe in God, but I'm not a practicing, I'm not a religious. He was very religious. He brought that to his debates, and I watched him constantly. So I was a huge fan, and I was torn up. I cried and cried and I cried for weeks. Like I'm not over what I saw. Like I saw it happen because I was watching it, and I still have that vision of what happened. And I tried to do a video of it. Okay, so I saw some whom got monetized within 3 months. Yeah, that's the other thing. People can blow up like that. Like they can just blow up. And that's the other thing. I want to know how. How does that happen? Going live every day. It's hard when you work a full-time job. It's hard. But I did try to do a video of Charlie, and it turned out to be a disaster. I had 300 takes of it. It's edited up the ass. Like every scene I did was crying and I couldn't get the words out. But there was 2 speeches that I had to play in that video. And one of them was Tucker Carlson, and the other one was the guy that was with Charlie that took him into the SUV and brought him to the hospital. He was a mentor of Charlie. And so in that video, it's terrible, guys. If you go to that video, it's just a really bad video. But go to those speeches because Tucker Carlson nailed every word. Like if anything, that speech in that video that I have is I have chills right now. The way he talked in that speech, it just was crazy. So, you could tell I was crying in the video. It was edited to it's bad, but I still put it up. I was like, I'm just going to put it up. Because I wanted that, I wanted that out. And I did a bunch of shorts on that. And guess what? Those shorts got over 1,000 views. All my shorts from that one video I did on Charlie. The video did terrible. The shorts, every short I put out got over 1,000 views. And I put them on X, and they got over thousands of views on X. And Poetic, yours are going like crazy. Like I'm sharing your stuff on X, on my X account. And they're just, I don't know if you're getting more subs from that or what, but I actually do share some of videos on my X account because they're so good. And my X account is growing like crazy because I post on my X account also. So amazing desert. Yeah. It's a huge platform. X is a huge platform, and you have a little bit more freedom of, what you can say. And I'm also on Rumble. So I also have Rumble, I have X and YouTube. So I got to get X. So I would tell you my tag name but I created it way back when I was a Trump supporter. Well, I still am, but and I was super young and a little bit cuter than I am now. So, but I'll email you my handle at X so you can look at your stuff, because it's pretty funny. Is your name the same? No. Okay. So I'll tell you what the name is, but I won't tell you how I spell it, because then you'll be able to. So at the time, I was super cocky and just, young and whatever. So my handle is at Hottie for Trump. So that's my handle. It will change though, because that's not what I want to be anymore. So, yeah. So anyway, that is my handle on X, and that one video of Charlie Kirk did really bad, but all my shorts were like in the thousands. And then, the source. No way. No way. Hi. Welcome. Welcome. So happy you are here. You're here with all your fans. You are here with all your fans. Yeah, so nothing wrong with that, poetic. It's not the name I want to use now. Like I said, I was young. I was a little cocky back then, so I was like, I'm going to be at Hottie for Trump. That's what I want my name to be. So, I was promoting Trump back then and all that stuff when he was running in 2016. So that's my handle on X, but I'm doing really well on X. Like, a lot of my videos are over 1,000 views on X, and a lot of my shorts are doing really well. So even though that Charlie Kirk video was horrible and horrific, those speeches that I played in that video, the Tucker Carlson one, and then the other one of the mentor, Charlie's mentor, I made shorts out of that, and those shorts they're almost 2,000 views on those shorts. So, sometimes the video doesn't do the greatest, but the shorts end up coming out and, doing well. And I think some of the growth in my channel may have come from X. And again, I'm also on Rumble too. So, Rumble is a great platform. A lot of YouTubers are on Rumble. I see a lot of the same people on Rumble. The great thing about Rumble is you do get monetized instantly. It's not a lot of money. There is still a path. So you get monetized, a very small monetization when you first start. Once you hit 100 subscribers, then you get into a different type of monetization. They give it, every time you get to a higher number of subs, you get more money. So I am making a tiny bit on Rumble. I work so hard on YouTube because this is really where I want to be. I probably have 500 videos on my YouTube channel. I probably have 300 on my Rumble account. So, and then I have, maybe 70 shorts on my Rumble account, but my X account is, it's huge. I have a lot. YouTube is very small monetarily. I know. That's what's killing me. And that's what I was like, I think I asked the source this. I think we talked about this actually on my interview when I was on the source. I was like, what I hear that you don't really make, I guess if you get ad revenue, I believe, I think the ad revenue is where you do make the money on YouTube. So that's where it all comes in. So it's just a lot of work, I do 3 lives a week. So I do a Thursday night, I do a Saturday, a Sunday. Sometimes I'll do a Friday night because the Friday nights lives in the desert are beautiful. And then, I do a couple of recorded videos a week. So Um, like I said, I think I work more for you. I think I work more for Google and YouTube than I do for my regular job, because I'm just constantly researching and recording. And again, that video I put out yesterday, I can't even believe I got like 20 comments on that video, and just the interaction from that video that I put out, I was just, I think I had more comments than views on that video. So I was really happy about it. I was like, yes, it's finally happening, So, and the source, he did say that. He's like, it will happen. It's going to happen. You got to give it time. And he's right. It's just a lot of work. He built up an amazing community, and we all know that because we're all on, we're all on his lives all the time. So, and they're super fun. And his interaction is great. He's fun. He's high energy. He enjoys talking to people, which is, I think, huge for YouTube. You've got to, really, really like that. Yeah, membership is good. Upside potentials. Yes, right. So that's the other thing, right? So I do pay for some, members. Like I said, I pay I have maybe 5 or 6 or 7 that I pay memberships to. So that does help. And then ads, DoDash gets good checks. She has a lot of subs though. Yeah. We helped Tracy's out. Tracy's, she has a great channel. Once we traded playlists, I was like, oh my God, I love her channel. She's just a great, she has a really good channel. And then Raw also. And, but the trading of the playlist is a great idea, because you do get to, if you really do what you're going to say, because source, I got to tell you what happened. I said I would trade, I'm not going to say the person's name, 2 people actually happened with, and it's not anybody in here, so, but I don't even think it was maybe from the source, it was from Tuber Chat, I think, and I said, let's trade playlists, and so we did, and I religiously watched their playlist, watched their videos. I had a bunch of people that I have on my community. Tracy's Local Learning. Yes, David. Yes, because you're one of the ones that helped me with that. And they never reciprocated. I never got one watch from this person that I traded with, and it happened twice. So that's why I was saying, if you're going to watch a playlist, how many videos on the page, how many videos were on one playlist? Give me that one answer. Which video did you like the best? Which short did you like the best? Would you recommend my channel to anyone else? There is certain things that you should be accountable for when you're trading playlists, because running a playlist anybody can do that. But I think the algorithm wants to see the communication, the likes, the comments, I think selling my own courses and brand deals and product sales will be bigger streams, for sure. Because there's things I still need to learn. I don't know how to have guests up here. I don't know what program to use. I want guests. My goal, I want a podcast like that. I want to be able to have a conversation and a podcast, and have debates and have just chat and have good conversation. But source, yes, I think when you said that last week, having courses and getting people started on YouTube, because you obviously know what you're doing. So that's a great idea. And that's another thing, though, about some of the channels that are really huge, right? So there's this one financial guy that I watch, and I really liked him in the beginning. He's, he's a really good, he was really, really great, and he got huge. He has 300,000 followers, but every one of his videos, I can answer all the questions you're currently having, Desert Live In. Oh, okay. Yeah. can I post my long form video longest? Can I post my long form video longest is 50 minutes? Yes, of course. Of course. And post, you guys, drop your links. So there's this one guy that I, fell in love with, financial guy that I watch. He has white hair, like I forget why I watch him every day. I don't know why I can't think of his name. But he got so big, and now he's just like, oh my God, I can't, some of the stuff that he actually puts out now contradicts the day before, because he does financial, market information, what the stocks are doing and, where you should be. And he has courses that he sells. But I think he's doing a detriment to himself, because the information he puts out is wrong from the next day. Like, he'll come back and be like, oh, I gave you the wrong information, but buy my course. So it's like, whoa, wait a second. But if you have a good course, like Source, I think you know what you're doing. So I'm sure Alex Sorrento makes $75,000 in a weekend pre-selling her classes. What is it? Is it YouTube classes? Alexa is going to try to reach 1 million in sales now. Oh my God. The market changes daily. Yeah. Who is Alexa? Do I know her source? I don't know if I know who that is. Thank you, everyone. Awesome community community of support. That's local reviewer. Thank you for being here. I appreciate everyone for being here. But I want to know who this Alexa is. I don't think I know who that is. I don't think I'm sub to her. I don't know what she's selling. But anyway, so I think, like I said, this guy that is, she's kind of like Suri. Oh my God, too funny. At the source, I had to say that. That's awesome. That is too friggin' awesome. Of the Desert Living family. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this guy, he comes on daily, and he'll do his, whole market research thing. He started throwing politics into it and gave it a comedic type of thing, which is really funny. And I started he would make fun of things that are happening, just he had a funny way of putting different things. And, but he was wrong on a lot of the stuff he was telling you the day before. And then the next day he would be like, I was wrong on this, but buy my courses, and you can get this one for $1,000 and this one. So I was just like, oh my God, I can't watch this guy. Still windy in Mass Roses. My course will be unique to the track I am creating. Community is my track. Yes. Connection, content, etc. But I'd like to make it possible for no niche YouTubers to win via community building. I am not a niche. See, that's the other thing. I think YouTube tends to gear towards niche channels, and that's how they just blow up. I'm not a niche channel. Like, I like a lot of different topics, and I like to, I like too many things. I just like too many things, and I like to cover too many things. So it's just, I don't think I'll ever be a niche channel. I tried, I had like I said, I started off with my Frenchies and my desert, but I loved covering AI. And I lost some people because they didn't want to see AI videos on my channel. So I had to create another channel for my AI videos. And so I created Desert Living 2.0, which is where I put all the AI videos. I had stopped that for a little while, so I haven't really uploaded all the latest AI videos that I have done. I need to get that going. It only has 33 people, I think, on it. And I just started that one maybe a couple months ago. So, but everything that's on my channel, my main channel, those videos, those AI videos, are also on the AI channel too. So, but I find it hard running one channel, and that's my issue. I, of course, will need to teach some YouTube basics too. Yeah, right. And that's exactly, when I started this, I had no clue. Like I said, my first few videos, I'm losing my voice. My first few videos were definitely scripted. I had to, let me just take a sip of this. Sorry, guys, I've been talking. And I also had an injection in my neck today because I had a 4-disc surgery a few years ago, and I'm having neck issues. And so now I have to have these painful injections in my neck. So I had one today. But I didn't know what I was doing. So I invested in the top of the line everything because I wanted to make sure I wasn't going to have any issues. I invested in several different cameras, several different mics. I have triple screens. I invested in a gamer laptop so that I could handle the videos. And Chris, hello, Chris. Chris is in the house. Hi, everyone. Hey, Chris, welcome. Yeah, so I had no idea what I was doing. I mean, look at my first few videos. They were a freaking disaster, and they were all scripted. And now I'm not doing that anymore, and I'm really loving that. I'm loving getting away from that whole entire, I will say that when I am recording, like that video I did yesterday, I wrote. Like that's information I took from the internet and the articles and the research that I did. And I used AI very slightly to change wording in the sentences so that I could, speak the correct way. And then I'm able to read what I wrote from what I learned. And that's how I'm able to, speak fluently when I'm doing those videos. And there is so much to AI when you're doing those videos that you're not going to remember everything. You need to have something to look at and read as you're going. But I've grown a lot since those first few videos. I really am loving it. And I do have to say it all started with Chris. She was the first one that I met. And thank you, Chris. Thank you. She was, actually, I'm going to make her a mod too. She was the first one I met from the source. And that's how I met the source. And that's how I met everybody. Chris was the first one. And she was on my lives. And, we were chatting it up. And, she lives in the desert. I live she lives in Arizona near the desert. I'm in the desert. So we just hit it off, and who can not hit it off with Chris? So, that's where it really started. So, yes, I am too. I really am. Because I met that's how I met everybody. And, my channel is growing. It's since the source. I've been in, Belt Loops community and Devil Dog and, Tuber Chat and also Red's Room. So I think I'm going to be on Red's Room on Monday. He wants to do like an interview with me. So he actually contacted me. And so if I can get out of work in time, because he has his, I think he starts Monday at 2. So he had asked, he said he loves my setup and he wants to know how I do all this and how I put it together. And believe me, I went through every single editing program, Runway, Descript, I can't even name them all, CapCut. I used every single editing program to find the one that worked for me, and I used 4 of them because I need a script I use 4 editors, one for different backdrops and different. I have a lot into this. I have a lot into this. I spent a lot of money on my, equipment because, like I said, I wanted, I have studio lighting. I have, I just did a lot for this because I really, really wanted this to work out. I really, really did. I didn't realize what I was getting into, to be honest, when I started this. I just did not realize how much work this is. I just didn't. I was just completely, I just didn't realize how much work it was. I didn't realize that you have to put so many hours into it. And then you've got to, obviously build and it takes a long time to build. And then you got to rely on YouTube to push, right? You got to rely on YouTube to push your videos. And, that's hard enough. There's billions of people on YouTube, billions. And how are you going to get them to push your video? The source. Yes, read to him. Yeah, so he contacted me and he was like, man, I love your content. He actually watched my video that I put out yesterday and he was like, your content is so good and I want to know how you do it and, what do I need to do? And, can you be on Monday and we can, talk YouTube? And I was like, yeah, if I can, I'm hoping I can, make it home in time and, tell him, give him some of them, because I learned a lot in the few months. And I will say I'm a quick learner. I am a quick learner, although it's rough, like working with all these different programs. And OBS is definitely the easiest, broadcasting program to use, I think. It's, I love using OBS. I learned it. I watched every single video there is about OBS, so I learned it quickly. And that's another thing. You have to put so much time into, all this just research and research. So I bought the whole Elgato, the whole thing, the everything. I bought the mod, the script, the teleprompter, the camera, the stream deck, and then I have 2 setups. So I have to have it, I had to have the same thing on my desert when I'm recording there. So it was I was thinking, when I got into this, I was thinking, this'll be nothing. This'll be, I'm gonna just go right to the top. So I'm gonna spend the money and I'm gonna do it right. And then I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna get these, it's gonna be a piece of cake. But man, that was not the case at all. Not the case. It was just, go on Monday and express your channel. Yeah, I really want to. He really wants me to. He keeps commenting. Are you gonna come? Are you gonna come? So I am gonna try to get out of work early and try to get on. I really like his channel. Like I watch him all the time. He's really good too, and I pay for his membership. So I like him. He's cool. He's down to earth. He's a cool dude. He's just cool. So he's really easy to talk to. Just like you, the source. But he's like, I'm so impressed with your content. I really love your setup. And I have some things that, I don't pay for overlays. This is an overlay that I'm using, but I learned a little thing about overlays, so I don't pay for any of my overlays. And I have, if I were to turn on, my news overlay, none of that. So it helps if you know how to code, because this overlay behind me, the news overlay, that's coded in Notepad. So if you know a little bit about coding, you can make your own little news bar channel thing like that. But I do that for work. So, but it's just, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, but I really do love doing it. I really, really, really do love doing it. So, I just thought it was going to be a lot easier than what it is, and it's. YouTube Elise, are you using OBS? Yes, I'm using OBS. Yeah, but I want to know what, because the source. Okay, so the source has. I think he uses StreamYard. I think Chris does too, but I want to know like. And if you don't know much about coding, ask ChatGPT. Don't go to ChatGPT. Go to like Grok or go to Anthropic. ChatGPT is the biggest liar, and they'll give you wrong information. I can't stand ChatGPT. But if you, nothing against that, you Poetic, I love you. You know that. But Sam Altman is not a good guy. So I go to Grok. That's pretty much my go-to AI is Anthropic, Claude Opus 4, or Grok. And because I feel like Elon's a little bit more honest, although I don't trust him fully either, but I think his AI is a little bit more honest than, are they free? Yes, Grok is free until I think there is a subscription that you will end up having to pay if you want certain information. So you got to talk with me sometimes about EV Mux. I don't know what that is. So someone was saying, I think it was you. I'm not sure who it was, if it was Belloop or Devil Dog was saying that you could actually hear the people that are in your room waiting to come into your guests, like so you can kind of get a feel of like. You can hear them in the background before they come on as a guest. I don't know if that happens on StreamYard, but yes, the source uses StreamYard. So EV Mix is like using OBS. It uses layers, right? Okay, yes. And that's what this is. So my background is a layer. My camera is a layer. I'm layering all this. Like this right up here is a layer. So when I turn on this, that is hooked to Stream Elements, and Stream Elements is where I do my tipping. Like if you'll see the tip in the chat. So that's my Stream Elements. So I am, hooked to that. And so that's where I have, when I go live and I do, and I coded that. So, I opened up Notepad and went to Stream Elements and hooked it all together. So it doesn't happen on StreamYard. Okay. Yeah, so that's the other thing. Do you pay for StreamYard? Like, I really don't use AI for anything either. I am on my own. Yes, Chris, that's the way to go. Like I was saying last week, do not use AI. Do your own research. The only thing I really use AI for is if I can't say the sentence I want to say correctly, I'll say, can you reword this sentence so it sounds, better than how I can communicate it? And that's how I use AI. I don't use AI for any information. They are wrong all the time. And if you go in and correct the AI, you're training that AI to you're training it. So I don't use AI. I use, like I said, I use Grok very, very, not a lot. I use it basically to help me with my script that I wrote, and to help me reword what I want to say in a better way than I would, come out and say, because I'm not the best communicator sometimes. So, and then I use OBS as well. Devil Dog is better with it than I am though. Yes, but see, what I want to know is how do you integrate like StreamYard into OBS? Like, how does that, I don't know how that all works. Is it another, you know me, Nina, and my background with computer. Yes, you have an MBA. Yes, Chris, you're brilliant. Yeah, you're no dummy. Believe me, you're super smart, and I think that's why we like. And I'm not saying that I'm smart, but we clicked. Like as soon as I met you, we we just clicked, and I just loved you the minute, I mean, we had a blast my first my first time meeting you. Chat GPT became a dum-dum. It's true. It's really true. Altman is not doing a good job. When he sold out to Microsoft a few years ago, it all went downhill there. I have several videos if you want to go check those out. Elon versus Musk. It'll tell you the whole story. AI has been nice for coming up with video description, tags, and title ideas. That's exactly what I use it for. And AI, to Poetic's point, AI is good for video creation, like creating music and creating cartoons. And AI is great for that. Like, use AI that way. Like that's the way I would use AI. But for content, information on news, finances, StreamYard and OBS do not mix. Okay. See, that's what I needed to know. That's the stuff. Oh, we did. Crap. We talked for a few hours, and on AI and the computers and language, it was a blast. It was. I still remember that. I still watch that, actually. that live that we were all on that day. David was on it, I think, and you were saying how funny he was. We just all had a really good time, and I think that was my first live that I did, if I can remember. I'm not sure, but we did. We just had a blast, and as soon as I connected with you, you connected me with the source. I met all you great people, and I'm just so happy to be part of this. It just, tonight the source was on, and I had 20 minutes till I was going to come live, and I was like, I had to come on here and I want to be, part of this, and I just didn't want to leave because he's a lot of fun. He's very entertaining. I have a good time. He has a lot of great people on there. Raw footage. Elon's Grok is great. I'm telling you, he is the only one. And like I said, I don't trust everyone. Yeah, David and JK. Yes, that's right. Grok is the only one. Now, Anthropic, Claude Opus 4. So OpenAI started with Elon Musk, Sam Altman. Iliac was one of the scientists, and then there was one other person, those four. When all the shit happened, when Elon split, Sam Altman kept OpenAI and did ChatGPT. One of the other guys and the scientist, Iliac, went and started Anthropic, and they created Claude Opus 4. And then Elon went his way and created Grok. So Anthropic is another good AI, but when they created Claude Opus 4, they found that AI was blackmailing the engineers that were creating it. So they did this experiment on this AI. I don't like Elon, but I do love Grok. And that's the thing. Like I said, I don't trust any of these guys. I really don't. But I think Grok is probably the most honest. And Joe Rogan 2 days ago had Elon on. And Elon, the way he talked about Grok and the way he talked about all these other AI channels, everyone was going live when I was on, haha. So I wrapped it up and came onto your lives. I guess Thursday night's the hot spot for lives. I decided to just start doing lives on Thursdays, but I didn't want to get off yours. I was like, I love when you sing. I'm over here singing with you, yeah. I'm just I'm down with it. So, and I didn't want to get off, but I was like, I got to get onto my stream because I had it scheduled. So, but again, Elon was on Joe Rogan a couple of days ago, and the way he was talking about how these other AI companies are creating their AIs, I had more respect for Elon. He really is really concerned about the threat of AI. He really is, and nobody else is. Sam Altman doesn't give a crap about the dangers. And I also did a video about the I can't say this word. So ChatGPT had a couple of teenagers that took their own lives. They created these caricature AIs for companionship, and it was through ChatGPT, and I did a video on it a couple weeks ago. And it was extremely sad. It was extremely sad what happened to, and it's happening not just, there were many cases. I covered 3. I covered 2 teenagers and 1 adult male that developed these caricature AI. So I went on to ChatGPT because I wanted to know, how do you create a caricature AI? What do you do? And so you can create a caricature AI, anybody you want. And one of the persons created Daenerys Targaryen. That was his caricature AI. And he fell in love with her. He was 14 years old, this kid. Fell in love with her, had a relationship with Daenerys Targaryen. And for months and months and months. And he wanted to be with her so bad, and ended up taking his life because he thought he was going to be with her. So ChatGPT, dangerous, anything like that, depending on AIs for companionship, and it's just really scary and dangerous. So I try to stay away. I do a lot of research. Wikipedia is great. I go into the news stories, and then I get where they get their sources. And then I don't get any sources from the AIs because they're completely wrong in everything they do. They're just, I want to go live, but I don't have an ounce of humor. Oh my God, I love you. Oh, I just love you. I friggin' love you. You are hilarious. Oh God, Rod. You're one of the funniest. Like when Robert's there, Robert Carter, and I just have a blast in that chat on the source. I just have a really good time. I just love it. It's just so much fun. Local don't know me, clowning. Yes, and I love it. Red's Room is here. Hey, Red's Room. I was actually talking about you. Let me get you. Yes, I was talking about your channel and how awesome it was, and how, I watch your stuff, and I want to be on so bad on Monday. I'm trying to get out a little bit early, so I can hang out and, chat up some of the things that I've, developed with my channel, and all the equipment that I have. And, some of it is, I kind of, like I was talking about my my overlays. Like, they charge you an F ton of money for overlays, and I found a way to get around that. So I don't pay for any overlays. So this background you're seeing is an overlay that I made. So there's different things that you can do, without having to pay. And like I said, if you know how to code, you can kind of add, let me move my camera. You can kind of code stuff like that into your overlay. And, it's really easy. Notepad is super simple. And there's another way you could actually code through Notepad is you could use an AI to, kind of take you through that. Yes, I have a green screen behind me. Yes, you need a green screen. Yes, I have a green. I have a blue. Yes, I have all that. So like I said, I invested in a lot of stuff. But yes, you need a green screen behind you. Green screens are like $20. The blue screens are like $20-$30. They're not a lot of money. It's the overlays that are a fortune. So you can buy a package of them for like $100, and they give you different backgrounds. And no, I'm not paying. I'm not. I know how to. I got around that. I'm not doing that. I'm not giving. It's too much money. It's just too much money. And then I know how I'm gonna change my overlay if I want to, and not have to pay for it. So there are things that I have learned to get around a few things without having to, pay for it. So, but I did a lot of investing. Actually, this mic was like maybe $40. Like, I didn't invest a lot. I bought Dr. Dre's, I have Beats headphones, are like some of the best headphones I've ever used. I'm sure there's better ones out there, but I'm a big fan of Dr. Dre, so I bought his headphones, and they are friggin' awesome. Regum showed me some love and subscribed. Oh, good, local, awesome. Yeah, so I didn't. What I really put the money into is my PC. So the PC I bought a gaming PC, and that's where all the money went. It's like about $4,000 for a really good PC. So that's where the monitors, $100 each. The other costs were the cameras. I have several different cameras because I have 2 setups. So I have the whole Elgato setup with, the teleprompter, the camera, the Stream Deck, just all of that stuff. And then, OBS, I think, is probably one of the most simple broadcasting programs to use. That's what I found, and I've been through every single one of them. I spent so much time, and my husband also did a lot of research for me too, and helped me out with that too. So he was able to find. Tell me about your computer. Okay, so I bought. Well, my husband actually. He's the engineer. He's the brain behind all of this. To be honest, it is David. If you're on there, or Bulldogs. The graphics card. Okay, here you go. There's Bulldogs. The graphics card is expensive for OBS and editing programs. Love the background and the pink mic. Thank you. The mic was super cheap, $40, I think. And my background, my overlay, I didn't pay for. I'm not paying for overlays, and they cost a fortune. So I will tell you a secret on how to get your overlay. Red room. Yeah, so, and, the editing programs, they charge you monthly. I pay for yearly because I know I'm going to use them. I'm going to tell you one of the best programs for shorts is Opus. Is it Opus? Yes, Opus Clip. Opus Clip AI is your best thing. You grab your video, you throw it in Opus, and it makes hundreds of shorts for you. And they do such a great job. Now, that's an expensive program to use, Opus, but your shorts are done in 5 minutes. They give you the title, the description. They are so amazing at getting the right part of the video in these shorts. It is amazing. So my shorts, I literally do nothing. I load my video. It cuts it into 50 different shorts. I pick the ones that I like, and I do a little bit of editing to them because sometimes the wording is off a little bit. But you can use a lower graphics card, but there can be lag, and that's why I went with this super duper gaming PC basically. Is because I didn't want any of that. I was having super lag with the desktop that I had before. It was awful. It was really, really bad. So I ended up, my husband did a lot of research, and I bought I believe this is Rogue, and is it a Rogue, I believe? Anyway, it's a super duper gaming system. I could actually make a gaming, Lackwinder, hello, welcome. I have not seen you in a long time. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, so I did invest. So I do have another camera that I do use that goes along with OBS. So it is an OBS camera at and where I'm at in the desert. But here tonight is all Elgato everything, Elgato Stream Deck. If I want to change, like if I go here, like this was my video I did yesterday. This is all that's all like Stream Deck stuff, and it's just like I said, I thought it was gonna be like and I have studio lighting at both places. I thought originally I'm gonna put all this money investing and I'm just gonna blow up. My channel is just it's not gonna be a lot of work. It's just gonna be a piece of cake. So I did. I did that, and I thought that that's how it was going to be, but it is not that at all, in any way, shape, or form. So it's super, super, super hard to find out your PC. You type into the desktop search bar system. I would have to actually open the PC, though. I would have to open. Let me see. I hope I don't lose you guys. Yeah, see. I'd have to go into the settings. Here we go, settings. And it is a Rogue Strix G16 MJR. The graphics card is a NVIDIA, I believe. I'll give you the Red's room. I'll let you know everything. It'll take me a while to go through. There's my gaming. Anyway, it's a really good. It's a really good system. It works. There's no lag. There's no it does everything I need it to do. It's just a really, really good gaming computer, and I could make a game if I wanted. Like I really could, take this to the next level. But I got around the whole overlay thing. If you know how to use Notepad and you know a little bit of coding, and again, AI could probably help you do that so that you could add, this type of, like, let me go click here, and you could add your news overlay. This is all coded in Notepad. So again, because I do that for a living, I just happen to, and my husband's a pro at it too. So that was all coded and then just added as a layer onto OBS. So that's another layer that I've added. So it's just, I learned a lot in a very short time. I've been doing this since April, and I'm kind of disappointed. Like, I don't know. It's just a lot more work than I expected. I hear that, the money isn't so great unless you have ad revenue and, all that kind of stuff. So Red's room, really cool stuff. Thank you. Yeah. I'll give you, I'll let you know. I'll actually send you some code and you can mess around with it. And you can use AI to clean it up, and they'll help you. AI will be good for that. I will say that. But April this year, Desert? Yes, April this year. And I love the channel. It takes time. Thank you. It does take time. I'm only like at 300, 300 something. It's not, I just thought it would be a lot easier than what it is. Because I like to talk, I like to interview, I like to, I just like it. I like doing research, I like covering videos, I like covering world events, I like talking about AI, I like talking about finances, I like, in the beginning, I was not a YouTuber. My husband watched YouTube 24/7, and I freaking hated it. I hated it. I was like, I just hated it. But then I started like watching these channels, and I'm like, wow, I think I can do that. Like, I think I could do that. And I started like making these like little short videos of my dogs and just posting them on the channel. And my husband was like, "Hey, you're doing pretty good at that, and people are watching it." And he's like, "Why don't you try? You've heard it backwards, Desert Living. The ad revenue sharing isn't much until you become a very large channel. Oh, the money for the small channels is in the fan funding. I see. Okay. Yeah, because I do pay for Desert, introduce me. Lackwinder, this is everybody. David, Robert, Ra, Chris, Source. This is Lackwinder. He has a really cute channel. I was on one of his live, Double Roses. Lackwinder, I was on one of his lives maybe a couple weeks ago. So I think he's also new to Joy. Let me get you. I love Joy. She's got a really good. Let's get her moderated. Yeah. So I really did think that I was just gonna just blow up, and it did not happen that way, and it's still not happening that way. I'm still learning as I go. I just there's a lot to learn. You have to have 500 subs and 3,000 watch hours, and yes, and that's why the whole watch hour thing. That's why I've been asking people if they want to trade hours. I actually have a team of people that help me with that. So I'm involved in watching those hours, but I also have a few others that help with that. So as we're trading playlists, you'll have 5 to 1. Like I have 5 people that will help out, and you'll get subs if they like your channel. Like they actually, the people on my I want to say community, but some of my subs are amazing to me, and they will help me. And so if someone wants to trade a playlist with me, I say yes. So I'll watch your playlist times 5 because I have a few people that will help with that. And then, again, the communication when you're watching these that is an excellent channel with authentic subscribers. Yes. Yeah. So when I trade with people, you give me the hours that, I need, but you'll get 5 times what, it's not just me. It's a team of it's my friends, like David said. He's one of them. What perks you're offering at the levels. So this is the source. This is what I learned from you, right? Because this is when it all happens. When people started talking about trading like watch hours, I got screwed a couple of times. So you just have to keep doing good videos until one really pushed out. That will really help your hours when it happens. I could see that happening, Desert. Your research videos are great. Thank you so much. So this is what I thought. I said, okay, there's got to be some accountability, right? When you're trading playlists, you can't just run a playlist. You're not going to learn about the channel. You're not going to. Yes, they'll get the hours. But there's got to be some interaction because the algorithm picks that up. They pick up the interaction that you're watching the video, you're liking it, you're commenting on it. So I came up with some questions, like for accountability. Like, so if you watch my playlist, how many videos on one of my playlists? How many videos were in that playlist? And which videos did you like the best? Which playlist did you like the best? Did you relate to any of it somehow? Would you suggest my channel to someone else? Which shorts did you like the best? How many shorts did you watch? And, would you recommend my channel? And things like that. So there's got to be some sort of like, you can't just run a playlist. You're not going to get subs that way. It's just not going to happen if you're not interacting and actually watching the playlist. So I have a team of people that are really good, and they, when I trade with people, they get pretty much 5 to 1. So it's a good deal for them. And I helped Tracy's. She's a really great. I love Tracy's. I developed a really good relationship with her from, I had a team of about five of my friends, and she got subs from them because she has a great channel. And it just worked out for her. And YouTube views and subs fall off if it's just a watch. Yes, and that's the other thing. That's the other thing I learned. If you're just running a playlist, it's the interaction the algorithm picks up. It's the likes. It's the, belt loop. Those are all subjects for debate. I am H.O. Love Tracy. Yeah, the algorithm needs to see interaction. Right, exactly. Joy got the blue jacket. Yes. Vim's Crochet. Hi, first time here. Welcome. Vimas, welcome to the chat. You joined a great chat. There's a great bunch of people in here, so I'm glad to see you here for the first time, and welcome. So yes, Reds, you've got to have that interaction, because the algorithm is not gonna. You can't just run a playlist. It's not gonna. I think YouTube is smart enough to know that people are doing this, right? There's got to be. You have to physically do the work, and it's a lot of work. I stay up sometimes till midnight watching playlists and commenting, and liking, and if I like the channel, I'll sub to it. If I don't like the channel, you'll still get your hours because I'm watching, but I may not sub, right? So it really gives you it opens your, you find channels that you like or you don't, but they still get their hours. So it's Desert has made them. YouTube sent me an email the other day saying they cleaned up spam subs and spam comments because I sent them an email complaining about my watch hours. LOL. Just saw you post on Poetic. I am the same way, Desert. Yeah, I mean, you really, don't you want like new subs? Don't you want like real people on your channel? I don't want to fill my channel with stuff that I'm not going to watch. If I trade a playlist with someone, yes, you'll get your hours, but I may not sub. I may not sub, but I will commit to what I committed to. And I got screwed a couple of times on that. And that's why I'm like, there's got to be some sort of accountability, like the questions I'm asking. How many videos are on that playlist? I didn't see you comment one, like it's just, there's got to be some sort of interaction, and the algorithm picks up that interaction. It picks up the comments, it picks up the likes, it picks up that. Anybody can run. Tracy Local Learning is having a hard time. The algorithm keeps her watch hours between 1,700 and 2,100. She did say that. She did tell us that. So she told my team that, she did get a lot of hours. We got her about 65, 70 hours. But for some, I don't know what's going on. That YouTube is tricky. It's very, very tricky. Honestly, I don't care if people watch my stuff. I don't care if they connect, but if they enjoy themselves, stick around. Belt loop, that's a good point, right? I mean, you put your content out there, and if people like it, they're gonna sub. They're gonna watch. I love your stuff, so I watch it all the time. I comment. I love everything you put out. Reds, I love that channel. The Source, Chris, Poetic, Raw. I mean, all these channels I found, just by, getting into communities and stuff like that. So I do pay for memberships on several different communities, and I did find, a lot of good people, and local reviewers, another good channel. And but I'm still learning. Like I said, I would love to have guests. Like Red's Room, he knows how to do the guest thing, and the Source does too. I don't know that yet. I don't know how to do that yet, and that's one thing I want to learn. I don't know how to. I haven't done the research yet. I haven't had time because I'm so busy trying to crank out videos and research and record and lives and things like that. So, but I, I want to learn that. I want to learn how to do that because I'm using OBS, and I know you can't use certain, someone just said I can't use StreamYard with OBS. And I enjoy talking with you. It's interesting conversation. I should have left here a bit ago, but I'm still here, LOL. I know, I'm a chatter. I have to stop. Playlists are really bad for monetized channels if they don't interact. I do not want people to watch my playlist, just individual videos, unless they engage with the content. And that's exactly what I'm trying to say. So when I made... tonight, I told Bells is one that I'm going to trade playlists with. She's going to get quadruple the hours. Local reviewer will be the next one I want to trade hours with. I just did it with raw footage. Poetic, we did it. Belt Loop has given me lots of hours. DTR just gave me a bunch of hours. So... Yeah, David, excellent. That's what it's all about. Yeah, so that's why I'm like, if you want to trade playlists, you will get real with I will watch your videos, and like I said, I may not sub if I don't like it, but you will get the watch hours. And I have, like I said, a good team that helps me out with that. So they also, when I say let's go to Bells and get her some hours, we all do that. I have a few people that help me out with that. So, and then they may sub to the channel if they like it. So it works out really well. I have so many gifted memberships. Zero need to start visiting before my memberships end. I would be careful about swapping playlists, just saying. Tell me why. I'm sure there's a lot. You can tell watch hours if you do one person a day. It's when you do simultaneously trades, it gets tricky. Yeah, right. Yes, that's exactly right. That's why, you can only handle one. Like Bells has a great channel. It's probably going to take me, me and my team a few days to get through her channel. And also with local. Continue doing what you're doing. It's a must. You will get it. It's a must. You will get monetized. I hope so. Reds, because I really, really, really do like doing this. And my goal one day, honestly, is to be podcasting. I want a podcast. I really like interacting. I like having great conversation. My goal is to have a podcast with someone, that I can debate with in a cool way, and I would love that one day, and like I said, I'm not only on this platform. I'm on Rumble. I have X. I mean, some of my shorts, guys, have 6,000 views on them, and I just, I have the video I put out yesterday. I think I had more comments on that video than I did on people watching it. So I was really happy about that. I was really, really happy. I'm with you on that, Belt Loop. We can theoretically watch 100 hours a day, but 50 is good. Yes, David, you're part of my team. Yes, we can theoretically watch about 100 hours between me and my team. Yes. And like I said, we could sub to you or we could not. It's, but we will watch. We will watch, and we participate, and we will, comment and, give that algorithm, let them know that, yes, we are watching. And thanks for supporting Me Too Desert. You're welcome. You're welcome. Let's see, Redrum. Your research is also next level. Thank you so much. Thank you. I put a lot into it. I dig and dig and dig and dig. I I do a lot of research, and I'm lucky that I have different avenues that I go through, and I never use an AI for research ever. I use AI to actually help me put sentences in the right wording, but that's as far as I go with, like, when I do my research, it's through Wikipedia, it's through news sources, it's through articles, it's through, different forms, never through an AI. I do not ask, like that video I just did yesterday, that was actually done through Wikipedia. I went to Fred Harris's site. I did a lot of research on, he has articles up the ass, and I did hours and hours and hours of research on that video I did yesterday. And that's where it takes so much time. It just takes so much time. But what I really like doing now, since Poetic, because she does music with, so why do they have the shorts? Why do they have the short watch hours listed? I don't know, David. I think if you deleted your history and waited 45 days, it should count the next time. Ooh, belt loop. What? I think if you deleted your history and waited 45 days, it should count the next time. At least that's what I think. Oh, okay. So you know that. Oh, that's interesting. Desert will definitely be a successful YouTuber. I hope so. I really do. I hope so, because I do put a lot of effort into this. I really do. And I really love it. And I love you guys. And I really like it. I don't know. I just like it. I like communicating. I love doing research. It just, I'm really into reading and learning, and I guess, my job helps a lot with that. Like I said, I can tell you what field I'm in. I just can't tell you what I do because it's classified. A lot of the things I do it's just a classified field, but I am in aerospace. And so, that I feel like my job, the coding and all that stuff is, and same with, Chris, she has an MBA. She's really smart. She's just really smart, and I learned a lot from her too. So, I just, Belloop, with you, it's just a matter of time, I believe. Thank you. It's taken too long for me. I really just, I get it. I can't talk about my wife's job either. Right. I think we talked about that, Loop, because of your job, and yeah, it's, some things I can say I'm in aerospace, but I was a chemist for 10 years, which was really great. I was in biomedical chemistry, and I was the one who made all the pandemic testing devices, and all flu and strep, and I was the chemist who was behind the bench making all the chemistry that goes on those tests that go out to CVS and Walgreens and all the doctors and hospitals and things like that. So I would love to see you do one on the DJI pending drone ban in the USA. Oh, okay. Let me write this down. DJI pending drone. Pending drone in the USA. Ban. Pending drone ban. Okay. I will check that out. Thank you. I'm always looking for new content. Always looking for new content. Real Thoughts is another one that, if you keep doing the research videos, you will eventually get some bigger reach. Once you get a couple 10K plus video views, it will make the difference. Yeah. I am hopeful for that. I'm really putting in for it. I'm doing the work. I am doing the work, and like I said, I really enjoy doing the research. And Real Thoughts, like we've had great conversation. Like I think we would have a great podcast. And my husband said that when we were chatting. He's like, you guys like really, to have good conversation, good perspective. We both like to, do research, and that is really, like, I would love to have a podcast someday. That's really what it, what I would like to do at some point. But always clear your watch history after watching someone's playlist before playing them again. I did not know that, Red Room. Thank you. I didn't know that. My team might know that, but I didn't. Focus on the journey, yes, and that's what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm not giving up. I was about to say, F this, I'm done. I've worked so hard, and I feel like this is slave labor, right? I'm not getting a dime. And I feel like this is the true definition of slave labor, although I enjoy it. But if you're not getting paid, YouTube stops your videos. Z click-through can be 30. Oh, the click-through can be 30%, and Y2 pulls plug sometimes after 1 hour. Ugh. See, it's just YouTube is a difficult platform, and that's why I went to Rumble. I got monetized instantly on Rumble. I'm on Rumble, and like I said, it's you don't get a lot of money when you first go on there, but you are monetized instantly, and then they give you levels of monetization. So you get monetized instantly. It's not a lot of money, but when you get to 100 subs, then they bump you up in your monetization, and then when you get to 200 subs, they monetize you more. So every time you reach a higher level, you get more money on Rumble. So that's why I'm on Rumble, because I'm getting monetized immediately. Like I said, it's not a lot of money, and I'm not at the ad revenue yet for that. So, but once that happens, it's gonna, I'm doing well on Rumble, believe it or not. And I see half the people on YouTube on Rumble. They have I am on X, Rumble, and YouTube. But this is the platform where I want to be. But I'm finding there's billions and billions and billions, right? YouTube has to go through billions of videos. They have to, how are you going to get your video pushed? It's just impossible. YouTube can take up to 1 week to give watch hours. They'll show up in analytics, but can disappear. And that's happened to me, but can disappear after they see multiple watches of the same video by the same person, right? Bulldogs try hitting the like and make comment from time to time. It shouldn't keep stopping them. Yeah, so that's the other thing too. That has happened to me. I've had watch hours and views, and they'll next day be gone, and I'm like, what the F? what just happened? So YouTube is really strict. Rumble has a lot of freedom. You can say a lot more stuff on Rumble. Again, you get monetized instantly. And it's great to, get yourself out there on different platforms. I'm doing really well on X. X I really love. I share a lot of poetic stuff on X. I share a lot of other people's content on X, and they're doing well. They're doing really well. And I was telling Poetic when she was here, she's getting a lot of likes on her video on my channel on X. So I don't know if she's gotten subs from that or not, but it's good to have yourself out there in different places. And so when I was getting pissed off at YouTube, I was like, I'm going to try a different platform and see what happens. And I ended up doing good. I ended up doing, these videos are on Rumble, and I'm getting monetized on Rumble. So per Google Shorts, views do not count towards the 4,000 public watch hours. Right. There's a different criteria for the shorts with YouTube. So yeah, they don't count. Right. There's a different criteria for that. I think it's 10 million shorts that you have to have on YouTube. How is someone going to get there? Within 365 days, you've got to be on 24/7. I mean, I work 50 hours a week. It's just not going to happen. It's just, shorts are 4 to 10 million, and I believe They can't be AI, right, right. Yes, we've been losing views, watch hours, and subs. YouTube is stealing them. There's something going on. So a YouTuber told me that if your sub is private, their watch time doesn't count. Is that true? I know I'm just pointing that out for those who may not have known. Oh, poetic, I don't know. I don't know. Does anybody know that answer? See, these are the things I don't know. I'm still learning. I've only been doing this a few months, so I'm not really sure what. So a YouTuber told me that if your sub is private, their watch time does not count. Actually, you know what? I don't think that's true because Tracy's local, her channel is private, and she got the watch hours. We got her, I think me and my team got her 65 to 70 hours in like 2 days. So I think her channel is, if the video is private, it doesn't count. Okay. If the video, what about the channel? Like what if the channel is private? Maybe that's why my watch hours are so freaking low. Yes, Robert. See, these are the things I want to find out. I want to research. These are the things that I need to know, because I'm really trying hard to get up there, and it's not like I even want to, like, I want to get monetized, yes, but I also want to have a good sub. I want good subs. I don't want just, I just don't want, I want good people. I want good subs. I want subs that like my stuff. I want subs that I like their stuff. Like I said, anybody can play a playlist. At Desert, did you get her watch hours? Whose watch hours? Okay, so I told you that this is one of my team members, David. I told you I got screwed on 2 people. They did not reciprocate the watch time, and I'm not going to say their names. And it's nobody in this chat. It was from another community that I was part of. A couple of my other people, myself, we all watched, gave them 5 times the hours, and I did not get 1 from them, and that just did it for me. There's a rolling 365-day calendar. Yeah, so it's super hard. It's just super hard to, get those hours within that time frame. The criteria is insane. 10 million shorts. I mean, you got to be sitting at your computer, like I said, 12, 13 hours a day. So, and to Belt Loop's point, it's really, just come to my channel if you like it, and that's cool, and comment, and it's just having a relationship. It's fun to meet new people. It's fun to connect. It's fun to get others perspective on things, and it makes you think about things differently, maybe, and that's why I would love a podcast. I would love a debater, and that's the other reason why I love Charlie Kirk so much, because he had this gift. He had this gift of just debating, and just in a way that was just insane. So I took that video. If anybody goes to watch it, it's a disaster. I cried my eyes out through the whole thing. I think I did about 20 takes on that, but there were 2 speeches in that video that just hit me, and I have chills every time I think about it. And I was actually watching Charlie that day that happened, so it hit me really hard, and I did not agree with everything Charlie said. I do believe in God, but I'm not a practicing religious person. I do believe in God. I have a Bible, but he was very, very religious, and that was one of the things that I kind of didn't relate to with him. But he was an amazing debater, and that's kind of what I like to do. I want to know, what are you thinking? What's your thoughts? And, what if this happens and what if that happens? And, I just like stuff like that. I don't know. I would love to have a podcast someday. So I was hoping that maybe, my dream of being a YouTuber might develop into a podcaster, but it's gonna be a while. It's definitely gonna be a while. So I just keep pumping out content, and now I have my next subject. Thank you, Reds. I am definitely gonna do this research, and I will get this video for you. I hope I do a good job. I'm excited. I don't have to go look, for hours for something. So. I appreciate that, and I hope I do you justice on this one. But so that is, the tough thing about YouTube, and but I do like it. Like I said, I wish we could talk on here. No, the private videos will not be recognized. I'm asking if I was a private sub and I'm watching Desert's playlist. I wish we could talk on it. I know, because that's the other thing I like about Rumble. You have a little bit more freedom there. Like, you can, I don't know if you guys know Alex Jones, and I'm a little bit of a rebel, okay? I'm like, if you watch the Sources interview with me, I grew up in rough times, a rough neighborhood. I'm a little bit of a rebel, and I tend to I watch controversial stuff, and sometimes I cover controversial stuff, and I grew up, like I said, I'm a little more street smart probably than book smart, but I'm getting there. But I just, Rumble lets you have a little bit more freedom where you can, express yourself a little bit more and not have to worry about it, So I went to your channel, and you have long content. If you would like to watch Desert Living, a playlist, and like each long video, we can view your long content as you are watching Desert. That's good though, Belt Loop, because it's not good to have inactive subs, right? And that's the other thing that kills the channel. So this is the other thing that was happening, guys. When I'm in these chats, they'll say, "Oh, I'll sub to you, I'll sub to you, I'll sub to you," just so they can have that shout out in the chat. And they'll sub to me, and the next day they're gone. And it kills my channel. It kills it. I would rather you not sub to me. Like, we all are expressing, we need this, we need that, we need subs, we need hours, we need this, we need that. Do not sub to me if you're going to unsub the very next freaking day. Do not do that. It kills my freaking channel. And I don't know if it's because they want to show that they're supporting you in the chat, which is great, but they're gone the next day. And it just kills my channel, and it doesn't help. And maybe they sub and they don't like it. I don't know. It could be a different, I don't know. It just could be many different things, right? It just could be many different things. But same here, Desert, right? Lost 6 subs. Yes, it does not help. It really hurts the channel when that happens. So that's why I'm saying, if you're going to trade playlists, interact, watch those playlists, take the time. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of friggin' work. If you're not worried about it, like Belt Loop, he enjoys people just coming to his channel, and he has a great channel, and he's doing really well. Just that Real Thoughts, driving daily, just poetic. I mean, you guys, everybody on here, I'm sub to, and I like the channels. Red's Room, I freaking love the channel. Chris, I'm on all of her channels. The DJI is a huge topic right now on YouTube. Thank me later. Bad time for me, guys. I have to get up early. Yeah, I actually have to end this too because it's way past my bedtime. But I had a really great time with you guys. And bye, Red Room. Thank you for joining, and I will get this topic done as fast as I can. I hope to be on you for Monday, but I'm going to try for that. So, everyone, I'm going to end it here. Thanks, everyone, for the chat, and good luck to everyone. And then if you guys I have my email on my channel. If you want to trade playlists honestly, and I'm willing to do that. And Belt Loop, thank you for your support. Everybody, thank you so much for all your support. And thank you for, just being there for me. Poetic, I love you. Chris, I love you. The Source, he's probably not here anymore, but I love you. And Real Thoughts, everybody, thank you very much. And I will see you guys. Hi, everyone. Let's imagine it's 2026 and the world as we know it crumbles. Stock markets plunge into free fall. Banks shut their doors overnight. Governments scramble printing money that buys nothing but panic. Our jobs are vanishing like smoke. Home foreclosures in waves. And in the shadows, wars ignite over scraps of what's left. Kind of sounds like a dystopian blockbuster, doesn't it? But it's not. It's the prediction of one man who has nailed it before, actually twice. And if history is any guide, 2026 could be the year the global financial system finally breaks. Welcome back to the channel. Today I will discover the forces shaping our future and diving deep into the chilling forecast that's got economists whispering and investors sweating. And that is the global collapse of 2026 as foretold by Fred Harrison. Who is Fred Harrison? Well, stick around because you will find out who Fred Harrison is, and by the end of this video, you'll know exactly how to protect yourself or at least spot the signs before it's too late. Okay, so who is Fred Harrison? He's not your typical suit and tie pundit. He's a British economist, a journalist, and a land reform advocate, and he spent decades dissecting the hidden rhythms of the economy. Let's cut to a clip of Fred Harrison.
Fred, you famously, in article in the popular press, especially the Daily Mail for some reason, are famed as the man who predicted the last two recessions. Now, according to your theory, that means the next recession is here. It's about to come next year. Do you think that's going to happen?
Yes, we're talking about a pattern, a cycle that's been going on for hundreds of years, with deviations only if there's a world war. So yes, we can predict the timetable of the current business cycle based on those 18-year periodicities. This current cycle did suffer a traumatic effect, which was the pandemic. But what that did was to bring forward the peak in house prices that we would otherwise be experiencing today in 2025 and in 2026. So we've banked the increase in house prices and we're careering towards the end of the cycle with the politicians doing everything they can to make it happen. They are boosting the housing market as best they can because they think that's the way to curry favor with the home buyers. They are adding taxes to burden the workers because they're desperate about not balancing their books. They are deregulating the risks of lending money, so that renders the financial sector even more vulnerable. So the lawmakers have no clue as to what is just about to happen.
Okay, I'm going to stop the video there, and we're going to go back to 1997. Fred Harrison wrote this groundbreaking book called The Chaos Makers. And Harrison boldly predicted a massive property crash in 2001, except it hit a year earlier in 2000. tanking the dot-com bubble and sparking a global recession. But undeterred, he doubled down in 2005 with the boom bust, house prices, banking, and the depression of 2010. And the world laughed until 2008, when subprime mortgages imploded, banks teetered on the brink, and the Great Recession swallowed trillions. Harrison wasn't guessing. He was reading the tea leaves of a pattern most ignore, the 18-year property cycle. Let's cut back into that video.
And that's the trauma that we're now in. We are locked into a peak behavior which will result in the termination of house prices over the next 12 to 18 months, sometimes earlier, as is happening in America. It's already begun extensively. And then when one precipitating event happens, and it might not be in the housing market to start with, it might be that, the rents that we were expecting to get out of investment in AI companies are not being generated. Goodness, we poured hundreds of billions into sponsoring artificial intelligence and we've wasted our money. Bingo. That brings everything to a halt. But it will actually be because of the growth of privatized rents from all sectors, from housing to artificial intelligence and other ways to reap those unearned incomes, that will cause the end of the cycle. And the fallout will be far worse than what we experienced between 2008 and 2010.
Okay, we'll stop the video right there. So here's the genius and also the terror of Harrison's theory. He says in his book that land isn't just dirt, it's the golden goose of modern capitalism. Every 18 years, like clockwork, property values surge in a euphoric boom. Investors pile in, speculators frenzy, governments juice the pot with easy credit, and then prices skyrocketing, creating illusionary wealth that props up stocks and jobs and everything. But it's a bubble that's built on sand. Inevitably, the mania peaks, credit tightens, and the bust crashes down, wiping out that fake prosperity and dragging the whole economy into the abyss. Kind of sounds like what's happening right now. So we're going to fast forward to right now, and Harrison's clock is ticking louder than ever. In that interview in September of 2025, he reaffirms the peak hits in 2026, but the actual crash doesn't happen until 2027. But he also says that this one is different, it's bigger, it's badder, and it's also global. The pandemic threw a wrench in the works, for sure, he says. That mid-cycle dip, it came right on schedule in 2019. Then boom, pandemics, trillions in stimulus, wars in Ukraine and the Middle East, governments funneled cash straight into housing, deregulating lending for first-time buyers who could borrow, listen to this, up to 6 times their income, and supercharged the boom early. Prices didn't just rise, they exploded prematurely, banking those final manic gains ahead of schedule. Let's get back into that video of Fred.
So, are you saying that this recession is going to be bigger and nastier than the last 2 recessions?
Far worse. Take the last one. In 2008, it was the banks that were too big to fail. So governments could intervene by printing money, rescuing the banks, pouring the cash into their coffers, and apparently stabilizing the economies, but actually making the working people pay through austerity over the next 10 years. This time, I'm afraid it's going to be far worse, because now it's the governments that are too big to fail with their debts, the sovereign debts. And nobody's going to bail them out because they don't have the resources, and it would be idiotic to try and bail out governments whose debts exceed the annual income of their production. So that, combined with other events that are going to happen, the convergence of various crises, the military ones, like in Ukraine, the migration ones, like the people from the global south flooding across the Mediterranean into Europe, the convergence of these crises precipitated by the end of the economic cycle will cause chaos like I've never experienced in my lifetime, and I'm now into my 80s.
Okay, I'll stop the video there. It sounds pretty scary, but what he's really saying is when this happens, when this pops, there's no parachute. Governments blew their slush funds on pandemic bailouts. No more trillion-dollar lifelines. Let's get back into that video.
And so I fear that, topped with one of the political problems that we have, the paralysis of the political class. They don't know what they're doing. They have no imagination about changing their life, the way they approach to problems. We will end up in a terrible catastrophe. One of the prospects with a man like Trump in charge in America, he might decide that to distract people, he's got to send troops into Greenland, for example. He might get more aggressive with Mexico. He's already sending a warship down to deal with the drug peddlers in Latin America. That kind of behavior precipitates action. Yes, Putin, if he's not getting anywhere with Ukraine, if he thinks he's in a stalemate, might decide to extend the range of his wars with Europe.
Okay, we'll stop the video right there. Harrison argues that Trump's agenda will fuel a speculative surge in asset prices, including property, by injecting more liquidity and rewarding landowner investors. Policies like deregulation and potential stimulus would encourage borrowing and flipping, echoing the pre-2008 environment Harrison warned about. He sees Trump as a personification of the culture of cheating, prioritizing short-term gains for speculators over systematic reform like land value taxation, which he advocates to prevent cycles. Harrison warns of Trump's tariffs, but by late 2026, he predicts the governments will be bankrupt. They'll be completely bankrupt. They'll be overwhelmed by bailouts for crashing banks and property funds, and with Trump's fiscal expansion worsening this. I will leave the link to that video of Fred Harrison. It goes into detail of what he predicts for 2026. There's a lot of information in that video, but it's really a wake-up call. So in that full video, he'll break down the warning signs that are flashing right now and what it means for your wallet and Harrison's radical fix. Hit the like button if you like this video and subscribe for more unfiltered truth. Drop your comments below, and I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone. Hey everyone. Welcome to the live tonight. I really just wanted to hang out. Don't have much to chat about, but had kind of a crazy day today, so I actually was looking into a couple of videos about Suno and all that stuff. I did a video a couple of days ago, and I kind of reached out to a few people to see if they knew anything about the program itself and what was going on with it, because there's a lot of videos out there right now that have a lot of music to it, and the music sounds really, really, really good. Hey, Whistle Stop. How's it going? I was just talking about the Suno app and the Soro app. Oh, thank you. I'm just chilling out right now. I really didn't have a set schedule to chat about anything tonight. So if anybody wants to bring up any conversations, I'm down for that. But what I really was like, I was looking at some videos, and a lot of people are making music videos right now, and they're using Sono, Suno, and I wanted to try like using it, and it's like having like a little music studio, right? The program is like super cool. It's got like this, it's amazing actually. It's really, really cool. But then I found this lady who is a copyright, she's a copyright lawyer, and she was saying that like people that use this program Suno are getting like sued now for all the for all the music they were using. So I went into this like big video. I covered it a couple of days ago. It's on my channel. Because I really would love to like start making music, and you can make music videos and all kinds of stuff. I don't know, Whistle Stop, if you've like heard about this, but I know like what's her name? Poetic Tears uses like a lot of music of hers is used by that app. And she has a disclaimer. There is a disclaimer that's on her channel, like before she plays her videos, and it's really cool. I mean, her videos are amazing because she's got this great music, and you can really. I have no clue what you're talking about. There's this new program called Suno, and it's a music program that you can create like music videos and just all kinds of music, just create music and music videos. And I think, like I said, I know Poetic Tears uses a lot of that music, and a lot of people have been using this app or this program for the last few months, and now like a bunch of lawsuits are coming out from it because people are not using it correctly, and they're getting copyright. Like there's tons of lawsuits going on right now out there. So I put out this video a couple of days ago because I wanted to know, like I actually asked, does anybody have any idea about like how to use this in the correct way without getting copyright? But I had a few people, Belt Loop actually responded and said, I don't know if I would actually mess around with that, because you got to go through the right channels and the copyright and all that other stuff. So I was kind of bummed out about that. I was like, So I went and actually did some research, and I found this lady on YouTube, and she is a copyright lawyer, and she said you've got to go through a lot of like bullshit to get to use this program. So I don't know how people are doing it. I don't know how she's doing it using, all this music. And I was just like, man, I want to do that so bad, like, 'cause you could actually use your voice, and you can make it's like a little studio. It's like a mini studio, and it's really, really cool. And I don't know if you've seen the Sora videos. The Sora videos are friggin' hilarious. So Sora videos are videos where they it's like a parody of like just all kinds of different funny shit, like just all kinds of funny stuff. I don't know if you've seen any of those videos, but it's Sora, and those videos they're hilarious. I've seen a ton of them, but now again, I'm also hearing about all these copyright lawsuits for, because some of the stuff is Disney stuff, and some of the stuff is, using like Kobe Bryant was on a lot of them, and just they're hilarious videos. I can watch them all day long, but I'm nervous about all the copyright, things that people are going through right now. And YouTube is really strict about that stuff, so I just was like, I don't know, I would love to like check it out and try it, but I don't know, how I don't feel like getting sued right now at this time. But anyway, I didn't know, what to do with it. And I think Saturday, I think the source is having something, and I was going to ask him about it because I think he's doing a live about, you can ask him different questions about different things. So I was going to see if he knew anything about it, but I did make a video on it, and there were a few people that did kind of respond, and Beltloop was one of them, and he was just like, I think I would stay away from that. There are, I guess, royalty-free websites out there that you can get music from, and I guess I'm going to try some of that, but I think, using music in your videos is pretty cool. I don't have any, music in my videos because I'm just too nervous about the copyright laws and stuff like that. So I haven't done anything with music, but yeah, so I figured I would come on tonight and just chill out. I saw that Down the Road was on with Bigfoot tonight. I saw their stream started at 4, and then I saw a little bit of that. It was really funny. And then I saw actually Chris was on tonight with I forget the kid's name, but she was on there tonight too. So a lot of people are doing lives right now, and I said, what the hell? I'll just get online and see what's up with people and see what's going on. So how are things with you guys? Hey Jeffrey, what's going on? How's everybody doing? I was just talking about some program called Suno. It's a music creation program that I want to use so bad, but it has a lot of copyright law rules and things like that. And I know a few people are using it, but they're now they're going through these lawsuits, and it's crazy. I don't know. I don't know how they're making the videos. I know that they are putting the disclaimers on the videos, when they're making them, but they're now there's all these lawsuits going on. So, I found this lawyer again on YouTube, and she was just like, you've got to be so specific on everything you do for that. So I don't know, Jeffrey, if you know anything about Soro or Suno. Actually, Soro is the one that makes all the funny parody videos, which are friggin' hilarious. I don't know if you guys have seen them, but they are just, I can't stop watching them. But there are a lot of, they use a lot of Disney characters, and like I said, there was a lot with Kobe Bryant was on a bunch of them, and they're hilarious videos, just ridiculously funny. But again, they're using Disney stuff and things like that. So I'm not really sure how that all works, and I don't feel like getting sued right now. So I'm just so new, right? I'm still new here, so. Just learning everything as I go. I was just checking some stuff out on YouTube, and I'm like, how are these people doing it? They're using all these apps and all this great music, and they're making all these funny videos, which is really cool because I like to create. I like to create stuff, and you can only do so much with some of the programs that you have. So. I don't know. I was just thinking about, using it and trying it. And they do have a free version of it. So you could try it for free. But again, after I heard this lawyer talking, I was just like, oh, hell no. I don't think I'm going to. I don't know if I'm going to try it. I'm not sure if I want to risk the channel for it. So, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do about it. But anyway, so I just decided to come on live tonight and just see how everybody's doing, see if anything's going on, what people are doing for Halloween. Anybody doing anything for Halloween? Anybody dressing up, going out? I'm chilling for Halloween. I don't really do anything much for Halloween. So, we did at work, of course, at my job. They have everybody dressed up. It was today actually, so they had a little Halloween party and some shit candy and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so but other than that, I just don't usually do anything much for Halloween. So, but I did see a lot of people on live tonight. There was a ton of people, like I said, I think Down the Road is on with Bigfoot right now, and I saw Chris on earlier with I think Vampire is the name. I think I don't know. I think that's the channel, Vampire. He's a little crazy, but anyway, yeah. So I had like a really shitty day at work today, and I just was like, you know what, I'm gonna go on YouTube and see what's up with people and what's going on, and if anybody's has any plans for the weekend and what they're doing for Halloween. I know Chris said she was gonna dress up, so we'll see if she does anything Saturday on The Source, because I guess The Source is gonna have, I'm gonna be on The Source because he's doing the question and answer session. So we'll get to like ask him questions about it. And so I was gonna ask him about these programs. I hope he knows something about it, because I really, really, really want to use these. I really want to use like these programs. So, but yeah, I just nothing much really going on, and just chilling out. And one more day left of the hell week I've had at work. It's been pretty crazy. It's like I don't even know why I bothered that with just just getting paid. Like it's pay week too for me, so which I get paid like the government takes 50%, the state takes 14.4%. If I go buy anything, the state takes 8.4%. I have health insurance coming out. I have all this shit coming out of my check, and it's like by the time I get paid, I got like change left for myself. So it's kind of discouraging because I work a lot. I do. I work a ton of hours, and I can't complain because I do have a really interesting job. It's a pretty cool job. It's very, very interesting, very cool. What I'm doing, and I do like what I'm doing, so that does help. But it's just, I don't know. I've been seeing some of these channels too with like coins, like all these coins, and let's see. That's why. Oh, JK. Hey, JK. That's why I can't. That's why Madame is getting voted in. Oh, Madame, or however you say his name. Yeah, that's another thing. I don't know what's gonna happen with that. That's a scary thing. But yes, he's super popular. He's definitely, he's got the vote. I know he's gonna win it. I don't know what's gonna happen in New York after that, but I'm tired of it, to be honest. I'm really tired of giving half my check away. I would make decent money. I don't make bad money. When I tell people what I make, they're like, oh my God, that's great. But no, it's not great if you're living here in the state of California, because by the time you're done paying all your taxes, and you would think at the end of the year, right? Because I claim zero, and you would think at the end of the year that I would get some money back, but I end up owing. So I'll get money back by, a couple $100s from the government, but then the state, I'll owe the state money. So it's all effed up, and it's just crazy right now. And, but I was talking about, I see all these channels with these coins, and I had been saving, like, I have this like big thing of coins right now. So I'm like gonna go through, like, see if there's anything valuable in here, because my husband actually is buying like a lot of silver and gold, and there's even like I don't know. I'm just gonna see if I can find anything valuable in this. I've been saving for a while. I haven't been using a lot of cash lately, so I don't have a lot of change left. But I'm probably gonna go through that money right there and see if there's anything valuable with that. Because again, my husband watches a lot of these coin channels, and damn, these guys like make a ton of money off these coins, and they're really valuable. Some of these coins are like super old. In the 60s and 40s, 50s, 60s, and they're worth a lot of money. And speaking of that, I actually did find a quarter. I went because I got to do laundry, so I go to the bank and I get rolls of quarters, and I actually did find a bicentennial quarter. I had a couple of them. And when I asked my husband, I'm like, hey, look at, this is what I found. And he's like, yeah, those are actually worth like $3 or $4 now. So I was like, sweet. So I ended up going through like a bunch of rolls of quarters, checking everything out to see if I could find any more. So I actually have a few more rolls I haven't gone through yet, but JK, yeah, I think you're right. I think that Mondami, I think that's how you say his name, is he's definitely got a chance, and people are sick of it. They're sick of the taxes. They're sick of, giving their money away. 50% of my check goes to the government, I was just saying, and then 14.4% goes to the state of California, and then if I go buy anything, 8.4% goes to whatever I buy. I just think it's outrageous. It's insane. And I just signed a new lease, and that went up, and my electric went up, and it's just, I don't know how people are gonna, make it and live. And it's just a struggle. It's just a friggin' struggle every day. And, you work so hard. And like I said, luckily I like my job and I like what I'm doing. I would be freaking out if I didn't like my job. I don't think it's not worth it to go into it. Plus I get health insurance. That's a big thing. I need the health insurance, so it's one of the other reasons why I go to work is, for the health insurance. So even though it's the shittiest health insurance I've ever had, I'm still paying thousands of dollars for things that, that would have been covered, like at my old job. So the health insurance, I think in 2026, I don't know if anybody knows in the chat, but I think the health insurance in 2026 is going to get much worse. Like we're going to end up like paying, I don't know, it's going to be outrageous, I heard. So I'm not looking forward to that. There goes some more money. And then, the cost of living raise that you get, like at your job, the most you get is 3%. That's the most you get for a raise at your job every year. They give you 3% for a cost of living raise every year. Now, 3% is, what is 3% going to do when inflation is like 50%? Like, I don't know how, shit is going to work out. It's kind of scary. And I don't know. I just think it's a little crazy, the inflation and the cost of things, and it goes up every week. Every week I go to the store, everything gets more and more and more expensive. Eggs started at $7.99, the week after $8.99, the week after they were $9.99, the week after $10.99, the week after, every single week it goes up, $1. And the meat prices are just insane. So, yeah, this guy, Mondami, running in New York City, claims to that he's, hey, real, How's it going? I'm just bitching about money. And, we're talking about Mondami in New York City running and how he is going to technically fix everything. I don't know how that's all going to work, but I'm a friend was just texting me about inflation. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. The inflation is insane. And I was just talking about, every week I go to the store and everything goes up every single week. Like I notice every single week. And I was just talking about eggs. It started, maybe 8 months ago, $7.99 for eggs, $8.99 the week after, $9.99 the week after, $10.99. I mean, it's just friggin' insane. And then I was talking about my paycheck, how 50% of it goes to the government, and then California takes 14.4%. And then, when I go to buy anything, shoes, whatever, whatever I need, it's 8.4% they take. And the inflation is out of control, and just the inflation itself is out of control. So this guy running in New York City, this Mondami guy, is, going to technically fix. The government gives out bonuses to employees to cover the extra inflation. Coffee is way up. Hell yes. So I have a Keurig, right? The Keurig machines. And the Keurigs I used to get really good deals on the Keurigs. I would buy them in bulk and, I'd pay maybe $2.99, $3.99. That's still expensive, for a pack of 10 or something like that. And now they're like $15.99 for a pack of 10. So it's just insane. The government give it, Christian got 10% inflation. Christian got 10% inflation, but oh, no way. Yeah, I don't think I'll be seeing that at my job. I do get bonuses. I do get quarterly bonuses, but it does help, but it's based off of my production, and it's based off of, it's based off of actually the revenue that the company makes. And, it's all, they have this whole calculation they do, and it's basically impossible to figure out what your bonus is going to be, because they take their AOP and you divide it by their revenue for what they did for the quarter. I mean, it's the calculation they have to try to figure out what your bonus is going to be is just insane. So, I never know. Socialism will mean more taxes, most likely. Someone has to pay for it, right? And that's the other thing, right? I don't think this is going to turn out well, to be honest. I know that. So he claims that he's going to have these. Socialism will mean more taxes, right? He's going to have these, I guess, government-funded stores, right, where you can go buy your food and your whatever. You can buy a loaf of bread for $2, or you can go to Vaughn's and pay $7. So, of course, everybody's going to want to go to their store, the government-funded store, to buy a loaf of bread for $2. And what's going to happen to all the other stores that are selling their bread for $7? More socialism, I should say. We already have a lot of socialist things. Yes, we do. It's getting more and more and more. Definitely, it's just insanely crazy, and the inflation is just out of control right now. And I was hoping that my house that I have in the desert, I was hoping that I would eventually have some value to that house. And if I were to sell that house, I would probably lose money on the house. Like, there's no equity in the house, even though I've had it for such a long time, and it's brand new. We did everything to it. Like, it's brand new. But because of inflation and everything, I mean, just I would probably not even be able to. I would probably break even on it, or not make much money on that house if I ever decided to sell it, because of everything that's going on. So I just think it's really, really hard to go to work every day. And I work, like I said, about 50 hours a day. I am in a great industry. I mean, I could say the industry I'm in, I just can't say what I do because a lot of it's classified. But I am in aerospace, and it is a great, great job, and I'm lucky I have it. And I shouldn't be complaining, because a lot of people right now, I just heard so many stories today about layoffs. It's just, it's petrifying. It's like scaring me to death. So, but my company happens to be really, really, really busy. So, I'm very fortunate to have the job I have, but still, like, I work so much and I get barely nothing in return. So, JK, I want some of that socialism. True, JK. Right. I think we all do, right? Like, it's just, we're not, I mean, I'm living paycheck to paycheck like everyone else. I did have a savings. I had a savings. I had a 401k. I had, but these past few years, I've had to tap into that. Like, I've had to tap into savings to, do home improvements, and, I'm not taking out any more loans. The car loans, I don't know. Hi, everyone. Hi, Chicken Explorers. Hey, how'd your pumpkin pie come out? Midnight Vents. Hello. Hi, everyone. My car is paid off. I just paid it off this year, right? It's a 2019 truck, Ford Ranger, and I just paid it off, and and it has over 100,000 miles on it. So I'm hoping that truck lasts me as long as it can, because if I were to buy a car right now, my car payment would be more than my mortgage payment. That's how shitty things are. It's just, oh, good. I'm glad it came out good. It's just insane. I don't know what, people are gonna, I don't know how this is all gonna turn out. And I know 2026 is gonna be really bad. Like, the research and the stuff that I'm hearing about 2026 is gonna be, really, really, really bad. So, and again, I have, 2 places to pay for. Of course, my husband does, he has income too, which helps. But I don't know how people with families make it. The food bill just for the 2 of us is like $200 a week, and it's just insane. I just don't know. And like I said, I'm living paycheck to paycheck, and I never had to do that before. Like this, I always had a savings. I always had my 401k. I had I've had my 401k since I was young. I'm getting some sort of, let's see, bug spot. Let's see what happened. Something just happened. Send error report. I'm not sure. I just got this bug spot. I don't know what that is. Let's see if I can. Sorry, guys. I'm not sure what's going on. Basecamp Pro. There we go. Let's see if that works. That works. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what happened with that. It's strange. Anyway, I always just had a savings on my 401k. I started when I was really young. Of course, I, tapped into it to, buy my house and things like that. But quantitative easy coming won't help any. Yeah, I just, I don't know what people are going to do. I just don't know. I know the cost of health insurance. Like, I renew my health insurance. It's coming up like in a couple weeks. We can hear you, but the video feed froze. Oh, did it really? Oh, it's fine now. Okay. Yes, metals are on the rise. Yeah, so that's what I was talking about. So I don't think real thoughts was here, but like I've been watching a lot of like coin channels, and I'm going through like all these coins and all this change because I actually found I have like rolls of quarters because I do laundry and I need quarters for laundry. And I'm going through the quarters, right? Because I'm watching these coin channels, and they're like, "This quarter's worth this, and this quarter's worth that." And I know real projects. Real thoughts. You did a video on this, on coins and things like that. So, okay, good. I'm glad it's back. Yeah, you did a video on this, and I watched it, and I found some bicentennial quarters. And so I go to my husband because he's super into like watching all those channels, so I watch them too. And I said, look what I found. So we looked it up, and they're worth like $3-4 for a quarter. So every time I go get quarters at the bank now, I'm going through all these, I'm going through all these rolls of quarters to see what I can find. And again, we bought a ton of silver. We bought some gold backs. We're buying, a lot of our, and then again, that's a lot of where our spending is right now is silver and gold because we know what's coming. So, I'm super into like looking at all these coins now. And then I was just in my closet just grabbing my stuff for the weekend, and I'm like, oh my God, I found this like big thing of change that I used to save, and I'm just gonna go through it and see what I can find and see what if there's anything worth anything in it, and see what's up. Certain serial numbers on bills make them worth more. Yes, that was another thing we actually found out watching. Hey, Wild Child, what's up? How are you? How's the baby Bugaboo? He's so cute. She's so beautiful. I love your dog. Yeah. So we've been just going crazy with the silver. So we've been buying a bunch of silver. Hey, Belt Loop, welcome. What's going on? I was just talking about you, actually. I was telling everybody about that Suno program that I started this with. So, and I had sent you the information about it. It's fun to search the coins too. It's a literal treasury. That it is so much fun. It is so much fun going through coins and stuff like that. Like I had like 4 or 5 rolls of quarters, and when I found those 2 bicentennial quarters, I took pictures of them, and I was like, "Oh my God, look what I found!" And my husband was like, "Yeah, those are worth, $3-4." So I have, I have like 4 or 5 other different rolls of quarters right now that I'm going to go through. So, I just, gonna start going through all my change. And then, like I said, today I was going in my closet to get stuff ready for the weekend to take, and I found this, and I forgot I even had this like in there. And because I used to save all my change, and I don't really use money anymore. I use my cards, so I don't have a lot of change anymore. But when I saw that, I was like, oh hell yeah, I'm gonna be going through that and see what I can find. And I know now they're talking about copper. I think that might be worth something to some extent. I'm not really sure, but. So the quarters, were worth $3-4 for each quarter. And like I said, Real Thoughts, I know you did a video on this because I watched it. And, if you're, what I feel like doing is going to the bank and saying, give me a box of, you can buy like $100 of quarters and, in like a big box, and they'll sell it, or any change, and you can buy them, and it comes in a box, and they're all, rolled up. And then I feel like just opening it all up and then just searching, and it is fun. Real thoughts. I had a blast doing it. I was like, with the microscope, because some of the quarters are so old that you can't really see the dates on them. So I have my little microscope, and I'm checking it out, and it's copper pennies are around 3 cents. Oh, no kidding. 1982 and older. No pennies 2026. Right. No, I know they have to be super old. Like I know I can already tell you guys that there is like super old pennies in here. Like super, super old. They have different like backs. Like it's not, they're very old, and they're super, super old. So I'm excited to go through some of this, like some of them are like so old that they're like super dark, like they you can barely like see. Like I said, you're gonna need a microscope. So I'm taking this with me this weekend, and that's what I'm doing when I go to the desert. I'm gonna go through all this stuff. I still find lots of copper pennies. Yeah. Like JK said, metals are gonna be like the thing, right? It's gonna be okay, Bello. I think, if you can find anything like that, USA isn't issuing pennies of 2026. Why is that? USA isn't issuing pennies of 2026. Well, I think they want to stop. I think they want to do away with change altogether, right? I think that was the thing that they were talking about a while ago, that they just wanted to get rid of like change altogether. Like they just didn't want any change. So I think that was, I don't know whatever happened with that, but I think they just wanted, to get rid of like the pennies and the nickels and the dimes. And so, so I don't know. I'm just, it's really hard to live right now. Let's see, the chat is on this side. Sorry, guys. The patina on the copper can turn almost black brown. Oh, yeah. Oh, because they're too expensive. Wild Child, yes. The copper can turn almost black brown. And that's what I see in, like, I can see like some of these pennies in here, like a really super old. I can't wait to go through them this weekend. That's what I'll be doing. Yes, Wild Child. I've gotten to where I can spot them pretty easy. Yeah, and that's why I'm like, I was so psyched when I found this jar. I was like, oh my God, I can't wait to go through this and check out what I find. And again, I have like a few rolls of quarters I just bought, a week ago or whatever, and I haven't opened them yet to do laundry. But the last couple weeks I did laundry, and I was like, it took me forever to go do laundry because I was going through every single quarter. Like I was just like looking at it and making sure that I'm, it's the right date. I think my husband said anything between 1960 for the quarters, I believe, or 1950. Those are worth, a few dollars anyway. I just, I don't know. I think, the metals are going to be, very valuable, especially with everything that's, going to be going on with, this digital ID stuff that's going. Our currency is going to change. We have that digital ID that's going to roll out, and that's going to monitor every single thing we do, everything we buy, everything, and Real Thoughts. You also did a video on that. I did too. We both had kind of the same similar information, although your video is really, really good. But they, this digital ID and the currency change, real that's 1964 and back are 90% silver quarters. Exactly. Yes, 1964. That's what it was. I think that's what my husband said. That's right. And that's what I tried to look for. I actually found, so the bicentennial one was the 1974 to or 1776, something like that. And I found two of them and I brought them to him and he's like, yeah, these are worth like $3 to $4. So just, let's save them and keep them. And that's why I'm like, anytime I get quarters, I am going to go through them and save whatever I can and, keep them and save them. But, this whole digital ID thing coming out and if this guy gets in for mayor in New York City, I don't know I don't know if that's gonna trickle down to other states. I have no idea what's gonna happen with that. Like, he is really going to completely change the whole entire, New York is gonna be completely different, if he gets in, and it looks like he's gonna get in. I mean, everybody's for him, and it's all about the money, right? Everybody says it. This is what my husband tells me all the time. It's all about the money. That's all that matters. It's all about the money. So if this guy is promising that he's going to help you and he's going to make things cheaper for you and he's going to, do this and that for you. Now, they also lie their asses off. We all know that. But it's all about the money. Everything is all about the money. So, we'll see what happens. They try to make New York City look like a good thing. I know, and that's everybody is fooled. I think is fooled by it. They're all, like I said, it's all about the money. People are hurting. New York City is another city again that, because I'm from New England and my grandparents came to New York, back in the 30s, and then they migrated to Boston. But I used to go to New York all the time. It used to be beautiful. You found Fifth Avenue with, all the plays and it was gorgeous. It was absolutely beautiful. And now it's a dumping ground. It's awful. There's just tent after tent after tent. Peddlers everywhere. It's very dangerous. There's cops all over the place. I mean, they have to have security everywhere, even in the subways. You guys have seen the stories, heard the stories. We've watched the stories. It's really scary. And now LA is exactly the same way. Like, I used to go to LA all the time. I used to love they had a really good clothing district there, and I used to like to shop there. And I used to like to go to Hollywood and, do the Walk of Fame and, do all that stuff. And I will not step foot near LA. It is just awful. Promise the moon, they gotta set the trap with some sort of bait and then just let you end up poor. And that's what I'm talking about, guys. That's exactly what I'm talking about is happening. And I feel stuck. Like, I just feel stuck. I have this job that I'm working. Again, I'm not complaining because I'm very fortunate to have a job, because a lot of people don't have a job. And if, we were living in the 80s, I'd probably be super rich off the paycheck that I have now. But in this day and age, what I make is just not, it's not keeping up. It's just not keeping up. And then the 3% raise that you get every year, what the hell is that going to do? Like, that does nothing. It absolutely does nothing. So, and again, my truck, I paid it off this year. I had a 7-year loan on it. I just paid it off. It has over 100,000 miles. I think the percentage rate, if someone knows a percentage rate on the trucks right now, $5 check. Oh, $5,000 checks, LOL. You're talking about like the Elon Musk thing when they did the Doge thing, the the 5K that all the fraud they found, and they were going to give everybody back the money. Yeah, that story died down really fast. They mentioned it once or twice, and then it was gone like that. There was nothing else after that. So, Chicken Express, Explorers. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't, I'm hoping my car lasts. I do take care of it. So, but I think it's like 7%, to the interest when you buy a car. I think it's 7%, maybe even more. I'm not sure. I don't know. I haven't been to a dealership in a while, but I know that if I were to buy another car, it would be probably just as much as my mortgage on my house, So, and then I rent an apartment here, and then everybody's talking about the gas prices. Like I hear this all over the news and all over YouTube, and gas prices have dropped, and you'll just have to settle for being gorgeous lady. That's so sweet. Thank you, Wild Child. That's really sweet. I appreciate that. Thank you. Even though I don't feel it. But everybody's talking about how these gas prices have dropped, and I'm still paying $4.79, $4.89 a gallon. Like, where have these prices dropped? I don't know. Depends on credit score, I think. I buy used. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And I happen to have a really good credit score. That's one thing I try to keep. I don't have a lot of credit card debt. I have, 2 credit cards. I keep them super low. Also my husband, we don't do, if we can't buy it cash, we don't buy it. We just don't buy it. We just don't. There are some things that we do have to use a credit card on. So, like, for instance, I just had a procedure. I had a 4-disc fusion surgery on my cervical neck. So, and I had that 5 years ago. And the surgery itself was like $300,000, but at the time, it was like 7-8 years ago. Maybe 9 years ago at the time, I only paid like $6,000 out of my pocket for the surgery. But it's been so long since I've had the surgery that I'm getting the same, like, the same pain is coming back. Like, it's not working anymore. The surgery they did is not working anymore. So eat BF Alabama, gas is cheap. Oh, East Bum F. I gotcha. Alabama, gas is cheap. Gas is $2.60, $2.90 around here. Yeah, it is. It's where you live, right? A few months ago, I posted. So I used to live downtown San Diego, and I had just moved like a year ago. For $4.60. And there was this one gas station that I had to go to because it was right near my house, and it was the easiest place. It was $7.39 a gallon I used to pay when I lived downtown San Diego at this one gas station. It was just insanely crazy. And I paid it because it was convenient. It was right off the highway. It was, right on my way to work. So I ended up paying $7.39 a gallon for gas. And I mean, to fill my truck. So I fill my truck every week, once a week. Luckily, I moved close to where I work, right? So I only drive 16 miles to where I work, which is great. So it costs me about $90 every week to fill my tank. But I also do a 200-mile trip. I think it's 175 miles when I drive to the desert on Fridays, and then when I drive back on Sundays. So that's, but it's $90 a week for gas. That's what I pay, even traveling back and forth to the desert, because I'm fortunate enough to have a job close to where I live, in my apartment. So I was fortunate about that. And again, I'm not complaining that, I'm really fortunate I have a job. Before this job, I had another really good job. I was a chemist for 10 years, and I was the one that, got to capitalize on, the vaccine testing devices. I was the chemist that made the chemistry that goes on those devices. Looking for a house is in South Alabama, but all call people are buying everything there, escaping. All call people are buying everything there, escaping. Call is insane. Man, I don't know how you do it. Callie, sorry, it's the chat is way over here. Looking for a house in South Alabama, but Cali people are buying everything there. Yeah, so this is what's happening. That's another thing that's happening. California people are out of here. The stuff that's going to happen in 2026 in California is going to be, it's going to push us out, I think. I really do think that. I think it's just going to push us out. I don't think we're going to be able, no matter how much money I make, every year, no matter how much money I make, and I make decent money. Like I said, if I made this money in the 80s, I'd be living good. I'd be considered, wealthy. But not in this day and age. It's really, really bad. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to help another officer. Oh, with their report. Oh, okay, Belt Loop. They must have appreciated that. And that's a tough job, being an officer. Sorry, I feel for you guys. I don't know. I don't remember what state you're in, but these stories, there was a story yesterday of an officer that got killed. He went to a domestic dispute call here in California, and he got shot, and there was a bike chase on the highway. I don't know if you guys saw all that. It was duties of being a supervisor. Oh my God, that's too funny. Anyway, it's dangerous. I would not, and you guys don't get paid enough for that type of job, especially what's going on right now. It's super dangerous everywhere. But I was watching this on YouTube last night or the night before, and this motorcycle chase, I don't know if anybody else saw it, was insane. And he ended up getting, crashing into, I think it was a cop that stopped in front of him, and he crashed and whatever. But they caught the guy, but the officer died. He was killed. And up in the Delta, I think, part of so that's what they're saying. That's what they were saying. It was some sort of I don't know if it was drugs or what it was, but it was crazy. This guy on this bike was just, it was one of those like racing bike things that he was on. And, he was actually going so fast, and he wasn't even holding the handlebars. He was like doing something to his like backpack, and all of a sudden he smacked right into the car in front of him. And it was a pretty crazy thing that I saw. But, unfortunately, the cop that, went to the call for the domestic call, he was killed by this guy. And it's really, really dangerous. And, I'm watching all these like protests too, and all these ICE people, all these ICE guys, and it's just, the world is nuts right now. It's just absolutely nuts. It's just crazy. I have it on pretty good authority. It's cartel related. I had a feeling from what I was hearing from the news. I did have a feeling that it had to do something with, obviously illegal stuff. Like I said, I'm not sure if it was a drug thing or whatever, but there's a lot of that going on too here. But everybody is fleeing California, and I really want to get the hell out of here. It's just, I love my home in the desert. I just love it. It's unfortunate that I can't live there full time. I have to. The officers arrested cartel related. I think that's what I heard on the news, that it was it was something to do with the cartel. Like I said, I'm not sure if it was drugs or not, but I was talking about California and how it's just gotten so bad. Like I used to go to LA all the time. I used to love to go to LA. I used to go to their clothing district and go shopping. I used to go to Hollywood, the Walk of Fame, and, just hang out and I was always downtown. Now I will not go near that place. I will not go Chicken Explorers. He's making these emojis. From what I understand, even thought it was part of a sting. Okay. Yeah. It's really getting dangerous. It's really getting dangerous. And even where I live here in the city, I'm 2.5 hours away from my home in the desert. It's not a safe place here either. So I do carry protection. Like I have, you guys know we have firearms out in the desert, and we target practice all the time out there. It's great. That's what you do out there. You can hear it all day long. Everybody, is target practicing. It's awesome. I happen to love it. My husband and I, it's a great hobby of ours. So never been further than West Arizona. Never been further west than Arizona. Yeah. Again, I want to leave California so bad because it's just really, really bad. The taxes, the laws, the whole, everything that's going on with ICE and everything that's going on with these protests. And, but I really love my house in the desert, and I just love it there. And, property in Cali is basically locked at 1%, the purchase price. All those 30-year-old ocean houses basically pay no tax. Most people in other states don't know that. Oh, I didn't know that either. That's crazy. That is insane. I know our taxes aren't cheap, and our mortgage is not. That's crazy. That is insane. I don't get that. I just don't get it. It's like the rich get richer, and the poor. I mean, I hate to consider myself that, but I am living paycheck to paycheck now. And a few years that was not the case. I had a nice savings. I still have my 401k, which I started very, very young. I was smart enough to do that. I owned a business for 10 years, and I did really, really well with it. And so, but I was young and foolish, and I spent a lot of money on stupid things. And I wish, I could go back to that, and not buy $2,000 Louis Vuitton bags and stupid things like that. I used to pay $500 for jeans. I was stupid. I was young and stupid, and just thought, just having those things were the thing to do. And I could have saved all that money and been pretty much okay right now. But, when you're young, you do stupid stuff. There's always been rules there's always been rules for thee and rules for me. Yes, you said it, Belt Loop. There you go. Where would you go if you moved? Okay. So we were looking, Missouri, Alabama was one of them. Missouri was another one. There are a lot of us that were young and stupid. Yes, we do. Yes, yes, definitely. Fortunately, I, was smart enough to know that I had to support myself. I immediately, even though I did, I grew up real fast. I had my child when I was young. But I always knew that I had to support myself. So I immediately started, getting certifications on every certification I could get. I did. I went, I didn't go to college because I didn't have money for that. But I am certified in many, many, many different fields. And that's kind of how I got into the chemistry part of it. And now, I'm in the aerospace field, which is amazing. And it's really good. I have friends in both. There are a lot of us. Acreage with no neighbors. Yes. So JK, that's what it is. And that's what I love about it, right? So the house in the desert is just the most peaceful, beautiful place to escape to. And I always think, like, if anything were to happen, like in the world, like a civil war or any type of anything, right, that would probably be a not so bad place to be, because it's so way out and so far out, although who knows. But I always think that, maybe that's not such a bad place to be, way out there. And, that place is locked down when I tell you. We have cameras that can see miles and miles away. We have, we're protected. We have our firearms and everything's registered. We're all legal. Everything is, we don't break the law. We're law-abiding citizens. We pay our taxes. We do. And that's the other thing that pisses me off. We have these great citizens that are law-abiding. They pay their taxes. They do things by the book, but someone can go in a store and steal up to $900 worth of whatever and no charges. There's no charges against them. I just, as long as you have access to water and not a bad location. Rule of threes. Yeah, so we do have our own water source, and that was one of the reasons why we bought that place, is we have a well. And then we put in a water filtration system, a massive water filtration system, so that we're able to, hey, Slingshot, welcome. Hey, what's up? We're talking about money, finances, all kinds of stuff, moving, and just all kinds of stuff. We're abiding until they change the laws. Yeah, see, that's the other thing. And that's what I'm waiting for, civil war to break out. Like, I don't see anything else that it looks like that's the future, that's what's going to happen. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know what's going to happen. It's very scary. So I just, Wild Child asked, where would we move to? And like I said, I would probably move to someplace really rural, like I said, Missouri, Alabama, I was thinking Tennessee, but Tennessee is even kind of getting a little rough, I think. I have a lot of family on the East Coast, which I would never move back to. The weather conditions out there are just horrific. It's just, I'm using my main channel right now. I guess I could come in with my other channels. Be right back. Okay, no problem. I actually want to go on. I want to go on as a guest on one of your lives that you do, Belt Loop. So I think I'm ready. I am super shy, but I think I definitely want to try it. A lot of people are moving to Tennessee, unfortunately. Yeah, that's a big state. That's what I hear. But people are fleeing California by the thousands. Like, they are fleeing, and that's why I think all our taxes are going up. Okay, so I hit the like button again. There are some good reasons to change channels. Oh, cool. Awesome. Thank you. I'd love to have you on the panel. Next time, I promise, I definitely want to go on. You guys look like you are having such a good time, and I wanted to be a part of it so bad. But like I said, I'm super shy. But I will. You guys are super cool, and just we're having a good time. And I know I would absolutely like it. Okay, I'll see you. I live in an old mining town. There is a ghost in my house. Steven, we live where we live across the 62, and the mountains across from us is all the old gold mines. And we used to have a 4-wheeler and we used to drive up there all the time. And I always used to be like digging for gold. Dig for gold to see if I can find something. I was like, oh man, let me see if I can, find just something, any little thing. Just wanted to pop in and say, hey, all right, Slingshot, thank you for stopping in. Good to see you. And I was always like, let me see if I can, pick around the edges here and see if I can find something. But, those mines are freaking crazy. They're like 10 feet down and there's just enough to get my body in there. Like, it's just literally, they're tiny. They're tiny, tiny, tiny holes. And you could still see the wooden steps to get up and the pulleys. And it's really cool to see. Joshua Tree does some of the tours for those mines and they take people up there. Obviously the mines are, the tops are gated and you can't really, do anything, but it's cool to see. It's super cool to see. But I always kind of thought, maybe the mines go deep, too dangerous. Yeah. Oh, it's super dangerous. I tried to drop a rock down. I got a big rock and I dropped it down because I wanted to hear how, when it would hit the ground. And it was like a good minute before we heard anything. So I know they go for miles, and I know they were super, super unsafe back in the day in the 30s and 40s. But what they used to do, my door handle moves up and down and opens. Okay. Hey, David, didn't know you were on. The thumbnail is gray. Oh, I did put a thumbnail on. I don't know why YouTube does that. I always put my thumbnail on and it always turns gray. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know why that happens, but I set a thumbnail on there. So that kind of sucks because I don't think I can change it while I'm on live. But Steven, that's pretty freaky. That's really freaky. I think I'd move the hell out of that house. I think I would get the hell out of there. That would scare the shit out of me. I don't think I could handle that. You too. Oh, I am sorry. I forgot to comment. I hit the like button again. Thank you so much. Thank you. You too, please. David, hello. I don't know. If I were you, I would definitely. What's up, Demerson? Live in. What's up, YouTube police? Yes, but it's Belt Loop. I love it. He has a bunch of channels actually. That's really cool. He has a bunch of good channels. He has a bunch of really good channels. But anyway, I would be completely freaked out if that shit was happening in my house. I would be right out of there. But anyway, I always wanted to, go back up to those mines and see maybe I can, squeeze in there and start digging. I actually venture off the property anyway. I think I told you guys. Well, now YouTube police is intimidating. Desert was in, I thought that's Belt Loop. He has a bunch of channels. He's a police officer. Super cool guy. He's the guy that I want to go on his live, on his panel one time, hopefully. David, he's, that's too funny. He rolled up with the badge, LOL. I love it. I love it. I do venture out. We have 5 acres out there, and I think our property, it's fenced in, I think an acre, a little over an acre. So I like to collect rare stones and gems. So I do go off the property, but again, there's snakes everywhere, and I have to wear high boots, and I told you guys about my dog getting bit by a snake, and it was just the most poisonous snake in the world. It was crazy, and we had been living there for a while, and that was the first time that has ever happened. So it was pretty crazy. I hit the like button again. I love you, Belt Loop. You are the best. You are the best. You're a great supporter. Thank you so much. Oh man, many. Yes, a man of many hats. Yes. By the way, I have no jurisdiction on the internet. That includes YouTube, so no authority on YouTube. Yeah, David. It's too funny. You scared the hell out of David. David's cool though. He's another good. Okay, I'll be right back. I just have a few different channels, different interests. Yeah. See, that's the other thing. I have so much different content on my channel. I just have like everything because I like to talk about everything. But it's a pain in the ass to manage like 5 different channels. Like it's a pain in the ass. And I think, I'm not sure, but I thought YouTube, you can only create like 2 channels, right? I know Real Thoughts Project, you have another channel, which is Driving Daily, which I love. But I don't know if you can create more than 2 channels. I'm not sure. Well, obviously you can somehow. I'm not really sure, but I can barely manage this channel. It's, and I do have a second channel for my AI, because I had a lot of AI on this channel and people really liked Frenchies. So they really didn't want to watch the AI and the Frenchies. So I had to separate. I think you can have like 100. What? David says yes, 2 per person. I don't know. I never really looked. I just know that I needed to create a different channel because I had people saying, I don't want to watch your... Oh, I hit the like button again. I have 5 channels. I have friends with 9 with more than that, I think. So I don't know how. I thought you were only able to have 2 channels, but I don't know. Like I said, I can barely handle this one. And I have my other channel, which is just slowly. I have like 35 subscribers on that one. And it's basically only AI information. That's all I cover on that channel. So I had most of all of that on this channel because I love to cover like a lot of different things. I don't have a niche. I just don't. I like to cover everything that's going on. Like now I'm into the coin thing and, just the digital ID thing. I like, world events, things like that. Maybe I have another one that I ain't sharing at the moment, maybe, but they didn't say anything to me. Yeah. So, yeah, David said, yeah, only 2 per person. But I've seen people with like, I know people have more than, 2 or 3 channels. So I'm not sure. I've had most of them for about 3 to 4 years. Wow. Yeah, see, I've only been doing this like since April. So like 5 or 6 months. So this channel is nothing but about animals. Yeah, okay. See, that's why I had to separate what I had. I had a lot of AI, I was so into like the whole thing that was going on with Elon Musk and Sam Altman and OpenAI. And I was so interested in that because those 2 were like so tight back in 2015 when they started OpenAI, and they were like so close and just best friends. And then it turned into a nightmare. So I really I did a lot of research on that and what happened. And I was so interested in that. And then when Elon got into the White House, helping out, Trump was behind Elon's back, making deals with Sam Altman, who had a lawsuit against Elon Musk had a lawsuit against Sam Altman at the time. And so Trump's making deals with Sam Altman, who Elon Musk is suing. Like, it was just a crazy mess. And I just wanted to find out what was going on with all that stuff. Like, I was so interested in that. And then I'm interested in AI to begin with, because I know AI is going to take over the world. I know that, my job is probably not going to be there, I won't have it that I won't have my job for long. I already know, like, I think I said this in my live stream last Sunday. I program. I do a lot of coding, VBA coding. I do a lot of formulating, and I use in-house programs. We have the place that I work at has, it's classified programs, and so every day I'm, developing these technical, formulations and things like that. And then IT will do an update. They'll do an update on that program. And then the next update that comes out, okay, so all you have to do is click this button now and your whole thing will just pop up. And so guess what? I just trained that AI to do the job that took me 3 months to get that formulation. Like, it's really scary. So I know AI is coming. I know I don't know what they're going to do with all these people that are going to be out of work. I'm missing all the stuff in the chat. I've been blocked just for saying hello with the channel. So be careful if you add a new channel. Oh, okay. I'm not a fan of Sam. Real thoughts, you have no idea. That guy is evil. And I'm not saying Elon Musk doesn't have his he's not no angel either, but Sam Altman is the worst human being. Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, at least, he's actually, I feel that he's trying to help humanity. He has this Neuralink and this whole entire thing where people, are so disabled that they can't talk, they can't do it. And he's helped these guys actually talk and move again. And the things Elon is doing, and with, his whole Tesla and his SpaceX, and at least he has, he's trying to help humanity, as from what that's my own opinion. But Sam Altman is the evilest, manipulative, backstabbing, money hungry, doesn't care about the world, doesn't care about anything. His AI, I will never, ever, ever use ChatGPT, ever. I have never used ChatGPT. I will never use ChatGPT. If I do use an AI, because AI lies, they all lie, and the minute you use AI and they tell you the incorrect information, and you go back in and you say, hey, listen, I looked it up and you're wrong, and you tell them the right information, you're training that AI. So you just gave them the right information, and they'll come back to you and say, oh, yes, you're right. I'm sorry. You are correct. And I will make sure, I fix that. So do not, if you don't have to use AI, don't. But if I do, I use Grok, which is Elon, or Anthropic, which is Claude Opus 4. And now Claude Opus 4, which is Anthropic, was also part of OpenAI. So when Elon split from OpenAI, Anthropic, the guy that runs Anthropic, also split and started Anthropic. So there were 4 major people. It was Elon, Sam Altman, the guy that runs Anthropic, I can't remember, and Iliac, which is the scientist. And when OpenAI finally separated, they all went their own ways. And then the guy, I forget his name, it's killing me now because I did the video on it. He started Anthropic, which is Claude Opus 4, which is a very good AI. And then Elon started Grok, and then Sam Altman kept OpenAI and ChatGPT. And there's, Suchir Balaji was, I'm sorry, I think he was murdered. I think Sam Altman had something to do with it, and that's my own opinion. Okay, you don't use AI. Keeping it organic. Yeah, so that's why I say, when I do research, I go into news articles and I go into news stories, and I go to Wikipedia and try to get some information, and then maybe I might verify through an AI to see what they have to say when I'm getting ready to do a video. But the don't use AI. They're wrong half the time, and then when you go to correct them, you're actually training them. So it's not a good thing. But I feel that the robots are coming. I've done several videos about the robots. I don't know if I'll be going live this weekend. I'm traveling to Texas tomorrow to go hang out with my buddy Devil Dog. We're going to a Renaissance fair. It's a pirate day on Saturday. I think I was telling you actually when we were chatting that I used to go all the time to these Renaissance fairs, and they were a blast. There were all these pirates, and you'd buy these big ass turkey legs, and it was just a lot of fun. And everybody's dressed up and they're playing the part, and it was really, really cool. I loved. And that's kind of my favorite era of time, is actually all the knights and the castles, and that era of time is just one of my favorites. I just love everything about it. The Legend of King Arthur is one of my favorite movies. I could probably recite that movie word for word because I've watched it so many times. But anything to do with that era of time is my favorite. David says, I thought YouTube police was the real deal. Got up to lock the doors and hide in the closet. Oh my God, David, that's too funny. I argue with AI from time to time. It's pointless, of course, but I sometimes receive some enjoyment from it. That's true too. That's true. I'm a real police officer, David, but my jurisdiction is not on the internet. I am a police officer that makes content. Yeah, he's super cool, David. You gotta probably subscribe to him because you'd really like his stuff. And again, he has many channels, so it's a lot of fun. I'm sure you have a blast belt loop on YouTube. So I guess I am the real deal to some degree, but not in another fashion. I need real thoughts. I need a lot of that stuff growing up. I read a lot of that stuff growing up, yes. Yeah, I'm super interested in all that era of time. And like I said, I love any type of movie of like that. I'm anything like Roman Empire stuff. Thank you for those kind words. Oh, you're welcome. I love your channel. I love everything about your channel. I love your community. I have a great time with you guys. Devil Dog is awesome. That learning session about Da Vinci a week ago, whatever, was super cool. You guys just got it going on. It's a really good community, and I actually joined a couple of your channels, so I really, really do like them. There's other communities I belong to too, but they're not. They're. I don't know if I fit in some of them. I still go to them, but sometimes I feel like maybe I don't fit in. But I feel like your community, they're very intelligent, and I'm not saying that others aren't. I'm just saying that I tend to, have more in common with, I think, your community than others. So I had somebody accuse me of being an AI voice. There are a lot of awesome people that hang out in the community around me. Yes, thanks. Don't watch them unless you enjoy the content. Not everything is made for everyone. That is so true. I think Real Thoughts, I think you did something about this too. Real Thoughts, you have an amazing channel. You're super intelligent. You're extremely intelligent. You're very fluent in your speaking, extremely smart, and I was so lucky to meet all of you guys. Actually, I'm really fortunate that I got to meet you guys. And so that's I watch your channel a lot, and I get a lot of information from you, and I feel like I relate to that. Like I said, there's other communities where I'm like, I don't know if I like just connecting, but some communities it's kind of hard if you don't feel like you fit into them. So, but can you drop your link, Real Thoughts? Yeah, you have to. Loop, he has a great. He has 2 channels, Driving Daily, and then he has Real Thoughts Project. And he's super smart and just really, really, really cool. And David, I believe you actually subbed to him too. I think you told me that. Or JK, it was one of them that said that they subbed to Real Thoughts. But anyway, it's it's great. I do love doing this. I was hoping that I would be able to make enough money on YouTube to maybe retire. Every time I say I want to retire, people are like, you don't look like you're ready to retire. But I'm getting up there in age. I just take care of myself, I guess. But I wanted to just make a small income that I could just live at my house in the desert with my husband and my dogs. And it's really hard because I can't. I have to live singly during the week in a really rough neighborhood. But, like I said, I do have protection and I'm not afraid to use it. I grew up in a really bad, environment when I was young, so I'm used to this kind of thing. It's unfortunate that it is the way it is, but I just want to live with my family. That's all. I just don't like living by myself during the week. It sucks, and that's why I like having YouTube, because it gives me something to do during the week when I'm home. So if you search Real Thoughts Project, it should be the first one. I'm driving daily to Belt Loop. We spoke Monday on the live. Oh, you guys did? That would be difficult. It would probably be impossible if you had a group of people that joined a membership program or have a lot, and I mean a lot of subs. Yeah, that actually watched your stuff. Yeah, that's the other thing. This is the other thing I found now that you said that about Loop. So I'm not going to say the name, but one of the communities that I did join, the people in the chat were like, yeah, I'll sub to you. And the very next day they're gone. Like, they just want to shout out that they're subbing you, but when you go on the next day, they're not there anymore. So I don't like that kind of stuff. I don't like it. It's like, if you're gonna sub, go check out the channel, see if you like it, and then sub. But just don't say you're gonna sub and then take yourself off. Like, that YouTube doesn't like that. That messes up the algorithm. It messes up my channel. It's just not good. It's just when searching the at sign is needed. Yes, I still would like Real Thoughts to drop his link. Yeah, he can actually, Belt Loop. I can actually, I think I can make you a mod, right? Let's see. Yes, add as moderator. Okay. I can add you as moderator. David, I'll do the same for you. Real Thoughts. Okay. And then who else was in here? Let's see. David, I think I made you moderator, so yeah. Yes, you guys can connect and check things out. And yeah, so I just, yes, it's important to actually like the content. It's a huge issue that you're talking about desert. Yeah. So again, it's that's just one of these communities that I'm in, and everybody's there. Oh, I'm going to support you. I'm going to support you. I'm going to support you, and then they'll sub to the channel, and then I'll be all excited, because I'm trying to get my channel up. I'm working really hard. I invested a lot of equipment. I invested a lot of time. Did you get your? Yeah. Okay. And I really like doing this, so I'm trying really hard to build. And then you have all these people, going to your channel, joining your channel, and then the next day everybody's gone, like that, and it just messes everything up. Like it really does. It does bad things to your channel. So I don't like. Wild Child, yeah, it's not help. I'm gonna make you a mod too. Add as moderator. Save. Yes, Wild Child. It's not. It does not help. It just does not help for anything. It messes up the algorithm on your channel. Apparently, I'm not your first subscriber. At David. Thanks. Yeah, it's worse for your channel. It makes it worse. So I just, I'm pissed off. I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you actually do that? So, when I'm on these community chats, I actually take the time. I go look at the content. I look at the channel, and I make sure that it's something that I'm going to watch. I don't want 3,000 channels on my YouTube that I'm not going to watch. It's just not, it's just not a good thing. And it really does damage to your channel when they subscribe and unsubscribe. That's not what it's there for. So, so some of these communities, like I said, I just don't, sometimes I just feel like, maybe I don't belong here, but I don't know. I'm just trying to get myself out there, and that's why I've kind of looked for certain communities. And I mean, I found Real Thoughts in one of them. I found Belt Loop, and Wild Child. I found a lot of good people. I'm not saying that there's not a lot of good people there, because there are. But it's just the ones that, just want to, I don't know, make themselves look good in the chat, saying, I'm going to sub to you. And then, the next day they're gone. And that ruins my channel. It just does nothing for me. So, and I'm really, really, really trying to, get this channel off the ground, because eventually I would like to, Poetic. Oh, Poetic. She's another one I have met through a community. She's great. I love her. She's just a sweetheart, just amazing content. And Poetic, I am so glad you're here right now, because I have something to ask you. You have music on your channel, and you have some amazing music on your channel. And I want to know if you use Suno. I want to be able to put music on my channel, but I just did this video like a couple of days ago about Suno, and Suno is an amazing program. You could make like all kinds of music. You could use your voice and just do amazing things with this program, and I want to use it so bad. But as I was looking into it and researching it, people are getting sued left and right for copyright. So I found this copyright lawyer on YouTube, and she was saying that in order to use Suno, you have to file a copyright application if you're going to use any AI generated music. So I was wondering how how you're getting your music. Like, are you going through that process? Are you actually filing these copyright applications? Because it's super expensive. And I think JK or David told me how expensive it is to file one of these copyright applications. I remember the story about the lady who gave the 2 coins at the church. The man who made such a big deal about their contribution received their credit now. The lady got hers later. I saw that video, Desert. Oh, you did see it? I don't think I saw that video, Desert. I didn't think commenting. I meant to, but the legal stuff is very interesting. New territory, I guess. Poetic says she hasn't had any problems. I just pay $10 a month. Okay. Okay, so there is a thing. This lawyer said that if you do pay the fees to the program, to Suno, because there's tiers of fees that you pay on what you can make. And I do see the disclaimer, Poetic, on your videos, and that's a must. That disclaimer has to be there on your video before you play any type of music made from Suno. I did learn that. But this copy